Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. It's Travers Week. That Travers canoe, that Godolphin blue. For now, what will it look like Sunday morning? A nice shade of maroon would work nicely for jockey Joel Rosario and Steve Asmussen, North America's all-time leading trainer, yet to win the Travers, but this time he saddles the favorite. Epicenter, Jim Dandy winner. Is he the best three-year-old in the country? A chance to prove just that on Saturday. Chance to prove he's better than that colt. Rich Strike, 80-1 Kentucky Derby spoiler. What will he do in the 153rd running of the Unhappy Travers? We feel you, Rich Strike. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So many storylines heading into this Saturday's Travers Stakes, not to mention the 6 other Grade 1 races this weekend, and we'll get to all of it. But first, today's racing, because we do have a lot of changes. Today's racing brought to you by Claiborne Farm. With all that rain overnight, no turf racing this afternoon. The steeplechase event has been canceled, so the first flat race, the first race, will be coming up in about 37 minutes. John's call off the turf on the main track now at 1.25 miles. Main track is listed as fast, temperature around 81 degrees. So I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey Richie Migliore, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. Aside from losing the grass racing, aside from the weather last night, like, it's a really exciting week, Andy, to be a horse racing fan.
Oh, absolutely. And it's a gorgeous day today, but we got 1.5 inches of rain, a lot of it in the evening as well. And with a big week coming up, the last thing you want to do is tear up these turf courses with the rails coming down in the melon. And we've had such good fortune. We've lost as many turf races today as we had lost the prior 29 days,
wow,
which has got to be some kind of record. It's going to be a great week. We'll get back on the turf, and there's too much to look forward to get down because one day fell apart a little bit.
And honestly, we needed the rain. I think it's going to make the turf courses perfect for this weekend.
I agree with that, too.
Field drawn yesterday, as you mentioned. Unhappy Travers, and it is the America's Best Racing's race of the week, a Midsummer Derby. Grade 1. Take a look at the field. 8 deep. 3-year-olds running 1.25 miles, $1.25 million purse. Post 6, Epicenter, 7-5 morning line favorite. Let's meet the contenders in post position order, starting with number 1, cyberknife, Al Gold's cyberknife, 7-2 second choice, Arkansas Derby winner, Haskell winner.
The only dual Grade 1 winner in the field, having won the Arkansas Derby and the Haskell. He improved from a speed figure standpoint with a very good trip last time to get it done, and stalled as the second choice on the morning line.
Trained by Brad Cox, looking to go back-to-back, struck last year with Essential Quality. Number 2, Rich Strike, 80-1 Derby shocker, who has made an impression since arriving, Richie.
Yeah, great energy level since he's been here. Very fast, aggressive workout from him. Is he going to be this year's Sea Hero, wins the Kentucky Derby, and then shows up again in the Travers?
Statement race for Rich Strike. Yeah, one-hit wonder, question mark. We're going to learn a lot on Saturday. Ain't Life Grand, Iowa bred, Iowa Derby winner.
It's interesting. Kelly Von Hiemel's last starter at Saratoga was Miss Macy Sue,
wow,
who in 2008 won the Honorable Miss. She is the dam of Not This Time. Not This Time is the sire of Ain't Life Grand.
Well done.
Connect the dots. I like it.
Go
Yeah,
Hawkeyes. Number 4, Gilded Age, runner-up to Arturius in the Curlin. Hall of Famer Bill Mott seeking a first Travers win.
Yeah, ran well against Arturius, who I think is a horse that you want going 1.25 miles, but what excuses did he have there? I think Arturius is more upside.
Speaking of which, right next door, Juddmont's Arturius, the Curlin winner, improving colt, first of 3 for Chad Brown.
Oddly, he's the shortest price of any of the Chad Brown starters, despite the fact that the other 2 are Grade 1 winners, but he is improving. Can he take another step forward? Got a Sire who took a big step forward in this race.
Arrowgate, fastest 1.25 miles in the history of Saratoga. Number 6, Epicenter, 7-5, morning line favorite, leader in the clubhouse, still seeking a first Grade 1 win.
His Jim Dandy really was scintillating. He got everything he wanted out of a prep. He won it the right way, and a race that you can build off of. Epicenter is going to be a handful here.
Well documented, Steve Asmussen seeking that first Travers victory along with Joel Rosario, number 7, early voting, Preakness winner. The Jim Dandy left a lot to be desired.
His first 4 races, he got faster from a speed figure standpoint in each race. His Jim Dandy stunk. He has to run better. Now, to be fair, he showed ability to go to the lead, but he rated when he won the Preakness. Can he stalk in here from the outside post?
Number 8, Zandon, last of the Brown Trio, Bluegrass winner, second in the Jim Dandy.
Fun to watch Zandon train. He's a horse that trains with so much enthusiasm and energy. But that's normal for him. We're not seeing anything different coming up to the Travers that we didn't see before the Jim Dandy. Maybe he played their game a little bit too much in the Jim Dandy. Maybe he's better off settling a little bit more and coming with a run.
Zandon, every reason to improve in the Travers. Another look at the field for the Run Happy Travers and championship implications very much alive. Let's circle back to the Jim Dandy. Richie, 4 weeks ago, Epicenter comes back with a vengeance from well off the pace.
Yeah, again, Epicenter's not showing the usual gate speed that he used to show before the Triple Crown. The Derby started kind of going backwards, reversing his races, Andy, finishing stronger than he starts. And I mean, he just won with such consummate ease, and you could see the confidence that Joel Rosario has. He just didn't care about being last, tipped him way out in the clear, and rolled over them.
I'll tell you an interesting thing about Epicenter. There are 4 Grade 1 winners in this field. Unbelievably, he isn't one of them. And I think that's the kind of thing that fooled all of us when we heard it. I wonder if he's going to show more speed in this Travers, even though he ran so well from behind. I'll bet you he's much more forward, if not in front, on Saturday.
Just ask Joel Rosario. He'll tell you everything you want to know and exactly what he's going to do from the start. We were assuming he would be closer in the Travers, as you guys pointed out, and just saw from last to first. Thumbs up, Joel Rosario trying for a first Travers victory. And on Monday, Richie, as good as Epicenter ran in the Jim Dandy, what have you noticed in his training leading up to the Travers?
Well, he's been training extremely well, and this is typical of Steve Asmussen's work pattern. Work in company, his previous 2 workouts, more serious moves, all the heavy lifting's done. Goes a solo half a mile, just basically to whet his appetite, keep him right where they need him to be. This is what we refer to as a maintenance work, and he's just traveling beautifully, legs up underneath him, and basically an open gallop.
And very typical of what we see from Steve Asmussen, almost like clockwork with his horses preparing for a big race.
Yeah, the penultimate work is the sharp work. Then the next work, the work right before the race, is just a little bit of stretching their legs and keeping them where they are.
Thanks to our friends at XBTV, half mile and 50 flat. As for Epicenter's trainer in the Travers, Steve Asmussen, 7 starts to date. Pyro ran 3rd in 2008. Gun Runner ran into Arrogate in 2017. Last year, the terrific late colt Midnight Bourbon Courageous, runner-up effort to champion Essential Quality. And then you have it Zandon, as you just saw, second to Epicenter. Richie, I'm going right back to you. Training, how has he trained since the Jim Dandy?
This is how he always trains. He trains with purpose. He's a horse that always wants to do more than the exercise rider wants him to do. For a trainer that works horses in company all the time, Zandon always works solo, and you can see how aggressive he is. He's not a horse that comes off the bridle easily, which is kind of funny because in the afternoons he's more of a closing type,
right.
And that's usually the kind of work you see from horses that have more natural speed.
That was on Saturday. Zandon, 5 furlongs, a minute, .65. Andy, what are you expecting from Zandon in the Travers as we revisit the Kentucky Derby, where the top 3 finishers will meet for the first time since?
I agree with something Richie said just a little bit earlier. I don't think you're going to see him as close to pace in this race. Not to say he can't run okay, as he did in the Jim Dandy, but I think his best chance to make a run from behind. He's got to prove he's better than Epicenter, because Epicenter was better than him in the Derby. They both ran well, and maybe if he did sat back a little further, he could have gotten lucky and beaten Epicenter, but that doesn't mean he necessarily is a better horse. They're close, though, and I think Zandon, if he's around the 5-1 and Epicenter is somewhere close to even money, Zandon might be a better gamble at 5-1.
Wonder what price Rich Strike will be. That one race since the Derby, dull in the Belmont, Richie, but look at this. Revving his engines, blazing 5 furlongs in 59-4 right here on Saturday.
It kind of goes hand in hand with the way Rich Strike got off the van when he shipped in from Kentucky. You know, he's just been full of vim and vigor, a lot of high energy from him. I'm not a fan of this kind of work right on top of a race. I think it's too much. Maybe it's what he needs, though. You know, he's a horse that obviously has ability. He's only shown up basically twice in his life. Made it count the right day, Kentucky Derby day, but he was rolling right along the first part of the work, and he finished well. Might have been a little bit exercise rider get caught up in bright lights, big city, you know, here in Saratoga, and maybe allowed him to do a bit more than maybe you'd actually want. But he's moving beautifully over the ground. He certainly handles the Saratoga racecourse.
Can he reach back and find the stuff that made him the second biggest long shot to win the Derby ever? Rich Strike. How have Derby winners done historically? The last 30 years or so in the Travers. You touched on Sea Hero, Thunder Gulch, Street Sense. They all won. American Pharaoh. Andy's still heartbroken over that one. Always dreaming the most recent 3 years ago. Andy, how shocked should we be? Should Rich Strike win the Travers on Saturday?
I don't know how shocked. So very surprised. It'll be a very surprising event. I mean, even talking to his trainer, Eric Reed, who really is a breath of fresh air because he's really very upfront. He sort of sounds just like a horse player. He knows his horse ran a big race in the Derby. He knows he got fortunate with the trip he got. But it's fair to say that he has somewhere in him this good race, but Eric kind of frustrated like everybody else. And he says, I feel like somewhere in there's a horse that can be competitive. Like anybody, you can't really rely on that happening. So I'm not going to be shocked and fall out of my chair, but I'll certainly be surprised. And it would be kind of a cool story, even though I doubt it's going to happen.
And you do have to appreciate the candor from Eric Reed. And though Rich Strike doesn't know it, like the opportunity to silence many critics in Saturday's Travers. Another one he'll have to defeat, one that he did defeat in the Kentucky Derby, Cyberknife. Andy, impressive winner of the Haskell last month on the Jersey Shore.
And he ran a 103 buyer, which puts him right in line with the best and fastest races that anybody's run in this race. He got a very good trip, but he is a horse that makes those good trips. Look at how tractable he is coming through two-path. I mean, Florent, I tell you, Florent Giroux has ridden this horse incredibly well. He rode him sensationally in the Arkansas Derby, and he gave him even better ride here. He's got confidence in this horse. He's tractable, but he did get a very good trip and setup in here. But you can't dismiss a horse that's improving for a trainer like Brad Cox coming off his best effort.
Florent Giroux, like every other jockey, trying to win a first Travers. Richie, progression since their Cyberknife on the outside, breezing for the Travers.
You know, he's a horse that has a tendency when he hits the front to idle. He kind of waits on his competition a bit. Florent Giroux's been riding him very carefully. He thinks he's better coming through inside of horses, seems to keep his attention, his focus. But I will say about this work, he did not idle when he hit the front of his workmate, and his gallop out was sensational.
You have to like that he drew the rail. He seems to be very comfortable as a rail runner. And you can't cry when you have a kind of horse who's comfortable inside, that likes to run inside, and you draw the rail.
No crying in horse racing. Now that the field's been drawn, race shape, Andy, what can we expect early on?
It's hard to know, and to be honest with you, I'm waiting until we draw. We're going to draw shortly here at Saratoga for the whole card, and I want to put the race together. I don't like to have a lot of preconceived notions and ideas, because when you do that, you tend to formulate your opinions around those preconceived notions. So I'm going to take a look at it and see what I think.
Pretty sure he dodged my question.
Yeah, I liked it, though. Sure. He said a lot without saying
very
a lot.
Diplomatically. Very diplomatically.
I have no respect for you. I ignored your question. It's pretty clear.
Travers on Saturday. Had to get that in. Sign up. Join today. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Well, that first race in 25 minutes. When we come back, it was 4 years ago. His day to shine in the run-happy Travers. Catholic boy, gritty, fast, versatile, and the most recent of 6 Travers victories by the Hall of Famer, Javier Castellano. Just getting started on Saratoga Live.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked #1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
really excited about Catholic Boy. I know he has some good ones coming. We have some really good ones here on the farm that we're excited about selling in September. We think a couple of them have a chance to really break through and ring the bell and be very good representations of what we've seen from the stallion. He's passing on that more than ready look with maybe a little more stretch and leg. People forget that he was so dominant in the Travers. He won it by 4 lengths, beat Good Magic, Vino Rosso, and Mendelssohn, who are all stallions that stand for more money than he does somehow, even though Catholic Boy won grade 1s on both turf and dirt at NYRA tracks. New York racing is some of the best in the world, and to win grade 1s at that circuit is really hard to do, and Catholic Boy did it a couple times. We really think the first group of horses that will be showcased at yearling sales later this summer and fall will really show what we've seen and why we're so thrilled with what we've seen with Catholic Boy. And he has tremendous versatility, obviously, and so does More Than Ready. He comes from the Halo line, which we don't have much of here in the United States anymore. Obviously, it's been wildly successful in Japan. It's continuing on. All their sons and daughters that you see winning across the world stage basically trace back to Sunday Silence, which is the Halo line. So I really hope breeders will realize that we have a great Halo line here still going in the United States, and that it really needs to be supported because it's such a strong, influential line worldwide. Talking about fitting the bill for Claiborne Sire, he was a grade 6 winner at 2, not just a winner, but a grade 6 winner at 2, grade 1 winner at 3, multiple grade 1 winner at 3, and then another stakes winner at 4. So he was a stakes winner all 3 years that he raced. He's a really good-looking son of More Than Ready out of a Bernardini mare, who's one of a great broodmare sire. He comes from a good family, and we're hoping that he passes on his good genes that were successful on the track.
Classy, talented, versatile, Catholic Boy, Run Happy Travers winner. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Today's feature, the John's Call, in honor of the oldest grade 1 winner in the history of Saratoga, the longest flat race for a stakes event at Saratoga, but a little different this year. Off the turf of the main track, a mile and a quarter, a field of 6, Andy, with Tie to the Sea, the 2-to-1 morning line favorite. What are your thoughts?
Well, Tom Morley had a horse built to last that was going to be about 2 to 5 in race number 4. Race number 3 got rained off the turf, but he got compensated here because while Tie to the Sea would have been favored on the turf, he's an overwhelming favorite on the dirt. And he ran on the dirt last time and, relatively speaking, ran a race that's going to make him around 1 to 2 in this race on the dirt. He's the speed and he's the horse to beat. If you want to take him at a short price, that's up to you. But Tom Morley, kind of a bad break in the 3rd, but a pretty good break in the John's Call.
It could be a second stakes win of the meet for trainer Tom Morley. That's the John's Call later on this afternoon, in case you're just joining us. A lot of rain yesterday. Off the turf steeplechase event canceled. Not the showdown contest. Play against your friends and fellow fans with a showdown. Free to enter handicapping contest following our racing. Place your picks now. Watch your name climb the leaderboard. You earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. Coming up next, our first race of the day, technically the second Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Home of North America's 3-time reigning champion, General Sire, into mischief. Here's the field. 2-year-old fillies, New York bred fillies, 7/8 of a mile extended sprint. A little bit of an overlay. Gambling Girl, even money on the morning line, 8 to 5 for trainer Todd Pletcher. See if she's ready to graduate in her 3rd career start. Horses, the 2-year-old fillies are in the paddock. That's coming up next, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. We'll check in with Maggie, get her paddock report, and much more as we are off and running. Kicking off Travers Week at Saratoga. We'll be right back.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into 2nd. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? NYRA Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bet.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Can Alpha catch Golden Ticket? Golden Ticket, Alpha, Fast Falcon on the outside and Anakin, and here's the wire. It is! Oh, it's too close to call! Did Alpha get that nose on the wire? It's a dead heat in the Travers! A dead heat!
Drama in the Travers, the dead heat, Alpha, and Golden Ticket. Richie, they aren't the greatest Travers winners in history, but Ramon Dominguez, David Cohen hoisting the hardware. It's one that certainly sticks out because of the dead heat and the 2 canoes in the end.
Yeah, just incredible. And, you know, one thing that I think may have gotten lost in that is Ramon Dominguez on Alpha realized that the crop was not helping his cause, and he put his crop away, and the horse re-rallied. And I think that if he wasn't as in tune with his horse and kept riding with the crop and demanding, he would have gotten beaten. I think he snatched that dead heat out of being defeated by being in tune with his horse.
Alpha, Golden Ticket, and that dead heat a few years ago here at Saratoga. So much history and tradition. This is the 130th running. Let's go back inside the numbers, by the numbers, dating back to the 1860. Who was fastest? Wow. Arrogate, fastest 1.25 ever run at Saratoga. Most wins by a jockey, Javier Castellano, 6-time Travers winner. We mentioned Catholic Boy, most recent. Leading trainer from 1939 to 1963, Burt Mulholland with 5 different horses. Leading owners, Rokeby Stable, George Widener Jr., the Dwyer brothers, 15 combined Travers victories. Biggest blowout, that's running up the score. Damascus by 22 devastating lengths. We just touched on the dead heat with Alpha and Golden Ticket inseparable at the wire. And the most dramatic upset, Keen Ice over American Pharaoh, leaving 50,000 stunned at Saratoga. Travers Breeders' Cup Classic winners only won the late great Arrogate in 2016. And the champions, 3-year-olds who have won the Travers Crown 3-year-old champion, make it 12 now with essential quality. Last year, the Travers by the numbers. So much history. Horse of the year as well, Travers winners, going back to Holy Bull in 1994. Point given 2001 with Gary Stevens. And in the Hall of Fame, no surprise, 24 winners of the Travers have wound up in the Hall of Fame. And we'll do it once again on Saturday with the 153rd edition. Another look at the field. 4 Saturdays, Travers, 8 deep, grade 1, with the morning line favorite, number 6, Epicenter, 7-5 on the morning line live coverage on Fox. And this isn't just the start of Travers Week, it's also a day to commemorate Ukrainian independence, 31 years since separated from Russia, now fighting for their freedom. Once again, a lot of blue and yellow at Saratoga today. The national anthem earlier this afternoon. We stand with Ukraine, Ukraine Day at Saratoga. And the festivities continue around race 4 here at the Spa. Race 2, they're in the paddock for the 2-year-old race of the day, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. And we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, welcome to the show. What are these 2-year-olds showing you in the paddock?
Well, Liffey, we'll start with a duo of first-time starters who actually bookend this field, beginning with number 1, that is Sweet Blush, who will make her first start for trainer William Morley. And debuting at the 7 furlongs makes a lot of sense for this daughter of Candy Ride. Now, she is a half to Grantham, who did win on the synthetic, but is multiple graded stakes placed on the dirt briefly on the Kentucky Derby Trail earlier this year. There is some turf going back a generation, and she certainly has a bit of that turf makeup to her, but predominantly she has distance built into her physical stature. As you can check out her OBS April workout, where she did work a relatively slow 10-3. But as you can see, the rider motionless. Usually we see these riders imploring their mounts with the crop or hand urging, and the rider here was relatively motionless, and she just looked like a filly that wants to run long. So we're not going to get a mile or a mile and a 16th type of races on the main track as of now, especially for the New York breds. So 7 furlongs is the next best option. Now, her workouts prior to her last one have been on the slow side, but that last one, it's like the light bulb went off, and you can watch it on XBTV. She was quick away from the gate with her rider today, Jose Ortiz, in the irons, and she was working with an older, experienced horse by the name, and she dusted him, completely dusted him from start to finish. And so you kind of, I get why William Morley decided to enter her off of that effort, and I think that was the right call. She's very professional here, she's very fit, and as I said, this looks to be the right spot. Moving on to Joe Sharp's runner, that's number 7, August Bloom, the daughter of Arrogate. And what I like most about her is her overall physical maturity. I mean, this filly looks as though she's about 3 or 4, not just 2, as she's tall, she's scopy, and you could see that when watching her workouts too. She has been very quick, or I should say very headstrong in the workouts I've seen from the pole. She does wear those shortcut cheater blinkers, which she has been wearing throughout. My problem is, though, as she debuts going the 7, and maybe she gets comfortable on the lead, her work, she has not been finishing as strongly as she has started them. So that always gives you a reason to be a little bit hesitant when debuting at the 7. Now, she looks as though she wants it eventually because she is tall and scopy and just has a lot of length to her overall. And she comes in here fit in appearance. Like I said, I just wish she would have been finishing up those works a bit better. Let's take a look at one that has experience. That's number 5, Maddie's Grace. As I always say, it does feel a little counterintuitive when a horse loses ground at the end and then the next start they stretch out, and she's stretching out a furlong and a half here from the 5.5. But she did set the lead. She got there fairly easily, but she took so much pressure from the outside. But I like the fact that she comes back here for her second start. She's really well composed mentally again, and I'm okay with her getting more ground. She's smaller, but it's more of an even type of frame to her. So we'll see, though. She might have to deal, like I said, with some pace from the outside in that first-time starter, number 7, August Bloom. Liffey, as they're heading out for this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day.
Finally, some racing on the show on this gorgeous Wednesday afternoon. Have all that information. Now you just need the past performances. Follow the jockeys, trainers, horses. Get all the stats on today's program. Echo-based free past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs and all the races on today's show. Leading rider, Arad Ortiz aboard the favorite, Gambling Girl. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Post-parade momentarily. New York bred 2-year-old filly, 7/8 of a mile sprint, $88,000 purse. Miga's going with Maddie's Grace. Andy with Sweet Blush. While the favorite, Gambling Girl. Mike Rapoli own. Todd Pletcher, Arad Ortiz. They had a fairly productive week last week. Nest in the Alabama.
Yeah, they did okay. They had a good meet last week.
Yeah. They're having a good meet all around, but that was she's certainly, if not the star of Saratoga, and we'll see what happens this weekend. But she's one of the stars, and there are many sensational stars here at this meet. But she is, so far, I would say she's the star of the meet with 2 Grade 1 wins.
2 Grade 1 wins. Arad Ortiz aboard for both. Not to mention the winning ride in the Whitney with Life is Good. So the 3 Grade 1 victories, we have 7 more of them this weekend. Ortiz looking to do more damage, leading rider with 2 weeks left. Let's see these fillies. Sweet Blush drawn inside, one of several fresh faces, currently 9-2.
I agree with what Maggie said about the workout. It was just very facile. And I wonder if he sort of galloped out a little bit, maybe more distance, but 7 furlongs for trainer Bill Morley, who can win with a firster on the dirt.
$200,000 Candy Ride filly, number 2 in good trouble and hard to ignore anything, sired by Sharp Azteca. There she's ponyless.
Yeah, and this is out of a mare that had 2 foals to win on debut, so there is precocity there in the family. Sharp Azteca off to a very strong start at stud.
Gambling Girl, not exactly a rocket leaving the blocks.
That's the thing, and they don't put blinkers on. They're just going to hope the 7 furlongs works for her, and she's the horse to beat in here, but it's not going to take a Herculean effort in all likelihood to beat her.
Our Rosie Diamond's experience, just not very fast.
Yeah, not very fast. This will be her 4th start and leaves a lot to be desired. Would have to improve vastly.
There's Maddie's Grace, a quick filly with a race under her belt.
Comes out of a mediocre maiden race for a trainer who can't really seem to get it going at this meet. Edge and experience, but not as good as Gambling Girl.
Castellanos had it going. There he is aboard the Splendid One.
Yeah, filly that's making a nice impression physically, but her first race left a lot to be desired.
August Bloom, debuting filly by Arrowgate on this Travers week.
Now you have to respect the fact this horse is getting bet right now for Joe Sharp, and for that reason I use this horse in the pick 5.
First race of the afternoon, Saratoga 2-year-old race of the day. New York bred maidens in 6 minutes. Start of the early pick 5. Gambling Girl, does she graduate today? 2-race maiden, leading rider in the saddle. Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli owned. We'll find out in 6 minutes. The first race from Travers week when Saratoga Live continues.
Standing at Gainesway.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Number 2-1.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. There she is, the favorite Gambling Girl, currently 6-5. Andy, the money line, generally speaking, like I have to risk a little more betting the Dodgers than you will playing the Mets, generally speaking.
Well, I don't know.
There you see how the odds
Took a
translate.
little 6-5 in the Mets against the Yankees. You lost, unfortunately. It was really bitterly disappointing. And just break them down. And as many people know that bet in sports and a lot of sports betting these days, 6-5, you lay $1, you take $1.20 back. If you were betting a 6-7 line, you'd be laying $1.40. Though I think the lines are much closer now, right?
Yeah.
No more 20-cent lines.
Not
in
as much.
sports. Not like when I was a kid betting with a bookmaker.
Dodgers v. Mets in the play. We have to come up with some sort of wager, Andy.
Yeah, I'll just
gonna,
be even
gonna
nastier
happen.
to you if the Mets happen to be
Because
the
it's going to
Dodgers.
happen.
Is it? You sure?
They're going to. I think they'll meet in the
I mean,
playoffs.
honestly, don't the Mets have to worry a little about Atlanta?
Yeah.
Atlanta doesn't go away. Mets are good, but Atlanta's not going away. There's a big
They'll
difference
still be
between
there.
winning that division and not, because there's 3-game series between all the but the other 6 teams.
It's a meat. The National League is
baseball.
is a meat grinder. We're going to have to come up with something. Have to come up with something in this second race at Saratoga when you're looking at the favorite, Gambling Girl. And Richie, there's always a hesitance when it comes to a favorite and a price you're going to concede on a horse that does not necessarily break all that well. And something we're going to have to watch for early on with Gambling Girl. And if she can overcome that and break through in her third career start.
Well, she has shown the ability to close. And 7/8, I'm sure people are feeling like the 7 furlongs will suit her well. And she does have racing. I mean, so she has foundation. You know, she's gone 5, 6, now 7.
I don't know that she's shown the ability to close. She is a closer. She's only run a little.
Well,
she's run.
at least she's passed horses.
That's fair. And the horse that it's interesting. The horse that beat her is probably the third choice, but not a distant third choice, and a very tough Seeking the Ante, which of course you know well, which opens up her New York Bred Showcase Day on Friday. And it'll be interesting because I think if she runs well, maybe it flatters Miracle a little bit. It was a Rudy Brissett first-time starter, was very impressive. Yeah, I mean, she's a logical horse. The problem is, you look at these races, and as we know, she's closing at, at 5 and 6. She'll love 7. It just doesn't always work that way. And as you know, these 7-furlong races often feature much slower paces, which could be much worse for her. Not to say she's not the worst to beat, but it doesn't necessarily help her.
Well, the fact that she has racing, I think, helps her. Listen, I think the one Sweet Blush makes a lot of sense. She's a half to Grantham, who was second in the Tampa Bay Derby behind Classic Causeway. There's a pedigree there from a trainer that, as you said, Andy, is very good, capable of getting first-timers ready. August Bloom taking money out of a mare that won on debut. She's had 4 foals to race, all winners, so she's a producer. I think she makes a lot of sense well, but 7/8 is not an easy distance to debut at.
And that really gives the 3 a bigger edge. Now, you're interested in the 5 in here. I'm not, but she has an edge, too, because she has experience. And while the 4 has experience, she seems to not be much horse. The experience is a huge edge as they go farther.
Well, and the reason I landed on the 5, and albeit obviously a very cold barn, Rudy Rodriguez has not had a good meet. I think unless one of the first-time starters is very quick, she's going to get comfortable on the lead.
That's fair.
Maggie, what have you noticed as the warm-up has continued?
Well, we'll take a look at your favorite, Gambling Girl, making her third start. And as we've seen throughout this meet, it does help to have a race, whether you're a 2-year-old first-time starter or even a horse maybe coming from out of town, like the Kentucky horses, older horses that we've seen. It helps to have a race. So she's very much the horse to beat. And I think she is going to appreciate getting out to 7 furlongs. Just more of an even frame. She doesn't have much of that proverbial engine behind the saddle. But Arturius did give her a big warm-up. She's getting pretty sharp as they head behind the gate. So I think with a little more ground, the fact that she's sharp, very sharp in her third start, we may see her a bit more forwardly placed as we'll take a look at another first-time starter, number 2, In Good Trouble. That name sharp as tack. What an auspicious start. And this one is a half to Big Zip and Let Me Take This Call, both of which won first time out. Now, there are 3 other foals that didn't do much running, but those 2 were productive types. She's a little green. Actually, a lot green. She nearly disposed of Jose Lescano as she turned around here right in front of the stands. He did a great job to hold on as she reared up and wheeled. Then he gave her a big warm-up, which was right to do. She doesn't really want to link up with the pony, and she just looks a little heavy. It's a tough, when you're not that fit looking and the other first-time starters look incredibly fit, 7 furlongs is a tall task, Lafitte.
All right, so In Good Trouble. Maybe she benefits off of a race moving forward. Gambling Girl, the favorite, and the splendid one with Javier Castellanos. We touched on those 6 Travers victories. Still a busy afternoon, even with the surface switches and the scratches. He still has several mounts, live mounts, built to last in the 3rd, Last Chance at Glory in the 8th, and Tied to the Sea in the John's Call. Castellano still poised for a big afternoon, Richie.
At least 3 of those horses are very, very live.
I think a credit to his agent, PJ Campo, who's, listen, Javier's been riding great, and it makes it easier for the agent to get him live mounts. But I think that they kind of weathered a storm. Javier came out the other side, found his game again, and PJ's getting them good mounts.
They've been a sensational team. I mean, I think PJ has confidence in Javier. PJ has a lot of connections, so he helped him get better mounts. And I think together, the two of them have done an amazing job.
Yep.
PJ helped resurrecting his career, but as you say, Javier riding fabulously. And I'm glad he's riding so well up here and getting the attention, because he was riding great at Belmont. It's just there aren't as many eyes on those races, so it's nice to see it carrying through, and it's good to see a good guy getting that positive attention.
We're all a bit more anonymous downstate.
Sometimes for the best.
Yes.
You're at Saratoga under that microscope, and
can't hide
a feel-good
here.
story. Javier Castellano, everything clicking. So, yeah, several live mounts throughout the course of the program. Steps forward with Splendid One. And we're all set for the first on Travers Week. Johnny Imbrell standing by, the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. It's post time.
Set for the start. Number 1, Sweet Blush, backed out of the starting gate. Now back in, and we're once again set. And they're off. And from the outside, the Splendid One and August Bloom. Maddie's Grace now moves on through In Good Trouble down towards the rail as the field moves up the backstretch. And it is the Splendid One who has the lead over Maddie's Grace on the inside. In Good Trouble in third. The gray August Bloom on the outside running in fourth. And then it's the favorite, Gambling Girl, next in fifth, followed by Our Rosie Diamonds. And the trailer is Sweet Blush in seventh. The opening quarter mile in 22 and 4/5 seconds. And on top here is the Splendid One, the leader here by a length. In Good Trouble is down at the rail. And alongside is August Bloom. On the far outside now, moving up, is a Gambling Girl, who has advanced now into second after a half in 46 and 2. The Splendid One, Gambling Girl, now draws right alongside. Gambling Girl on the outside and the Splendid One on the inside as they hit the quarter pole. It is Gambling Girl on the outside who now takes the lead from the Splendid One. In Good Trouble runs in third, and on the outside, Our Rosie Diamonds. And now there's a furlong to the finish, and now Gambling Girl has opened up. Gambling Girl gets away here to lead by 4 lengths, now by 5 and maybe more. Gambling Girl, much the best winner here at odds of 6-5 as she breaks her maiden here at Saratoga. The Splendid One held second. Then it was Our Rosie Diamonds and Sweet Blush.
Daylight win. Gambling Girl. Alabama winning connections. Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, Arad Ortiz. She broke better today and made short work of her competition.
Yeah, third start was the charm, the progression, 5 furlongs to 6 furlongs to 7. She had a lot of foundation. She got better position, and you kind of knew leaving the 3/8 pole she was going to win. Improved speed from the 6, the Splendid One, hung around for second, and Our Rosie Diamond, big price with Jose Gomez first day back after testing positive last week for COVID. The one horse, Sweet Blush, did not break particularly well. Got outrun, made a run, a horse to keep an eye on coming back.
Yeah, I agree. Jose kind of took her out the back door after the break, and we'll see. I think she'll run much, much better next time out. Horse with experience ran 1, 2, 3 in here, and it's because the horses that were first-time stars were not ready or maybe need a race like the 1. And a horse like the 7, who took money, did absolutely no running whatsoever for Joe Sharp. Gambling Girl, she was much the best in this race. And it'll be interesting to watch. I mean, obviously, this is not a race that's going to set the world on fire from a speed figure standpoint. Final time of 1:26.05. Keep an eye on that because we got that rain. But the track had been much, much quicker last week than prior weeks.
3-6-4-1. Leading rider, Arad Ortiz. Gambling Girl in the second at Saratoga. Maggie said the way she was warming up, might see a better start from her this afternoon, and we did. Into the race, and put them away by several. Gambling Girl in the second here at the Spa. We'll have those results when we return. 3-6-4-1. Also, the very best from week 6. That looks familiar. They stole the show. Nest, good as advertised in the Alabama. And about 24 hours later, Morley Ortiz, Love Reigns, had her doubters, prevailed in the Bolton Landing with the greatest of ease. That's next.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. 1863 Club right on the clubhouse turn. Incredible view, great atmosphere. Food, just 2 weeks left. Sadly, time is running out. Hope to see you at the track soon. Make sure and check out that 1863 Club. How about Gambling Girl? Those of you backing her today, 6-5 as she enters the winner's circle for owner Mike Rapoli. Trained by Todd Pletcher. Irad Ortiz, Team Nest, a strike in the first race. Travers Week at the Spa. As they pose for pictures, we wait for results. 3-6-4-1. We will be checking in with Irad Ortiz momentarily, but something for Gambling Girl to build on. Richie, a better break today. Sharp effort, onward and upward.
Well, and it just goes to show you how much experience counts. I mean, she had 2 races under her belt. She showed life in both of those, and now she gets 7 furlongs with the foundation to get the 7 furlongs.
Yeah, she found the right field, and she ran better. Todd's horses often seem to run well up here, third time out, and she seems to be moving in the right direction.
Gambling Girl, and a trend that we've continued to follow is experience over the first-time starters, and again, Gambling Girl here, and now we're all set with winning pilot Irad Ortiz standing by in the winner's circle with Maggie.
Yeah, as Arad was aboard her last time as well, and second or third start over the track, Arad. I talked to her trainer, Todd Pletcher, last week, and he cited that having a race over this track is just crucial for her. She found it very easy to handle these foes that most of them didn't have as much experience.
Yes, first time, when I rode her first time, she ran before a Belmont. Then she got a race on over the track, and she was coming. She finished good, going short. So today the 7-8 was much better for her, honestly.
Exactly. She looked like a filly that needed that extra ground. Speaking of extra ground, mile and a quarter, Dave Grenig tweeted something I found astonishing, a stat. None of the jockeys riding in this year's version have won a Travers. So, Arturius, for you, lightest on experience, Arad. He comes in off of that Curlin win. What are you in connections expecting from him?
He only have 3 races. First time at Kinland, he come running, he come flying on the end. Chad always see some potential on him, and he come back at Belmont, win a really good race, maiden going a mile. Then he stretched him out, going mile and 8 here, and it was really nice, impressive to me. In only his 3rd start, the way he do it, he was inside. He split some horses, and he don't mind, so he looked like he can be a nice horse.
He's definitely bred to be. Arad, wishing you the best of luck on Saturday. Congrats here at Gambling Girl.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
And Arad, as I said, will be aboard that regally bred Arturius. Daddy won the Travers, as you were mentioning, Lafitte, in impressive style, the fastest Travers to date, Arrowgate.
Running a hole in the win, Maggie. Arrowgate, fastest mile and a quarter ever. Saratoga, Rad Ortiz. Andy, how much would Arturius have to improve to defeat the likes of Epicenter, early voting, Zandon, assuming they bring their best?
A considerable amount. 5 lengths probably to do it. I mean, he's a little bit slower than these, but as a lightly raced horse, he has more upside, but they have some too. It's not going to be easy for him. I think he's an underlay at 9-2 in there, and I think he's a terrific horse, and I won't be shocked if he wins, but I think he's going to have to take a real... There's too many horses that are faster than him.
As you look at the Spendthrift 2-year-old results, Richie, how impressed have you been with Arturius from what you've seen?
Well, I think the equalizer is that extra 1/8 of a mile. I think he's really going to love the 10 furlongs, stretching from the 9 furlongs. And you know, he's developing. He has a right to take a step forward anyway, and then the 10 furlongs, I think, could really maybe show his best. I mean, he finished with his legs underneath him. His stride did not deteriorate at all coming through the wire. I was impressed with this Curlin.
I also thought he got about as good a ride as we've seen all meet from Irad Ortiz or from any jockey. I mean, I understand that he was the favorite. I understand he won easily, and he probably would have won with a less good ride. But the fact that Irad from an outside post got him right to the rail at 1 1/8 on the dirt here, as you well know better than anybody, it's almost impossible to do unless you get completely left and you just cut over there. That was, he rode the best horse, and sometimes when you ride a horse like that, I think you don't get the credit that you deserve because he gave him an absolutely fabulous, and I think that shows, because Irad gets some criticism sometimes, and any rider does, and they do deserve it sometimes, and they know it. But those are the kind of rides that point out why he's won so many Eclipse Awards.
But Andy just said something key. Riding the best horse, but maybe they're not 100% on the day. You don't know that. So you ride them to take edges. Jerry Bailey was great because he would ride the best horse like maybe they weren't going to be the best horse on that day.
Well, you also know as a rider that when you win on a horse that's not the best horse, most of the time it's because somebody else blew it. It's not because a rider can't make a horse go faster. They can't carry them. It's how many rides horse you win on that are supposed to win on, and Irad does that most of the time.
Going to need another sensational ride on Saturday aboard Arturius in the 153rd running of the Run Happy Travers. And as easy as it is to get excited over everything happening this week with the Travers just around the corner in these 7 Grade 1 races, let's take a moment to look back and reflect at some of the highlights of everything we just saw, the best of the best from week 6 at Saratoga, the highlights from Alabama week.
Snap Decision goes right by them and takes over in the very early stages of the Jonathan Shepherd. As Snap Decision goes over and leads by about 1.5 lengths. Snap Decision in the Grade 1 Jonathan Shepherd winning by the length of the stretch. Congratulations, Snap Decision, hearing it from the crowd. And the favorite Dakota Gold is up and on the pace too. It's Dakota Gold bounding along with a 1.5 length advantage. Dakota Gold, 3-length lead. Marinara Sauce, the final try. Dakota Gold wins. It's another 3 back to Golden Rocket, followed by Dream Central. Another 2 behind them to Dream Central and Golden Rocket right together. And from the back, here's Golden Rocket. Golden Rocket is flying at them in the final stages, and Golden Rocket gets up.
It is En Voutante down at the rail with a narrow lead over first to act. Leader of the band is next in third. Then comes leader of the band next in third. And here is leader of the band to take over here. Leader of the band in front. First to act is second. It's leader of the band And they're off. There is Oxymore going out for the early lead. It is Oxymore and No Nay Hudson on the outside. It is Oxymore who's got something left here in deep stretch, and Oxymore will win the Skidmore Stakes. Dolce Zell and Haughty. Those two go out for the early lead. Haughty stepping away here to lead by 3. They're trying to get to Haughty. It is Haughty still there with the moonlight on the outside. They're coming on for the finish, and it is Haughty. Caravel from the extreme outside is a close-up third. Caravel's on the outside. Caravel and Robin Sparkles. They come on for the finish, and it is Caravel to win it. And they're off in the 142nd Alabama, and it was a bit of a bobble there at the start for the favorite Nest. She's Keen, the leader here by a length. Nest tracking in second, and it is Nest who has asked for more, and she is responding here. Nest wins the Alabama by 5 lengths.
She's such a special filly, and Aaron and I have really enjoyed this partnership and watching her race together and making decisions together. We've had horses before. Nothing is close to this, and when you get a special filly like this, it's really, really special. It's great sharing it with Aaron and Eclipse. It's awesome.
And they're off in the Bolton Landing Stakes, and Love Reigns away well and going out for the lead. Sweet Harmony on the inside, challenged by the favorite Love Reigns on the outside. It is Love Reigns, and she reigns supreme here, winning by 3 lengths.
Alabama Week highlights. Oxymore, sensational. Skidmore, Love Reigns did her thing in the Bolton Landing. Nest, championship caliber in the Alabama. Andy, is it over? Has she done enough to cement a 3-year-old filly championship, in your opinion?
If she hasn't, and somehow she loses it, at this point it feels almost criminal. Now, to be fair, if somehow Secret Oath won the distaff, which feels like a 100-to-1 shot, and maybe a short price at that, then I guess she could make a claim to win it, but I find it hard to believe, and to me, she's the 3-year-old champion. It's
2 blowout wins here at the Grade 1 level for Nest, strictly the leader of the division for 3-year-old fillies. But we're going to go in a different direction for the Miller Lite highlight of the week. Instead, it's going to be a couple of Steve Asmussen debut runners. Starting with this one, Richie, Echo again. Good God, what did this colt show you?
Man, look at the way he reaches for the ground. I mean, he's just got such a beautiful striding. When he was asked, you could visibly see him reach even further and dig down, and his stride never deteriorated. He ran under the wire, through the wire, with his legs up underneath him, and we'll see horses win by wide margins, but they're not always moving as pretty at the end. He was still strong at the wire.
Great name, too. Yeah. Echo again. Not just the Echo Zulu comparison, but Echo again. Yep. I love that name, and I like this horse a lot.
24 hours later, Andy, introducing Grand Love for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, it's funny, there were some horses with experience that had run that took a lot of money, so she paid a very generous price, getting a buyer in the mid-80s. She's not quite as fast as the Chocolate Gelato we saw. Now, unfortunately, Prank is on the shelf, but right now she comes out of the Saratoga as one of the more impressive maiden winners of either sex, but certainly of the fillies, and quite a weekend for Steve Asmussen.
Gunrunner assembly line. Miller Lite, it's official domestic beer of Saratoga Racecourse. It is Miller time often for Steve Asmussen here at Saratoga in terms of performances like that, and well represented in the Travers coming up on Saturday, not to mention Jackie's Warrior and several others. That's on Saturday. The Wednesday program rolls on off the turf of the main track for the upcoming 3rd race. Horses in the paddock, New York breds, $40,000 maiden claimers. There is Built to Last, current second choice with 17 minutes to post on Ukraine Day at Saratoga.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of War Front proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Domestic spending to take the lead and win State of Rest to win it here by a length.
Ocean Road running a giant race. Here comes Ocean Road after going to Vegas. Ocean Road
The old stories of the Saratoga canoe are ones of myths, fables, and legends. As early as 1927, the canoe, just blue, was coupled with graceful white swans in the infield lake. Folks say these symbols of the spa meant that the racing season was near. Now it gets darker. One story actually hinted that the canoe was there just in case a horse player intending to drown himself changed his mind. Another myth was that the canoe provided unlucky bettors with transportation home to Manhattan via the Hudson River. Enough of the speculation. The story of the canoe in more recent times is easier to tell. In 1962, fans returned to the track to find that the blue paint had been covered over with the colors of Calumet Farm, whose horse, Beau Prince, had won the 1961 Travers. Since that year, the old canoe gets a new makeover after every running of the Travers Stakes. A 55-year-plus, more palatable standing tradition. The stories, if that canoe could talk, my favorite, still Richie, the horse owner waking up with the canoe like in her swimming pool.
Yeah.
That was too good.
Steeplechase riders put it down in Miss Stidham's pool and then called the police on her and said that she took the canoe. She was a very good sport about it, too.
The police fell for that story? I don't think they bought that. I don't think Peggy brought that one down. You know, I got to tell you, if I decide to try to drown myself after a tough beat, it's not going to be in the infield in Saratoga.
Yes, no. Handicappers, no matter how bad it's going, stay away from the lake at Saratoga. The canoe, Godolphin blue for the time being. It will look different Sunday morning as we get closer to the 153rd running of the Travers Stakes, and we get closer to the third race with horses in the paddock. Off the turf of the main track, New York bred $40,000 maiden claimers at 5.5 furlong dash. Built to last 2-1. Tommy Gunn to the outside. Maggie, odds on at 4-5. What are you seeing in the paddock?
It feels like the public has the right favorite singled out here as number 12. Tommy Gunn is just that for trainer George Weaver, making his fifth start. Last time out, took all the pressure down on the inside and was the one who outlasted everyone else, even catching Cupid, who finished behind him that day. He was able to return and win with the 71 buyer. And this horse, he's just incredibly well turned out here in the paddock. I mean, just coat and conditioning just looks sensational. I don't mind the fact that he has to go the 5.5 here. He's a very engaged horse. You know, he's sharp, he's forward. And two, actually, it looks as though they may have cut the blinkers back on him just a tad. He was wearing a Fuller Cup, I think, last time out. But a cheater cup today with that shadow roll for the second start with blinkers. We did see a marked improvement with that equipment change last time out. Number 13, full complement. I actually think I picked him in the beginning of the meet when he came to try the 7 furlong maiden special weight. He was a lot more relaxed that day, trying the 7 furlongs. But in the race, I should say in the preliminaries he was, but in the race he broke a touch slow, and then it looked as though he tried to kind of run off a bit with apprentice rider Jose Gomez, who will be back aboard yet again today. I think getting back to the 5.5 and 2, he's a lot more sharp here in the paddock, at least today, will mitigate that running off and wasting too much energy, kind of going against your rider's wishes a bit. If he can break sharp, which he did 2 back, I think it puts him in a nice stalking trip from the outside. He looks great here once again, and furthermore, he and Built to Last are the 2 dropping into this condition for the first time, which I think does sometimes speak volumes. Lafitte.
Full complement, Maggie, at 6-1 if you like him. Jose Gomez aboard. Odds-on favorite will break to his inside, and Tommy Gunn entered main track only. He's only raced on dirt. Let's go back to Tommy Gunn's latest. Opening day, off the class drop, Andy. Tommy Gunn is in front. There he is, but on opening day was able to make the lead and ran exceptionally well.
He did. I mean, he lost to a very well-meant horse that was dropping a majority partner who won for Jeremiah Englehart. He ran, one of the better races that he's really ever run for George Weaver. I think he makes a lot of sense in this race. I don't think he should be 4-5 because I think there are things to like about maybe even the 4, but particularly the 11 and the 13 as well. They're betting this horse like it's kind of a fait accompli, and I don't think it is. His other races are okay. He ran against better horses. He ran credible races, but still, he's had 4 chances. He's never been a really short price, though, but I think there are things to like about the 13 based on his last race, and I think there's things to like about the 11 based on his last dirt race.
Tommy Gunn, Irad Ortiz looking for back-to-back wins. And then you'll see Kingston as the horses make their way front side of Post Parade very shortly. Kingstown, I should say, at 6-1. There he is. Entered main track only. Mark Hennig got that first win of the meet last week. His last main track race, mid-May Belmont. Good surface, Andy. He pretty much does everything but win.
When I talk about how Mark Hennig, who got a win here the other day, had that bad Belmont where he was 0-for, and I say there were 5 or 6 horses that really should have won, this was one of them. He was battling it out on the front end in a pace that basically collapsed here. And as you can see, they finished over 7 lengths clear of the third-place finisher, while the winner, who I believe was favored, just sat this perfect trip and made a run to him. And this is what happens when a trainer's going bad. You run this great race, and usually, like the horse to the inside, they usually win when they're sort of holding him off. And this was just, I mean, it's painful to watch. I can see your face, Richie.
Well, I remember covering that race and thinking he had come back and rooting for Mark because he was, you know, just not having a good meet. And it looked like he won, and it looked like he won again there.
Well, he lost the bob. If you saw, I thought he won, and then I saw the slow-mo, and I went, oh, my gosh, this horse lost. So, now, that was a weaker field. I'm not going to deny it. But I still think it was an effort that was better than it looks. And I look for horses like that at prices. And I think both the 11 and 13 ran better in their last starts than his last dirt race and the 13's last actual race. They're a little better than they look, and that's why 6-1 is kind of inviting on either one.
Kingstown, lightly raced 4-year-old gelding, just his 4th career start. Post Parade. There's Built to Last and Javier Castellano's second choice.
Well, should be part of the pace, right? Built to Last?
Yeah, I would think so. I'm not sure he's as fast as some of the horses outside.
All the defections, surface switch, main track only, Magic Truck first-time starter.
But it was a main track only. There was a horse entered in main track only first time out, for what it's worth. Not entered for the turf.
Kingstown, there he is at 6-1.
Yeah, Mark's horses are running well. He had a long shot run second earlier in the day, and his horse should get better.
Wow, 4-5, Andy Tommy Gunn.
Yeah, Tommy Gunn is fast from the outside. He should be attending the pace that I think Built to Last will be contesting.
And on the outside, full complement.
I think full complement could be clear, to be honest with you. With the way Gomez rides, I think he's supposed to blast off. This horse is much quicker than he looks. He got a little left last time and rushed up into a pace that collapsed. His last race better than it looks, and I think he could be the speed here with the right ride, and he could wire the field.
Something to watch right from the start. Third race coming up in 6 minutes. And today you can bet Saratoga with Naira Bets. You're going to get a $20 bonus. Wager at least $200 at Saratoga. You'll get a $20 back, win or lose. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in and start earning your bonus now. Build that bankroll, getting closer to the Travers on Saturday. Circling back to Built to Last. Key to success for him this afternoon, Andy, for Tom Morley and Javier Castellano.
Well, he would have to transfer his good turf form to the dirt. Now, he does have that one dirt race where he got a 71 buyer behind the talented Best Idea, who just got up to win by a nose here and has run consistent fast figures since that race. The other dirt races are not as good. You have to kind of hope he's just in better form, and maybe that speed helps him, but I think he's going to face some pressure from horses outside.
Here's a horse outside, Kingstown, trained by Mark Hennig, standing by with Maggie.
So pleased to be joined here by Mark Hennig and a little one too, Callan, your grandson, Mark. You constantly have your family out here, you and your wife Rosemary as well. Isn't it so important at the racetrack to have your family here?
Right, as you know, the family support is awesome, and they're our biggest fans. This little guy got his first win photo the other day, so he's happy. But no, it's a big part of it for us.
And you send out Kingston in here. He's going back to the dirt, back to a maiden 40. What are you looking for with him? Because his first start, he broke so quickly, and then it seems as though that speed's kind of eluded him a little bit in his last two.
Yeah, well, the turf race was definitely not the best.
Mommy Brooke, he was just getting into it, Brooke.
But the turf race wasn't the best choice, probably. But it was kind of where we were at with Belmont ending, and the owners wanted to kind of make sure they got to run for the tag up here because it's important to win races here. They're a local family, so that kind of what we did. We ran him over his head last time, basically.
Mark, I know it can be frustrating when your horses are running well, but they're not getting to the winner's circle. As we've seen with your barn, what is the worst thing that a trainer can do when you feel like you have to do something, but it's just not all clicking?
Yeah, you can't panic. I mean, you know, I'm old enough to have been through this before when it happens. And like I think we had like a dozen seconds in the last couple months, and it just felt like, you know, but you start complaining about seconds and then they don't run. Then they run fourth, you know. So you just gotta to live through it, you know.
Ride the wave.
It can't go on forever.
This is so true. Hoping Kingston can break you out once again here, Mark. Thank you so much for your time, and it was so nice to catch up with Baby Callan.
Thanks, Meg.
Mark Hennig setting out Kingston here, as he said this is the right spot for him, Lafitte.
At 5-1, and Richie, maybe easier said than done, sticking with what typically works and maybe something you learned with more experience when you were riding. How hard was it not to try and go back and reinvent the wheel when things just weren't going well?
It's really hard not to try to make things happen as opposed to allow things to happen. You get caught in a slump. It's a vortex, and you almost got to remind yourself to slow down and say, okay, I'm going to start riding and get a check. You know, then you ride horses perfectly, and you're in position, and other people make mistakes. You alluded that before. Other people get involved too soon or move a little early or, you know, make a mistake, and then you benefit from it. But when you start pressing, that's just a recipe for disaster.
Well, I mean, I hate to use the phrase that has become overused, but it's the correct one. It's trust the process. And it doesn't matter what you're doing, whether you're riding or training or handicapping or so many other things. If you have a process that's worked for you in the past, you have to just stick to it and continue to do that and try not to deviate from it because things aren't going well. It's really when you deviate that you don't give yourself a chance to break out.
Hard to have that discipline, though, when things aren't
especially
going
for
right.
like a young rider that you're looking at right there, Jose Gomez. Of course, things are going well for him. Your top selection, full compliment for trainer Jimmy Jerkins.
I just thought that he's going to get a good trip from the outside. He didn't break particularly well last time, but the outside post kind of mitigates that. Even if he didn't break it, you know, as sharp as he can, he's not going to get buffeted about between horses. And I just have this feeling, and I think Andy's looking at the race a little different than I am. I think he'd think the 13 could maybe make the lead.
He is
there.
the fastest horse if he breaks.
If he makes the lead, I'm fine with that. But if he doesn't, and the 4 and the 12 get to chewing on each other, I think he's in a good spot as well.
Well, that's fine, and that's possible. I prefer to be in the lead, but I don't think that's, you're not wrong, it's not possible. But, you know, I think people look at the 4 and think he has that sprint speed on the turf. Well, he's a horse that seems to be faster in the turf with his speed than he is in the dirt. You look at his dirt races, he's not nearly as fast as he is in the turf. And, of course, the fractions are faster as the turf racing is faster. You see turf sprints for mediocre horses at Belmont going 107. You certainly don't see that in the dirt. They're going 112.
Sure.
So when you see these much faster fractions, you have to take into account these are races that are being run 4 seconds faster than they are in the dirt. So people tend to see those fractions and think they're much faster. They're not.
That's fair.
Check in with Maggie with more on full complement, who we're still looking at with Jose Gomez.
I agree with what Andy had said about him possibly working out to be the main speed in here. I know that it isn't that apparent on paper, but like I said back in the paddock, this horse was very, very quiet and relaxed. And then in the preliminaries, and then when they sprung the latch and he broke slow, which kind of he was hinting at doing, then he said, oh my gosh, I'm in a race, and he kind of ran off. So that's not what you want to happen when you're going the 7 furlongs. Today he has been on it, sharp, sharp, sharp. I think we'll see him return, like I said, to that effort, 2 back, in which we saw him forwardly placed. So he's looking great out on the track, but granted, so was your favorite Tommy Gunn in here. Much the horse to beat. Much the horse to beat again, Lafitte.
Trainer George Weaver, odds on at 4-5, Tommy Gunn. Go ahead.
I think the edge in this race from a betting perspective is the 4 is supposed to be the 4th choice. Built to Last is really the 4th likely winner here. He was an overwhelming favorite in the turf. Unfortunately, Tom Morley, the race got rained off. He had such a great spot from the turf. But that doesn't matter in the betting. He is being bet off of turf form, and his dirt form probably makes him the 4th choice here. So the value isn't built in by him being the 2nd choice at 5-2. In my opinion, win or lose.
Morley with a serious contender in the feature a little bit later on. Off the turf in the main track at 1.25 miles. Race number 9, the John's Call. Filing into the gate. Odds on here. Tommy Gunn at 4-5. Johnny I standing by with the call to start the early pick 4 from Saratoga.
Waiting for Tommy Gunn. and full complement. There in the gate. And they're off. A hesitant beginning for number 10, Magic Truck, and he trails the field. Built to Last is out for the early lead, with a Tommy Gun running in second. Full complement is on the outside, next in third. Then comes Kingstown in fourth, and a 7 or 8 length break back to the first-time starter, Magic Truck, who trails the field. And they go into the far turn now. It is Built to Last by a length through a quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds. It's Built to Last on top here, with Tommy Gun now getting closer on the outside in second, 2.5 lengths to full complement. And on the inside is Kingstown as they come for the top of the stretch. And it is Built to Last still in front here. Now Kingstown moves through down at the rail. Tommy Gun is on the outside as they head for the 16th pole. It is Built to Last in front here. On the inside is Kingstown. Now a 16th out with Built to Last holding on to the lead. Kingstown in second, and it will be Built to Last to take this off the turfer. Kingstown was second, then Tommy Gun, and further back, full complement.
Tom Morley kept him in, and it all worked out with Built to Last in the third at Saratoga. Javier Castellano, and winning going away.
He was much the best in here. I was wrong about him being the value in the race. The value in the race was betting on him, as it turns out. The 12 stumbled badly at the start. Obviously, it compromised him badly. And I'm not saying the 13 would have won, but I don't know why Jose Gomez grabbed his head after the start and just didn't make any attempt to be forward. Now, maybe he's riding to instructions, but you know what? When Jose Gomez has had his success by being aggressive, don't get away from it.
Tommy Gun, Richie, what happens?
Yeah, watch Tommy Gun the 12. He's going to stumble, but he stumbles for about 3 strides. I mean, he's going forward, but it took him a good 3, maybe 4 strides to kind of get back up on his feet. That allowed the 4 Built to Last to make the lead, particularly when they weren't intent on the lead with the 13-horse full complement. So the complexion of the race completely changed at the break with the stumbling of the 12 and the aggressive ride by Javier Castellano from the inside that actually made the lead. It does look like Jose Gomez asked a little bit leaving there, and he looked over and he saw, and this is why it's important to be aggressive. He looked over and saw Javier being aggressive, and he said, oh, okay, I'll follow.
I don't know why you do that. And I wouldn't have won the race, but I don't know why you do that.
Would you take it upon yourself to try to discourage other riders? Like, I'm going to force him to take back by how aggressive I am from the start.
Well, absolutely. In a way, it's almost like an elaborate game of chicken. I'm not going to blink. I'm doing this, and you figure out what you want to do, but I'm going. And that discourages guys. If you have that mindset that you are not taking any prisoners, it makes other guys adjust around you. And how about the meet Tom Morley's having now? His 6th win from less than 30 starters.
He's got 2 favorites in the rest of the card as well. He's got the horse on the outside, and I think the 7th race today. That horse will be, or the 8th race, I guess. That horse will be a real favorite. Last Chance at Glory, and he's going to be a big favorite in the stake. Tom could win 3. The same 3 looked like he'd win if we were on the turf.
Tie to the sea in the John's Call. Morley pulled off that big upset in the Lure on the undercard of the Whitney. Strikes here in the 3rd race. Tom Morley with Built to Last. Javier Castellano, 4, 11, 12, 13. We'll have those results when our coverage continues. Kicking off Travers Week at Saratoga. And it's not just about the Travers. The superstars will be out. Jackie's Warrior, all set for the Forgo. Clariere, one of the top older mares in the country, beautifully bred, all set for the Personal Ensign. And Jack Christopher, how will he respond to the first loss of his career in the Haskell? We'll find out in the Allen Jerkins Grade 1 after Grade 1 on Saturday.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
It is.
As we are proudly brought to you by Run Happy, now standing in stall number 1, the champion sprinter at Claiborne Farm. Pleased to be joined in the winner's circle, and I gotta go fast because there's a lot of work to do today. That's Mr. Morley. Tom, congratulations. Built to Last, the only horse that stayed in the body of the race in this off-the-turf event. Talk about your decision to leave him in.
Yeah, he's had 3 starts on dirt, and he's only really disappointed in one of them. And he was stuck down inside at Aqueduct, and he didn't break cleanly enough, and he took a lot of dirt. And I said to Javier, I said, look, as far as I'm concerned, you have to go for the lead. And if you can get the lead, then he'll be very, very hard to beat here. And if Irad clears you, get outside. Don't take any dirt. But he broke incredibly sharp. And he's not a bad horse on dirt. He's probably a couple of lengths better on grass, but he's not a bad horse on dirt.
Now another one you're going to have to do the same thing with. The feature today, John's Call. Tide of the Sea, we saw him rained off last time. I thought he ran a valiant third in that effort. What is the game plan today, going the mile and a quarter yet again on the dirt?
We've got to get to the front. Simple as that. Javi's riding superbly. He rides fantastically on the front end. We'll be going for that, the lead, and we'll let him just leave it to Javier after that.
I think you've done well doing that, this Pete up here. So congratulations with Built to Last. Best of luck later.
Thank you, darling.
All right. Busy man, that Mr. Morley Lafitte.
It's always an entertaining interview. Says, Javi, go to the lead, wash, rinse, repeat. Worked here. We'll see how it works out in the stakes race later today.
Yeah, I think you could feel pretty confident when you've got a guy that's already inducted in the Hall of Fame riding your horses and is riding in good form. Tell him what you want, and then turn the keys of the car over to him.
Worked for sure.
In the third, be a big afternoon, Tom Morley. Entering the winner's circle with Javier Castellano. Built to Last. Graduates in his 9th career start. Built to Last. His second choice, I believe, at post time, 5-2. $7.10, $4, $2.30. Kingstown having to settle for second. The stumble for the odds-on favorite. His race over before it started. Tommy Gunn. Built to Last in the third. We turn the page, race number 4. $32,000 claiming sprint here. Andy, what'd you come up with in the fourth?
Well, I think the horse to beat is Cathedral Beach off the claim Freddie Barker after a big win against Lesser last time out. So I'm a little dubious the horses that are shipping in from out of town, though they're not impossible. But I like the 6 Solippo. I'm hoping second off the layoff, he'll run a little bit better in here. He comes out of a much tougher field where the pace totally held together, and he has good back races. Not confident, but I think at a little bit of a price, he's worth a shot.
About 25 minutes to post, race number 4 here at Saratoga on Saturday with the 153rd running of the Run Happy Travers. And make no mistake, one of the biggest days of the year anywhere. The 6 stakes races, all graded, 5 of the grade 1 variety. And let's start with the grade 1 Forgo. And one of the most popular, exciting thoroughbreds in training, Richie, Jackie's Warrior, looking for another grade 1 victory for trainer Steve Asmussen, coming off that easy win in the Alfred G. Vanderbilt.
Yeah, comes off a win that should propel him forward. Talk about prep races. he was like a paid public workout. He is a beautiful individual, a big, strong horse. Not your typical sprinter build either. You know, almost gives you the impression that he'd want to go further, and he's shown that he doesn't. He's a sprinter, and going fast comes easy to this fellow.
And Andy, specifically here at Saratoga, where Jockey, since his 2-year-old season, has been at his very, very best.
A lot of the right races for this horse were run at Saratoga, but I think a right race for Jockey's Warrior is basically any one he runs in. And I'll tell you the truth, you know, you wish if Flightline had been around this year, they probably would have considered taking a shot in the Met Mile. I don't blame them for skipping that one because he'd run very well at a mile. His Champagne was absolutely terrific. He's been sensational this year. I bet against him. I do think Cody's Wish might be an interesting horse against him. I want to take a look at the PPs when we draw the races. But you have to admire Jockey's Warrior, his consistency and his brilliance.
Jacks are wild. From Jockey's Warrior to Jack Christopher in the race Jockey's Warrior won last year here on the undercard of the Travers. Jack Christopher, and that's the question, Andy. How's he going to respond after the Haskell, the first defeat of his career? Aside from that, in one-turn races, he's been brilliant.
Yeah, I don't think he's sitting in his stall feeling like deflated and feeling like
Probably
he's
not.
a failure and he's going to go out and embarrass himself. You know, Chad Brown won this race with Practical Joke, who was turning back off a third-place finish in the Haskell a few years ago. And he's been nothing short of brilliant. I'll tell you something. If he wins this race, and let's just say, and there's a lot of ifs in there, he goes on and wins the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. And Epicenter doesn't win the Travers, and Early Voting doesn't win it, and Cyberknife doesn't win it. Isn't it a possibility he's 3-year-old of the year? I mean, isn't he very much in contention for it? A lot of ifs there, but this is a very good horse.
There is a path forward to the 3. A lot of things would have to happen, but sure.
I'm just surprised for a guy who is so kind of practical about these things. You very rarely deal in ifs and ands.
Well, no, I think that nobody would mention him as a contender for 3-year-old of the year. And I do think he actually is a contender for 3-year-old year because I'll tell you something.
If he runs the table for whatever they put in front of him, yes.
Let me ask you a question. At what he does well,
sure.
Would you disagree that he's the most talented 3-year-old we've seen so far this year?
Well, he's the fastest 3-year-old.
Right.
Yeah, no,
So, I mean,
absolutely. And he's getting back to what he wants to do. And that's, I think, being a one-turn horse. I think he's great up to a mile.
Right. It's always going to take an odd circumstance for a sprinter type to win an Eclipse Award. But it's certainly not impossible, especially when you look at this year where things are spread. And keep in mind, Epicenter, who is terrific, and his way the horse beat the Travers, he still hasn't won a Grade 1 yet.
That's hard to believe, but for the favorite in the Travers would be a first Grade 1 victory. And for trainer Steve Asmussen, loaded. Clariere going head-to-head once again with Malathot here, Richie, and a little bit of a budding rivalry that we have here. They'll throw it down again on the personal instant.
Yeah, I'd be honest with you. I was waiting for the blinkers to go on Malathot. I thought it was going to make a big difference. I didn't see it make any difference whatsoever. She ran the same kind of race, and Clariere just looks like she made a bigger step from 3 to 4. She just may be a better horse now.
I totally agree with that. Having said that, if you go back to the Ogden Phipps, and Search Results runs the race she ran in the Phipps, and she's able to stalk and not aggressively run after Latruska, I don't think either of these horses are going to beat her. Now, those are a lot of ifs. And right now, Clariere is the clear leader of this division. But a lot can change after this race on Saturday.
One of the best efforts in a losing cause this year, what Search Results did in the Ogden Phipps on the undercard of the Belmont Stakes. Search Results, what are you expecting from her, Andy, going after Clariere and Malathot once again in the personal incident?
If she is in the race, and I believe she's going to run very well and be the horse to beat. Chad Brown was on the fence whether he wanted to run her. He took her to Monmouth, decided to skip running against those 2 Tigers up here, and she got the trip she needed. Keep in mind, second-place finisher, who had a very good trip in this race, came back and won with a good trip in the Summer Colony, which wasn't a bad race, but it certainly flatters this race, and it flatters Search Results. And I'll go even further than what you said. I defy you, and I'm not saying you don't believe this, but I defy anyone to give me a tougher loss in a big Grade 1 race for a horse that ran, because she ran the best race that day. Anybody that argues against that is lying.
Knowing that if she was going to do that, if she was going to take it to Latruska the way she did, I would have figured she would have finished back where Latruska did,
was easy.
and she was right there.
Latruska. She did all the dirty work
a champion.
and put Latruska away, who is not only fast, will fight you for it.
And she was running the 16th pole.
And this filly didn't change leads that day as well, and she changed leads perfectly in the Molly Pitcher.
That's interesting because she's been a horse that's had issues changing leads in the past.
Yeah, going back to her 3-year-old season. And the big crowd are going to have to, big audience will see her on Saturday. All part of the Travers coverage on Fox. Color that Canooby on Sunday. The Travers on Fox, 153rd edition, the Midsummer Derby. Championship implications very much alive. What a day of thoroughbred racing as we get closer to the marquee event of Saratoga every summer. Today's racing continues, and when we come back, jockey Trevor McCarthy, the jockey, husband, father. You're going to meet the McCarthys. That's next on Saratoga Live. You're watching on Fox Sports 2.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig Sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Charlatan.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Hi, my name's Trevor McCarthy. This is my wife, Katie McCarthy, and our daughter, Riley. I wanted to be a jockey, through my dad. He was a jockey for 22 years, and I was able to be around him, and being around the horses was a main thing that I just fell in love with. And, look, I've been riding for 10 years now, and this is something that I've wanted to do at a young age, and probably the only thing that I ever thought about doing. And, I just took it and ran. I ride the 4th race here at Saratoga today for trainer Rudy Rodriguez, and my horse's name is Day. All right, have a good day.
Thanks.
Love
Good
you.
luck.
Love you.
Good luck,
Bye-bye.
Daddy. He went to the jocks room. Trevor, he gets to the room early to lose weight, get ready, prepare, and, it's good for him. Just keeps his mind straight and doesn't, have to worry too much. So let's go get a beer. Can I try that summer? Yay. I think I'm gonna come back this winter. It's about what you love and enjoy doing. I've worked 9-10 years of riding, and just because I had a child doesn't mean I feel that I should just stop what I love doing. We're heading to the paddock. Gonna watch Daddy ride the 4th race, and I just bought a hat, so hopefully it brings us a lot of luck. We're gonna root for Daddy, woo! Go Daddy, go!
On the rough, go for it, broke well on the outside. Valenzen Day is right there as they move up the back stretch. It is.
Yeah, we had a really great break today. Our intention was to get a good break, and there was a ton of speed in the race, and usually he doesn't show that kind of speed. So for him to be up on the lead was kind of a shocker, and look, we just tried to keep him there, keep him comfortable, and you know, he just didn't have any finish today. And my dad said there's going to be plenty more that you're going to be expecting to win, and they're not going to win all the time. Yeah, Riley, she's almost 8 months now, and you know, it's definitely made you work a little bit harder, and you know, it's not about you anymore in your career. It's kind of about her, and you know, trying to give my family the best life that I can possibly give them, and you know, it's just it's a great motivation.
Great stuff from ABR, as always. Our coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Trevor McCarthy will be riding Zen Master momentarily. Tall rider, good rider, busy man, beautiful family, the McCarthys. Now he's only 5-2. Rich Strike was not 5-2. Live look, 80-1 Kentucky Derby shocker. Only one race since. Schooling in the paddock, dull in the Belmont Stakes. Statement race for him in the Travers on Saturday. Maggie standing by with this race 4 paddock report, and she's going to tell you what she's noticing from Rich Strike, who has been full of energy, Maggie, since he stepped off the van.
Lafitte, though, he's cool as a cucumber, as we say, here in the paddock. He walked in here with the utmost ease, so we do see a lot of media around him. I guess once you win the Kentucky Derby, you have to get used to people taking your picture, and he certainly has. And if anything, obviously the last time I saw him was early June for the Belmont Stakes, and I think he's actually gotten a bit longer in his frame, which was my main criticism of him trying that 1.5-mile distance. So getting back to 1.25 miles here for this weekend's Travers, I think makes a lot of sense. Like I said, he's having a little bit of a look of a one-hit wonder, but again, like what I see here in the paddock. So let's take a look at some of the runners assembled here for today's 4th race, claiming 32 for straight 3-year-olds, as we'll take a look at number 4, Colespur, coming in off a bit of a layoff and the voided claim last time. Now, watching that race, maybe he came up a bit short, but it always felt as though Hennig boys was going to win that race, and he was just kind of second best. Now, Ron Moquette's horses often do fool me because he does a great job with regards to horsemanship, with bringing them over looking really well conditioned and healthy, and that's exactly what I'm observing here with Colespur. So he was flattered too, though, when the horse that finished 3rd behind him came back to win with an 86 buyer. So needless to say, I do like what I see from Colespur today, as number 5 is Zen Master. He comes in off of some Mid-Atlantic tries for Brittany Russell. Last time out, I thought, you know, maybe it wasn't the... I got the decision, you know, you only have a split second to make a decision as a rider, but he was kind of wrangled back when he wanted to go forward, and subsequently the horse who went out in front of him wired the field that day. Now, the horse that finished 2nd, he returned with a 77 buyer in winning, and Zen Master comes in here. He looks very healthy for Brittany, and again, one that I like what I'm seeing from him physically, and I think the cut back to at least a 6.5 today should at least help him a bit. Obviously, he's a horse that has won at 7, so he's capable here, and we'll see how aggressive they are with him. He has been laid back so far in the paddock, but certainly a horse that can be prominent in the running, Lafitte.
Zen Master to be ridden by Trevor McCarthy. These $32,000 claimers. 3-year-old, 6.5 furlongs, and another look at Rich Strike. Richie, what do you think? What are you observing?
Well, he looks great. I mean, he's carrying terrific weight. His energy level's been high since he's gotten to Saratoga. He really could not look any better from a physical perspective. He's got 2 races in his life. He broke his maiden for 30 by 17 lengths, got claimed that day at Churchill Downs, and he won the Kentucky Derby. His only other start at Churchill Downs. I don't know what you're going to get on Saturday. I have a hard time seeing him win. Now, he won the Derby. That was shocking.
But he ran. It wasn't Giacomo slow.
Look,
it wasn't meltdown.
No,
the last horse down.
He
ran. No,
it was
but
a
he
meltdown.
ran. But he
no,
ran.
No, I'm not knocking him. But he got the same kind of situation as Giacomo. It's a great. But he showed up on the right day, and we were talking off camera. It's a good story. I'm never going to bet him, neither with anybody up here. But if he won, it would be a great story. I'd love to see him finish 3rd or 2nd. 3rd. So it gives him some credibility. It says that he doesn't totally not belong with this group. And I think that would be reasonable. Is that likely to happen? I don't know, but I love that he's here. And talking to Eric Reed, as I have at both the Belmont Draw and here, I've really grown to like him. He's very forthcoming. He's very honest about his horse. He's not full of all that trainer speak. He really is straightforward, and I appreciate that a lot. And he understands just like we do. If he was sitting up here, he'd be the exact same thing we are.
Yeah.
And he shouldn't have, yeah, it's like almost expecting someone to apologize for winning a Kentucky Derby. You can't take it away from him. And when I'm saying it, there are meltdowns where it's a stagger fest to the wire. That's, yes, you're
That's
right,
fair.
Abs, but he ran.
No, that's fair. That's very fair.
No,
I
he
think that is
finished
fair.
his last
Right.
quarter. He was running, no doubt. I just, it would surprise me if he won the Travers. It shocked me that he won the Derby. How's that? Maybe that's
I feel exactly the same way you do. I think we all agree on this. But he's still a neat story. We're glad he's here. And listen, the Kentucky Derby winner is a story for the rest of his life. You can never take that away from, because these are the horses that people know,
And
the general public.
If they're rounding the far turn on Saturday and he finds his stride and he starts passing rivals, this place is going to light up.
No question.
Light
I
up.
mean, I'm the most cynical person there is, but you have to recognize the reality, and you have to enjoy it, too. There's so many different parts of this sport that are great. And the fact that he's a story is a great story.
He's still an underdog. The Derby winner is an underdog. Many believe he's still just a fluke. And we'll see what he can't wait to see what he does on Saturday in the Travers. Post-parade, there's Never Early, first half of the entry.
Yeah, Never Early has races that can win as a new gelding, but Jeffrey Englehart's barn was on fire when he was running well, and they've been very cold since.
The Met, 2 for 1, you're getting 5 to 1.
Well, you'd be getting 25 to 1 or higher had he been running on his own. So if you like the Met, you can't bet him.
Rondo, Johnny Velazquez.
Yeah, shipping in for Lacey Gaudet, who has done well in the past shipping into Saratoga.
9 to 2. Then the favorite, number 3 in Cathedral Beach for Eddie Barker.
He ran very well last time against an overmatched field, but the fourth horse did come back and win a race this weekend.
Cole Spur Overlay at 7 to 1.
Yeah, definitely an overlay, a horse that should be involved early, too. Runs his best when he's involved.
Zen Master, second choice at 5 to 2 with Trevor McCarthy.
Certainly not impossible in form. Another horse that's dropping down in this race, but Brittany Russell's horses have not run as well in New York as they have down in Maryland.
Andy's top selection, Salippo.
Yeah, a closer from the outside and should get ample pace to close into.
The field for the fourth race of 10 here at Saratoga. $32,000 claimer, 6.5 furlongs with Cathedral Beach at 2 to 1. All right, Andy, Cathedral Beach is most recent here at Saratoga, and an easy win, albeit against considerably softer.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a much stronger, deeper group. But it's not like there's any Tigers in here, and the 77 buyer he ran that day would probably win this race. He's got tactical speed. He can put himself in the game. He shouldn't be compromised. And you don't see Eddie Barker claim too many horses. And he has some success with the limited ones he's trained. No, recently he hasn't, but in the past he has. I just think he's a very logical horse. I don't love him, but I think 5 to 2 is a fair price on him.
Cathedral Beach, Manny Franco. Salippo, Andy's top selection. How'd you wind up with him on top with Eric Cancel?
He has back races that are good enough to win. His last race won't win it, but he was closer to the pace than he's most comfortable, and it was a race where the speed completely held together, and it was a much, much better field. Now, as far as Eric Cancel, who obviously, has a lower percentage of rider, but the thing about Eric is, one of the things I criticize for is he's not a rider that looks to be forward. He lost a race here over the weekend. He should have won because he was unaggressive, and Irad Ortiz took advantage of that. This is not a speed horse. So if Eric's riding a horse that comes from behind, I feel as though those are the kind of horses he's probably most comfortable on. So I just thought if he went up at 5 to 1 or so, he wasn't bad dropping down against this field because I don't trust the shippers.
4 to 1, Salippo on this first day of racing. Gearing up for Travers Week, Week 7 at Saratoga, but much more important and a bigger picture, it's also Ukraine Day here at Saratoga, Maggie.
Yes, exactly, Lafitte. And so pleased to be joined by Dr. Andriy Baran. And you're also the president of the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, the Capital District. And Dr. Baran, what does it mean to you to have Ukrainian Day here at the spa today?
it means a lot because Ukraine has fallen out of the news and people forget that there's a war on and people are dying every day, thousands of them. And the need is so great. And as a first-generation Ukrainian American, I try to do all I can and all our community can to raise money. We're involved with humanitarian aid, and we try to help the refugees as well. So part of the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, we're the local branch. The organization's been in business, so to speak, for 80 years, nonprofit. Don't make a dime on anything. It's all volunteer work. And this is what we're hoping today will be successful so that some more of our boys can come home.
Yeah, exactly. And two, for people that want to help out, how can they help?
Well, the easiest thing is to go to 518ukrainians.com, 518ukrainians.com, and it's self-explanatory how you can donate. And also pay attention to the news, get on the internet, and you know, if it's not in the evening news, find out about it, because there's all kinds of things going on that no longer are being covered.
You're a successful cardiologist by day. Also, we've had so many wonderful singing and dancing people here to celebrate Ukraine. Can you tell us a little about the culture as well?
Well, you know, Ukraine's been around since, Kiev's been around since 462, outdates Moscow by 1,100 years. And we love to dance, we love to sing. We're a very joyful people and very emotional people. And it's really heartbreaking to know that I have cousins that are under a bomb threat every day, expecting that phone call. So please open your hearts, open your wallets. Remember, as President Zelensky said, you know, we don't need a ride, we need ammunition. So we don't need a ride, we need donations.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for everything you do with your organization and for Ukraine.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate NYRA and everything they've done for us. It's just beyond belief. Thank you.
Dr. Andrei Baran here for Ukrainian Day, and Lafitte, such a special cause. As he said, make sure we stay involved and help all in Ukraine.
He's absolutely right, Maggie. It's very easy to become desensitized as time passes. That's a mistake. Then you see the faces of those affected, those that have been displaced. This isn't just the start of Travers Week, this day to commemorate Ukrainian independence, 31 years since Ukraine separated from Russia, now fighting for their freedom once again. You see a lot of blue and yellow at Saratoga today. We stand with Ukraine. You see how you can get involved and donate, and in between races and the festivities and a taste of their culture, it's had a very special feel here at Saratoga this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely, and you could feel, you know, the mood there and the atmosphere from the people involved. And I honestly, I've been moved all day. We've been watching it on, we have two feeds here and watching it on the in-house feed. And we can't forget, you know, there's such a struggle going on, and anything we can do to try to alleviate some of the suffering and help in any way we can, it's incumbent upon us to do so.
An unwarranted attack on that country, and absolutely, and there really isn't anything more for me to say. It's nice that this is happening today here, but it's incredible. It's a very, very difficult situation going on there, and as he just said, it's not going away. It's not stopping just because you don't hear about it as much, or maybe you don't pay as much attention. Not you, the one, pay as much attention. Does not mean it's not going on, because it very much is.
Website again, www.ucca.org. Ukraine Day at Saratoga. It's a hard left back to the race that's about to take place. Race 4, this $32,000 claimer. 6.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds. And Richie, you wanted to go ahead?
No, I was just saying the money is really showing on my horse. That may be a good sign for Silippo, but I'm not betting him at 5-2. 5-2. Richie Zen Master at 7-2, your top selection?
Yeah, I just think this horse it landed in a good spot. It's been running, I believe, against tougher. And frankly, because I'm sitting next to the Zen Master.
It's a good point. You make a great point, Richie. You really do. And it's not Lafitte, in case anybody's wondering at home.
He's dead serious.
He thinks it is.
He's dead
Lafitte
serious.
Thinks he is the Zen Master, but
he is
not.
Dead serious.
He's not.
I'm with Andy.
I pointed at Andy, didn't I?
You did. It was obvious you were talking about everybody but Lafitte.
You know how much meditating I have to do before I sit down with this guy? Peace, calm, patience.
Get to that happy, centered place.
Over at Congress Park.
And then 1 minute here with me, and it's all out the window.
Yeah, it gets me through the first break, usually. Usually.
I just go, serenity now.
That's right. Zen Master At 3-1. Cathedral Beach 2-1, the favorite as they reach the starting gate. Who do you think makes the early lead here, Andy? What are we looking for right off the bat?
That's a good question. You know, it's interesting because there isn't a ton of speed in any of the 2, the 4, the 5. All these horses can be forward in here. And once again, around here, it's going to be who seizes the bull by the horns. And with those riders in here, John Velazquez has to go from the rail. But I can't imagine Trevor McCarthy's looking to take back because he is aggressive.
See how it all unfolds. Johnny I standing by. Race 4 live, Saratoga.
And they're off. Never Early and the Met as they race up the backstretch. It is Never Early who has the early lead here with Brondo down on the inside and Cathedral Beach right there. Then it's the Met who's racing in fourth, Salippo on the outside, and Cold Spur, the early trailer, is Zen Master in seventh. As they continue along with Never Early, and on the inside, it is Brondo. Not far behind is Cathedral Beach. The quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds, and now they're going into the far turn. The three of them right together there. It's Never Early, Brondo, and Cathedral Beach. Then a break of 3 lengths. Back to Zen Master, who has come on through now to take fourth. Salippo's on the outside in fifth. Cold Spur has dropped back, and at the back of the field is the Met. Never Early is clear now. Never Early's in front by 2 lengths as they head for home. The half went in 45 1. It is Never Early trying to hold off Brondo. On the outside is Zen Master. Cathedral Beach is in between horses with a 16th to the finish. It is Never Early still there. Then Cathedral Beach and Brondo. Here's Cathedral Beach with one last surge on the outside. Cathedral Beach got it narrowly over Never Early. Brondo was third, and Zen Master finished fourth.
Driving finish. Cathedral Beach surges late, picks off Never Early. Manny Franco, victory first after the claim, Eddie Barker.
And you could sort of see it mid-stretch, even though Cathedral Beach seemed to be struggling top of the stretch. And top of the stretch, you probably wouldn't have given a dime for this horse, especially at 2-1. But it was right around the 8th to 16th pole that you felt like they all hit the wall together. And suddenly Cathedral Beach seemed to be going the best of the group.
Yeah, it did. It looked like Never Early really just ran into quicksand the last 70 yards, and Cathedral Beach was keeping at it. Brondo got off the rail. Looked like he had a shot in between horses, and but Cathedral Beach on the race off the Eddie Barker claim. Congratulations, J&M Racing Stable. Good friend of mine, John Guerrero.
Victory here. And you were talking about who was going to seize the moment. It was Jose Gomez with Never Early at 8-1, and he almost stole this thing.
Gave him his best chance to win here. A tough beat for him and Jeffrey Engelhardt because he ran a winning race here. Didn't get it done. Brondo also ran well. John Velazquez gave him a nice ride. I was kind of rooting for my friends in the little Bluebird stables for him to get it done. It looked like he was going to get it done because it looked around the 8th pole that he was going better than the winner of the race, and then he kind of stopped a little bit. He ran fine. And rooting for Lacey Godet, of course, whose sister Gabby worked for us for a few years, and always looking forward to seeing them do well. But you know what? Cathedral Beach just grounded out, and happy for Eddie Barker as well.
At 2-1, and another terrific meet. Manny Franco, another winning ride here.
Very good meet. Very good meet for Manny.
Terrific.
Very good meet.
His physical prowess on display there, too.
Well, we heard an interview with him on Sunday, and you could literally feel the confidence through the screen, and what a long way that goes, if you've pointed out time and time again. Like for any athlete, how important that confidence is, believing in yourself. And right now, it's his physical attributes and mentally, he's got it all going right now.
Well, you believe in yourself. You know you can do it. You go out there, that feeling of that, how are things going to go? You know they're going to go well, and you're going to put your horses in position. And the way he finishes on horses, physically, he's just so capable.
Let's also give his agent, John Panagot, a lot of credit here. I think we give agents credits, and John Panagot involved in getting him on a lot of Chad Brown horses as well. That's helped his confidence, and Manny and John are doing a sensational job together.
I think you pointed out more wins for Chad Brown this year than any other jockey. Manny Franco continues to impress. A victory here at Cathedral Beach, awaiting those prices. Another look at the field for the Run Happy Travers, drawn yesterday. 8 3-year-olds, mile and a quarter, $1.25 million purse. Epicenter number 6, 7-5 morning line favorite. Still looking for that first Grade 1 victory of his career. Hard to believe. A couple of heartbreakers in the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness Stakes. We are going to have much more on the Travers, but we're going to reset here welcome in a brand new audience. Actually, after this break, we're going to welcome in a brand new audience as our coverage continues here on the Wednesday, starting off Travers Week at Saratoga. We'll have those results coming up. Cathedral Beach and Manny Franco. Still have the John's Call coming up a little bit later on off the turf on the main track at a mile and a quarter. There's Franco. Cathedral Beach, third lifetime victory, 2 for 2 here at Saratoga. First after the claim, Eddie Barker right to the winner's circle. Results, reaction when Saratoga Live continues. Cathedral Beach surges late, victorious in the 4th of 10. Stay tuned.
The best.
So the November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares foaled to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
All of the top broodmare prospects will be converging on a stage that you will literally have buyers from all over the world fighting it out while those horses are standing in the auction ring.
You can barely move inside the pavilion. There's so many people here, and the buzz is electric. You can't replicate that anywhere in the world, in my opinion.
To have horses in this Fasig-Tipton November sale is what all owners dream of. It means that your mare was one of the best racing on the racetrack. It's the night of the stars.
9-5, give me 10 million. 9-5, now to 9-5, 9-7, give me 10.5.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Gorgeous day now here in upstate New York. This is Saratoga Live. Welcoming in our viewers on Bally SoCal, just outside the paddock alongside Andy Serling, champion jockey Richie Migliore. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, still gearing up for the remainder of the third Wednesday program and all set for the 153rd Travers on Saturday. Field has been drawn. We'll have much more on that throughout the course of the broadcast, but today's program looks a lot different today than it did when it was originally drawn. A lot of rain last night, no turf racing, including the main event, the John's Call, Richie, which will now be run on the main track, not at a 1 5/8, instead a 1 1/4.
Yeah, no scratches. Everybody that was entered for the turf staying in, taking their chance. I feel like everybody feels the same way. Hey, if we handle it, we can get a good piece of this. Race leaves a lot to be desired. I think Tie to the Sea has a huge advantage pace-wise, probably makes the lead.
Let's be honest, it wasn't the world's best turf race either, so we'll see what happens.
We've only lost a handful of turf races the entire meet. As many, what, today? As we had the first 6 weeks? Incredible.
6 weeks, yep.
Cathedral Beach, in case you're just joining us, this was the 4th race. Late surge, never early. Brave on the lead, run down late. Rondo having to settle for 3rd. Cathedral Beach, first after the claim. Eddie Barker standing by with Maggie Wolfendale in the winner's circle.
Nice catch, Lafitte, here with Eddie Barker. And Eddie, with Cathedral Beach, it's the way you do business. You picked this guy up for 16 earlier on in the meet. You won, and you also lost him for 32 today.
That's a good profit. I mean, I'd like to do that 10 times a year.
Did he give you some anxious moments, though, as he had to grind out this victory?
He had to ride him, but I know there's got to be a little moisture in this track, and he's not crazy about it. So Manny really had to ride him, did a great job.
I was going to say, Manny Franco, just one of the strongest jocks we have in the room.
God, he's as strong as anybody in the stretch, you know. I thought if he got within 2 lengths of those horses, he would get enough to get him home, you know.
Well, we were talking about an exciting New York bred that you had, that we saw you unveil up here last year, Shipsational. We briefly had him on the Kentucky Derby Trail, subsequent injury, but you were telling me he's coming back, and he's coming back with vengeance.
He sure is. I mean, we gave him plenty of time. It was a very minor injury, but, you know, he's an exceptionally good horse, and he got all the time he needed. And, man, he's training absolutely super right now. I just keep my fingers crossed.
Yes, let's knock on some wood, and I can't wait to see him back. Eddie, congratulations here, though, with Cathedral Beach.
Thank you, Meg. Thank you.
Cathedral Beach doing Eddie proud here with the quick turnaround, but like I said, Lafitte, be on the lookout for Shipsational coming back to the races soon.
It's a good colt. Shipsational.
He was robbed. You just told me that he lost the 2-year-old of the year to Senbei, who he buried in the Joseph Jimma. I mean, I'm sorry, that's not right. He was the best 2-year-old New York bred last year, a male New York bred. He deserved it.
Comeback.
He was robbed.
Shipsational. Today's race is brought to you by Clariere Farm. No Turf Racing. Start of the pick 6, race 5. Late pick 4, John's Call, race number 9. 5th race. Coming up next, $50,000 Claimer, non-winners 3 lifetime, a mile, 3-year-olds and older, 4 to 5. Roderick with about 19 minutes to go. When we come back, the Rodriguez brothers. Rudy and his brother Gustavo, from training horses to parking cars to winning races up here and everything in between. You got to see the brothers together. Rudy and Gustavo, that story's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. 16 minutes out, race 5. You see the field and updated odds. #2, Air Show, trained by Rudy Rodriguez. #3, Good Culture, trained by brother Gustavo Rodriguez. Both trainers here in New York, the Rodriguez brothers. For Rudy, it hasn't been the summer he was hoping for here at Saratoga. For Gustavo, things have actually been going pretty well. But here's the thing, you get the brothers together, spend some time with them. You'd never know at the time which one was winning and which one wasn't.
Trainers Rudy and Gustavo Rodriguez come from a family of 10 brothers, 5 of which have worked in the thoroughbred industry. But training wasn't their first job.
I was a jockey for almost close to 17 years.
And here's the wire, and Frost Giant, a huge upset.
I broke a lot of bones. So that was easy for me to change, I guess. You know, when you're riding big horses and falling down a lot and being in the hospital a lot, you know, it's tough.
I had 2 jobs. I was working for Rick Dotro as an exercise rider, and I used to park cars, for Naira.
Over here in the back. It was in the preferred parking.
Yeah, over here. I did it for like a few years,
So
maybe more than 10
this
years.
little spot is still close.
Yeah.
Parking cars aside, the brothers decided to work together. Rudy would get his trainer's license, and Gustavo would come work for him. But that took some encouragement.
He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of like was pushing him, you know, to do it because he knew a lot of owners, and I thought maybe through him we wanted like to do our own thing, but he didn't really want to do it. And I was.
I want to keep falling out on the horses still. I want to keep riding.
And little by little, he made it.
Vijak to win the Kelso Handicap.
Dad's Caps has won the Carter.
Condo Commando was splash-tastic.
Everything seemed to be going well. Well, most of the time.
Was okay. Couple of days, you know, like everything else, you know, some days good, some days bad, but
no, for like
we keep moving along.
For like most of the time, good, you know, we used to argue and this and that. 2 minutes go by, we everything good.
This continued until a partnership with Andrew Gurdon developed with Gustavo, and he decided to go out on his own. That would pit brother against brother on the track.
My wife, she don't like it when when we run against him. She don't like it. No, because Rudy beat us a lot. Right now, if I need anything, I ask him, and he's there for us. And if he needs something, I'm there for him.
We try to put it together, you know.
Even we fight sometimes, but we right there.
You gotta fight sometimes to make it work, no?
Well, brothers will be brothers, but through it all, there is still a lot of respect between them.
He's very unique, and it's tough to be like him. He's more laid back.
Rudy's like
I just go with the flow.
He don't stop. He don't stop. Rudy, he just keep going.
I'm good. I gotta go take a shower and come back.
Gustavo and Rudy Rodriguez. Rudy never stops. Never stops.
He was like that when he was riding. He'd work more horses than anybody else in the morning. He'd ride any place, jump in the car, ride someplace else. He might show up to saddle one for a trainer that he was working for. He is a workaholic, and you see, Gus doesn't have the earbuds, but Rudy's always got
Constantly.
that earbud.
Probably
That's
listen to us. Sometimes we'll make a comment. He'll kind of look like, what'd you say? Gus, meanwhile, he's parking, never mind cars, horses in the winner's circle. Rudy Rodriguez, I don't know who Bam's Auto Body is, but their phone's ringing off the hook.
What a nice plug for Bam.
How great is Bam? And a rare distinction of a Grade 1 winning jockey and Grade 1 winning trainer.
Yeah, Frost Giant won the Suburban when it was a Grade 1 on Frost Giant. Now he trained Grade 1 winners as a trainer. I think Rudy will be the first to tell you, though, better trainer than he was a jockey.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's been a tough summer, though, thus far for Rudy Rodriguez, though. Maggie, are we going to be speaking to either of the Rodriguez brothers after this 5th race? What do you think as we get set to start the pick 6?
I mean, I hope, because I love either a Gus or a Rudy interview, Lafitte, but that's not the way I saw this one playing out, as we'll take a look at the horse who should be favored in here, dropping down. That's number 5, Roderick, as he tried 1.25 miles on a sloppy racetrack last time, and he ranged up and then went, I'm done. He just didn't have any stamina left to go the 1.25 miles. So getting back to a mile here is just ideal. I mean, this is a horse that when Wesley Ward had him, I said all sprinter, but Phil Bauer saw it in him that he was immediately going to stretch him out. And while he hasn't won, he's run okay going longer, but 1 mile is his limit. it's his limit. He's just much more shorter coupled. Now, Phil has done great work up here this summer as we have progressively seen him come up here with strings and bring the right horses and train them the way they need to be trained to get to the winner's circle. Now, Roderick, he is a drop-in class here. He does put the front wraps on. You see that sometimes with horses when they show back up for tags, but he's very fit, very lean, even more so than when I had seen him in the past, albeit that was when Wesley Ward had him. So we'll move on to the rail runner. That's number 1, Corkman. This is a jump up in class, for sure. A little interesting, though, as they take the aluminum pad off. And aluminum pad is a aluminum pad, literally between the regular shoe and the horse's sole. So it's usually put on there because they have, a long withstanding abscess that's still trying to heal, or a stone bruise that's still trying to heal, where they're not lame, but they want to protect the foot. So that's all gone. So that's a good sign. He looks great in here, but again, he's a horse that is not only class somewhat compromised in here, but pace compromised. He just doesn't have any early speed. But again, Lafitte is one that definitely caught my eye in the looks department if I put my PPs away.
Corkman, Al's Prince, Maggie. 2 for 1, 3 to 1 currently. $50,000 claimers, restricted non-winners, 3 lifetime out of the Wilson Chute. Roderick, Andy, even money.
He's the horse to beat in here. I don't have an argument, and Phil Bauer's horses have run absolutely sensationally.
Yep.
Take a look at the race he ran 3 back, or he ran 2nd, and he runs that race, and he's probably going to win this race. His next 2, not bad, and they could win here as well. He was up against it in a 1.25 miles last time, and didn't even run that badly. Finished behind the favorite in the John's Call today. I have nothing against him. He's the horse to beat. I picked against him, not because I'm against him, but I think that the 442 Ace is an interesting alternative. But Phil Bauer, I mean, you think about it, 4 for 7 at the meet. Everything he's running is delivering pretty much.
Last couple of summers, Richie, and this is something, Tom Ames had mentioned, one of the best young trainers in the game, period, Phil Bauer, and we've seen how well he's done up here at Saratoga the last couple summers.
Well, again, I think knowing the kind of horses you have to bring here to be competitive, and I think that's a learning curve. I think it's a shock to some people the first summer or two when they bring in horses they think are well-meant, and they go, wow, what do I got to bring here to be competitive? And they kind of figure it out.
Right off the bat. Number 4, 42 Aces. So, Andy, the last few starts, slop, grass, didn't break. Go all the way back to late February at Aqueduct when he did break at a mile distance. A solid effort.
Yeah, he ran very well to win with a big figure, and then second to Dr. Ardito is certainly no embarrassment. Things fell apart in his next start. Then they tried the turf as a prep to get him back. See, I think his last race is not really that bad an effort. That was a wicked pace. Just think about it. They went the final time in 1:52.2 for 1 1/8 miles. He cut out the half going 47-1 right on top, and this is going back to the second to Dr. Ardito. His last race was a huge pace figure. He just collapsed. Well, the horse he was involved in the pace with, he finished even behind him, 8 legs behind him, albeit as a long shot. But I think they kind of eased up on him a little bit there, and if I'm not correct, this is Joel Rosario's first ride back.
Welcome back, Joel Rosario. Missed 3 consecutive days, was ill last week, better last week. I mean, he missed several mounts. The filly that you picked to win the Lake Placid, Andy, wire to wire. He was supposed to ride that mare.
Yeah, I love Joel. I don't think I'd give him a good, better ride than Jose Ortiz.
Just the same. Missed some live mounts. Better last week than this week.
For sure. You're talking about, right? Yeah. Toddy. I saw Joel coming in this morning, going in the jockey room. Looks great. Looked great energy level. Had that big smile, going that year.
I would be too.
Yeah.
Epicenter, the favorite in the Travers. Clariere, Personal Ensign. Jackie's Warrior in the Forgo.
Not a bad set.
Not a bad meet. One day here at Saratoga. It's interesting. Not one jockey has won the Travers riding on Saturday in Saratoga's marquee event.
Wow.
Incredible.
That's tough to
Javier
believe.
didn't get him out?
No.
Well, he's won them all. That's why none of them
That's
won.
pretty much why.
He's the only guy in New York that's won any.
The entry here, post-parade, Corkman, then Al's Prince with Trevor McCarthy aboard.
Well, Jeffrey Inglarum's won the last race. Maybe he's come alive, but Al's Prince were a week off the turf race last time. Corkman's the strength of the entry, though I don't like either one.
Air show for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, Rudy just having a tough meeting. Horses haven't been running as well as they were earlier in the year. Air Show would like to see some pace on here.
Good culture for Gus Rodriguez.
He's got speed figures that make him a contender, but he was kind of embarrassing not to get second last time, as the horse who was second was collapsing in front of him, and he still couldn't catch him.
Welcome back, Joel Rosario, 42 ace.
Yeah, should be forward, should get good position under Joel, and I think his form's a little dirtied up with some efforts that had excuses.
Even money favorite, Roderick.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely makes sense. I have no argument. In fact, even money's probably right on him. He's got better races, and you can't argue with Phil Bauer's horses. When they look like the right horse, they have been the right horse, sometimes demonstratively.
Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer, standing by with Maggie.
I have one too. Here with Phil Bauer discussing the belts that you can get from Kentucky. Your name on them. I have one too, Phil.
No, I love it. And so I was just telling them, either people make fun of you or they love it. So
I love it, to be fair, because obviously I have one. Roderick in here, dropping down to the level that you claimed him out of. Phil, it seems like you claimed him with the intention to immediately stretch him out. What was your thought process in doing that earlier this year?
Well, I thought two things. One, he'd never done it. And two, watching his replays, it looked like a horse that when he was hustled, kind of lost his rhythm and then he wouldn't finish. So, you know, obviously stretching them out, they can get in a galloping mode, and that was kind of the game plan. And Wesley had him in great shape, so it really wasn't anything special we did. We just entered him differently. And, you know, I think today, you know, kind of the middle distance from what he was doing, and hopefully he can get the job done.
Going to the lead?
You know, I think he'll naturally inherit it, but I told Junior, I said, do what you can not to take pressure. And coming from the outside, I hate when you have a good post and then you end up getting it. But we'll see. I mean, I think he'll be tactical and hopefully get the job done.
And we've seen you just have success these past few years up here at Saratoga. How much planning with regards to the horses that you bring, how you bring them, what races in the condition book fall into, you know, your program? How much work goes into it to plan a Saratoga meet when you aren't normally stapled here in New York?
You know, I think the Kentucky circuit has kind of elevated its competition level to match the rest of the country here in the last few years. So it's basically kind of see where you're at after that meet and what conditions you have and what horses fit. And, you know, I don't think there's a dramatic drop-off or anything anymore. So, you know, if you're competitive there, you bring them up here and be confident you can be competitive here.
And you've done just that. Wishing you the best of luck. Thank you so much for your time here with Roderick as well.
Thank you.
All right, Phil Bauer, again, enjoying a successful and fruitful meet up here at the Spa Lafitte. And Roderick, he could add to that tally.
The even money favorite, Maggie. You guys would probably disagree with the pre-race instructions, though, as far as Junior Alvarado. Roderick, you'd rather see pedal to the metal?
Well, no, I like him not to, so the four can wire the field. But if I bet him, I would never tell Junior to think about rating because he wakes up and says, I want to rate. But, you know, Phil Bauer, I think, people are noticing him. Minimal number of starters, horses have run so well. And when you come to Saratoga, they're all watching. And you have to think he's kind of meet he's having. He's gonna get some owners with this. I have to think he'll get a chance with some horses because young guy, you point out, Richie, he's 37. This is a guy with a future. He can train.
Roderick here, even money. What'd you come up with, Richie?
Yeah, I couldn't get past him. I mean, I do think 42 Ace is interesting because, you know, put a line through the slop race where he went too fast. The turf race he didn't want. He had trouble at Aqueduct, and then he had some time off, so he probably came out of it a little, you know, a little worse for the wear, if you will. And third start and ideal conditions today, fast track. Yes, I think he's gonna run better. I just thought Roderick had too many things going his way from the outside.
Junior rating the 5 helps him.
4 to 5
back in
now
last with the lone speed.
Get ready to kick off the pick 6 here. Corkman, who you thought was the stronger half of the entry, Andy?
Oh yeah, I mean, Al's Prince off the turf race, and I know Richie agrees with me, and he has a dirt race going back that wasn't that bad. But off the turf races live in a funny island sometimes, especially at wet tracks, and they were all off the turfers in there. So he just sort of won a battle of attrition that day. Corkman's the one who's probably run the best races, but still, I mean, he's taking some money. Maybe it's no to money off the claim, but it's a barn that wins in bunches. They won 6 races like opening week at Belmont. Been cold since, and they're 1 for 20 at the meet up here. So it's not as though we're seeing that sort of no to magic we've seen at times. But one thing we know, if Corkman wins, we'll be able to hear them cheering from here, no matter how loud it is at Saratoga.
To Belmont Park. Corkman, number 2, Air Show. 4, Rudy Rodriguez. Luis Saez, significant rider change. 2, Sire's Air Show, and the 3, Richie and Good Culture for Gus Rodriguez.
Yeah, and I think Gus's horse has got a chance here. Andy talked about last time not getting second. But I also think that a lot of horses are struggling, even though this horse has had a lot of races with the surface earlier in this meet, and maybe just being a little bit of a tighter surface will help him.
I believe in speed figures, and his speed figures say that he's competitive in this race, and I think that's important. But, and maybe you're right about the surface. That's something I can't really comment on. I just don't have any expertise at that level. But he, Totalizer was sort of engaged in the pace with Swiftsure, who just put him away top of the stretch. Usually when that happens, they get a little leg weary. And I had a big exacted. I'm not like I'm whining because I didn't win. And I thought, well, I can't lose this with Good Culture getting second. And he just, not picking him up for second, to me, just left a sour taste in my mouth. That's all.
Good Culture and Jose Lascano. We check in with Maggie.
Look at the longest prize on the board in number 2, Air Show for Rudy Rodriguez. Obviously, this is a horse that I know my husband did have him prior. A horse that Tom, shoed in glue-on shoes. He just didn't have the best feet. And he ran well. And the last time we had him, it was a rough trip, to say the least, in the mud. But, since he's been in Rudy's barn, he just has regular shoes with nails. I will say his weight is a bit better than what I observed from him back at Belmont, which is a good thing. And he's back to the surface that he wants, which I think is ideal. He's just not a turf horse. It's interesting. I know the barn isn't going well, but usually when things aren't going well, you start to be a little bit more aggressive with your horses. They continue to enter this horse in spots, above where they claimed him. 3 straight starter allowances and now a 50. I maybe, Rudy's just going by owner's wishes and instructions, but could it be a vote of confidence? I don't know, but we'll see as Air Show sits at 9-1, Lafitte.
Key rider switch. Louis Sire's taken over. Maggie. And Richie, the Wilson Chute, terrific addition. Something in between that 7 furlongs, mile and an eighth is what it was always it's a huge discrepancy. Now this middle distance here and options for horses that thrive as those middle distances.
Yeah, not only a quarter of a mile distance, but the fact that you're going from a 1-turn 7 furlongs to a 2-turn mile and an eighth. Now you've got this kind of 1.5-turn mile, but the chute has been really well done. Glenn Kozak and his crew did a great job, and I've gone out there and watched a lot of races from the turn, and it's quiet. And that means the riders have enough space. Nobody's feeling like they're getting overly crowded. No more hollering than there would be going into a first turn, going to mile and eighth. If anything, even quieter.
No, I think it's been a giant success here. And you think of the sort of silly criticisms about it beforehand. It's turned out to be a very positive addition. And the one thing we do at Saratoga is you improve without taking something away. All we did was add an option.
Perfect example of just that. This Wilson Chute started the pick 6. $50,000 claimers, non-winners 3 lifetime. 42 ace, Joel Rosario back in the saddle. There's the horse to beat in Roderick. Even money when last checked. Johnny Embrial standing by. All set for the Wednesday pick 6 Travers Week at Saratoga.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Some bumping there coming out of the starting gate. From the outside, Roderick, and from the inside, it is Corkman. Now moving up is 42 Ace as they leave the chute and race on the main track. It's 42 Ace and Roderick, followed by Owl's Prince next in third. It's 2.5 lengths. Back to Air Show, who's in the blue blinkers, and down on the inside is Corkman. Trailing the field is Good Culture in 6th. 42 Ace taking the field up the backstretch with the favorite Roderick in pursuit in 2nd. The quarter went in 24-4. 42 Ace by a half length. Roderick is on the outside in 2nd. And then it's the entry of a Corkman and Owl's Prince. They're right together 3rd and 4th, followed by Air Show, Good Culture at the back. The half mile went in 48-1, and now they're going into the far turn. On the inside, 42 Ace. On the outside, the odds-on favorite, Roderick. And now they're stride for stride. They've opened up 3 lengths on Corkman. and Al's Prince. Then comes Good Culture. Air Show is now the trailer as they head for the quarter pole. It is still 42 Ace and Roderick right together heading for home. Roderick on the outside, out in the middle of the track, now has the lead over 42 Ace. And then it is Corkman who is racing in third, and on the inside it is a Good Culture with a 16th to the finish. Roderick in front of 42 Ace. They come on for the finish, and Roderick gets the job done at 3-5. 42 Ace was second, and then Corkman and Good Culture.
Another one, Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer, Roderick, the favorite, delivers to kick off the pick 6 on a Wednesday at the Spa.
Yeah, very logical result. Roderick was always sitting poised just outside 42 Ace, who got a nice ride from Joel Rosario in his comeback. But Junior Alvarado always seemed like he knew what he had underneath and kind of had him measured throughout, but they ran 1-2 around the racetrack, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, right, exactly. And Joel had a lot of horse. He just wasn't good enough. He was second best, but Roderick, he won like a 3-5 shot should. He was just a dominant member of the field. And I'll tell you something, this exacta is $9 for $1. Wow. That's pretty strong. Wow. When you consider, feels like a lot of money to win on the 4, but not in the exacta. Actually, the biggest exacta, 5 over 4, with a 5 on top.
The race is for second at this point. Richie Roderick hits another gear, takes off, responds to right-handed urging, performs, as he said, like a 3-5 shot should.
I like what Junior did too. You know, you don't want to kind of poke the sleeping bear with Joel Rosario and get down on top of him and give him a chance to engage in hook. He kind of drifted away from, you know, you got the round one, stay away from him, right?
Joel Rosario back his first ride in several days, second in that one. We are stepping aside before we do the John's Call off the turf on the main track, 1.25 miles. Who wins?
I took a small shot with the horse outside the favorite. You know me, I'm always looking to take a small shot. Ty to see the one to beat, but I took Ocean's Map, who has a dirt race that's better than it may look in relative terms.
Can't you just pull for Maggie and Tom?
I always am happy to see Maggie and Tom do well. You know, I'm not like you. I don't root against my friends.
I'm picking Ty to the C then. That cinched it for me from my
Took
colleague.
You know who your friends are, guys. You know who your friends are.
Weasel.
John's Call coming up a little bit later on. And Greg Wolf, the rest of the crew, remainder of the program continues on Saturday. Will we see that same celebration after the run? Happy Travers, Epicenter, 7-5, morning line favorite. Zandon looking to turn things around. The Midsummer Derby on Fox on Saturday. Stick around.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and Grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple million-dollar sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Launch your Thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Welcome to continuing live coverage of Saratoga Live on a special week. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Blue skies, always some clouds hanging around here in upstate New York on a special day, Ukraine Day, raising awareness and commemorating Ukrainian Independence Day back in 1991 when they celebrated their freedom from, at the time, the USSR. Important to keep them in our minds as we stand in solidarity with that war-torn country right now. More than 5 million Ukrainian citizens displaced around the world in a very tough time for them. So we'll have more on that coming up in the show. Of course, it is Run Happy Travers Week as well in a wide open 3-year-old division. Whoever can win this race on Saturday, we'll have live coverage on Big Fox, stamps themselves as the favorite likely for a championship at the end of the year. Good to be with you, Greg Wolf. I'll welcome in my partner here and the rest of the team in just a moment. This is the field that's going to line up in this Midsummer Derby, and with what he did in the Jim Dandy, how consistent he has been. No surprise that Epicenter is the 7-5 morning line favorite. With me, Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, and Epicenter seemed to really take a move forward in that Jim Dandy performance.
He really did. He ran a big race in the Kentucky Derby. He came back, ran a decent race in the Preakness as well, but his race in the Jim Dandy, I think he took a big step forward off of that layoff. We saw a different dimension to him with the way he finished. Joe Rosario rode him very patient in the Jim Dandy. He allowed him to settle and make that big finish, kicked in gear, and he won it with ease, Greg.
Yeah, a lot of people, especially after that Preakness, said, oh, it's going to be a lot closer, if not right there on the lead. That was not the case at all, and he swooped right by everybody.
Yeah, I mean, Steve Asmussen, after the Preakness, he showed that he was a little upset that he was further back than what he was. It was just bad circumstances. He got shuffled back early on. So we all thought he was going to have Joel send him away from there and lay close, keep everybody in his sights, and it was just the opposite. It was a fabulous ride and a fabulous performance from Epicenter in the Jim Dandy.
See if he can do it again, and in the process, get that little bit of revenge as well. And the Kentucky Derby winner has shocked him and shocked all of us at 80-1 with Rich Strike. He'll try and reproduce some of that Derby magic in the Travers. Take a look at the schedule. Not just about this Midsummer Derby. What a lineup. Look at all these grade ones on the card. So many important races that go a long way towards cementing a championship at the end of the year. Jack Christopher going to be back in action. Jackie's Warrior will be back in action. Loaded with superstar talent. It is all coming up this weekend. We hope you join us. We're going to check in paddock side right now about today's feature race that's moved to the dirt and has made it a lot more complex race because of it. Check in with Paul LaDuca and Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, it's made it a complex race because it was a race that was on the turf, JK, and no one scratched. It's off the turf. And no one's scratching here. No one afraid of the main track. And the interesting part about trying to handicap this race, 2 horses have run on the dirt in this race, and they've both run third, the 3 Tide of the Sea and the 2 Bluegrass Parkway. Where do you land in here?
Yeah, I'm going to land on the 3 Tide of the Sea, but it's not a comfy land, if that makes any sense. This is a situation where Tide of the Sea in his last start on July 28th made the lead, going 10 furlongs, on and off the turf race, and kind of spit the bit and didn't get the job done there towards the end of the race and finished third, beaten 5 lengths. However, I thought he ran pretty early in that race. I thought he was kind of clipping along with a very honest fractions. If he can go a little bit slower here, he's going to be on the front end with a bunch of turf horses chasing. I think he'll be able to get the job done here today.
Yeah, again, the John's Call, not a 1 5/8. It's a 1 1/4 now on the main track. And you have horses in here, Wolfie, that are coming out of jump races. Girl Dad is coming out of a mile race, 35 on 3. It looks like Tide of the Sea is going to be really tough.
Yeah, showed that ability on dirt last time out. Is that good enough against a group that, for the most part, very inexperienced on the main track? Look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. So races 6 through 10, that is our favorite. It's the late pick 5. 7th starts the late pick 4, the John's Call, of course, part of both those races. And yeah, keep that in mind, what Paul mentioned. Now a 1 1/4 on the main track for that feature, race 9, the John's Call. You can play it all by getting signed up and started with NyraBets. Go to nyrabets.com. You can download the app and you'll get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that promo code right there, Toga200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play with us all summer long. Final couple of weeks of the meet here and beyond. Pick 6 underway with this horse. Roderick winds up going off a 3-5 favorite and responds with a victory.
Yeah, another win for Phil Bauer. What a meet he's having. Hasn't started a lot of horses, but he's hitting at 50% right now. Junior Alvarado aboard Roderick for this victory. Impressive winner.
So Junior Alvarado, Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing gets the win. $3.50. Had to battle with 42 ace for a little while before finally putting that one away. 5-4-1 finish. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
With winning rider Junior Alvarado aboard Roderick today. And Junior, I saw your hand signals to Phil after the race. Basically just a steering job.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think he put him in the right spot. You know, and distance-wise, I thought that's more like he wanted. Last time he was mile and a quarter, and you know, turning from home, you know, he got to get to the lead. But and then, you know, the last 316 were a little too long for him. I mean, he just, you know, keep training good, and then he, like I said, he put him in the right spot today, and it was an easy job for me.
Junior, we've seen you in New York and Florida. Phil's Kentucky. How did this relationship come up as you guys have now won 2 races together?
You know, just in the morning, you know, we've been hustling in the morning, trying to get, you know, as much people as we can to get to ride something, you know, just to show what we can do. And, you know, he gave us an opportunity, and, you know, we've been showing up with him. You know, we've been 2 for 3 already, so, you know, it's been pretty good.
How hard do jockeys have to work in the mornings here at the spa?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is really a day off here. I mean, you have to come and hustle. You see every day big guys like, you know, Johnny V, Irad, Pratt. I mean, it's every single day. So, I mean, a guy like me cannot fall asleep.
I like that, and you're done very well with the opportunities you've gotten, Junior. Congratulations here with Roderick.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Junior Alvarado always working hard in the mornings to pick up those mounts, guys.
Got to do it here. Got to put in that extra work to be successful at this racetrack with all the talent there is in that jockey room. And good to get mounts like this as well. Roderick responds at odds on with a victory here to kick off this pick 6. Set up the 6th that was scheduled for the grass. We're off the turf all day long. This starts the pick 5, so main track now. Remains at 5.5 furlongs, entry level allowance race, and with the scratches under oath, Todd Pletcher is taking a lot of money right now.
Yeah, he is. A couple of them in here right now that are taking action. The 11 overdue. He's 10-1 on the morning line. Bet down to 3-1 right now. Scratched down to 5-horse field.
A lot of yellow and blue this afternoon as we show our support. We stand in solidarity with Ukraine. 6-month anniversary since they were invaded unjustly by Russia. Doing what we can to support that country in their time of need. You can do your part by contributing at ucca.org on Ukraine Day here at Saratoga Racecourse. We'll be back with more right after this. Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
really excited about Catholic Boy. I know he has some good ones coming. We have some really good ones here on the farm that we're excited about selling in September. We think a couple of them have a chance to really break through and ring the bell and be very good representations of what we've seen from the stallion. He's passing on that more than ready look with maybe a little more stretch and leg. People forget that he was so dominant in the Travers. He won it by 4 lengths, beat Good Magic, Vino Rosso, and Mendelssohn, who are all stallions that stand for more money than he does somehow, even though Catholic Boy won grade 1s on both turf and dirt at NYRA tracks. New York racing is some of the best in the world, and to win grade 1s at that circuit is really hard to do, and Catholic Boy did it a couple times. We really think the first group of horses that will be showcased at yearling sales later this summer and fall will really show what we've seen and why we're so thrilled with what we've seen with Catholic Boy. And he has tremendous versatility, obviously, and so does More Than Ready. He comes from the Halo line, which we don't have much of here in the United States anymore. Obviously, it's been wildly successful in Japan. It's continuing on. All their sons and daughters that you see winning across the world stage basically trace back to Sunday Silence, which is the Halo line. So I really hope breeders will realize that we have a great Halo line here still going in the United States, and that it really needs to be supported because it's such a strong, influential line worldwide. Talking about fitting the bill for Claiborne Sire, he was a grade 6 winner at 2, not just a winner, but a grade 6 winner at 2, grade 1 winner at 3, multiple grade 1 winner at 3, and then another stakes winner at 4. So he was a stakes winner all 3 years that he raced. He's a really good-looking son of More Than Ready out of a Bernardini mare, who's one of a great broodmare sire. Comes from a good family, and we're hoping that he passes on his good genes that were successful on the track.
And they're into the stretch, and it's Catholic Boy. Catholic Boy has taken the lead on the outside. Mendelssohn is full out toward the rail. It's 5 lengths back to Bravazzo, who's now 3rd. Then Vino Rosso and King Zachary on the outside. They're coming down to the 16th pole. Catholic Boy is pulling away. He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic Boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
What a horse. Grade 1 winner on turf and here on dirt as well, as we kick off Run Happy Travers Week, and this was an impressive one from a few years back. Robert Lapenta Silks, one of those 6 wins in this race for Javier Castellano. Catholic Boy, great addition to that stallion roster at Claiborne Farm. What will we see this year? That was number 6 for Javi. He's had an incredible time of it in the Run Happy Travers. Our program, of course, brought to you each and every day by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Late pick 5. Next, again, 5.5 furlongs, move to the main track in this entry-level allowance, and right there, that's the even money favorite. Under Oath for the Todd Pletcher barn. Let's go to Acacia Clement for more.
And we'll start there, Greg, as this horse does boast a win on the main track, having broken his maiden in a dirt sprint at Keeneland. They were opting to potentially try the turf with him today, which I think was interesting given that he had been training on the turf, but he seems like a very, very tough horse, as the last time out was really just getting out pretty much the entirety of the race, and he did just canter across the wire. So he gets some equipment changes today. The short cut blinkers do go on. He's also wearing a Houghton bit, an extra that bar underneath the chin, just adding a little bit more control for his rider, which you typically see that kind of bit for horses that have the tendency to bear out. John Velazquez last time just really couldn't handle him at all. So hopefully we'll get a chance to see Under Oath run straight and true today, as he does look physically like a dirt sprinter. The 11 Overboard goes back to sprinting on the dirt as well. And while he has some size to him, his physicality is built more like sprint. He's built downhill. He's rounded out in his hindquarters. He's very sharp once again. Last time they tried saddling him in the saddling stall, it just was totally revved up and too tough to handle. So they took him outside today, just starting there right from the beginning, and he was much better getting the tack on as he did come back off the layoff in that last race as a new gelding. Didn't seem to make a difference last time, but I do see him a little bit more settled today, and I like him going back to a dirt sprint, and those shortcut Wesley Ward blinkers do go back on as well. The new face is the 9, his time. He'll try the dirt for the first time, running just on the Tapeta up at Woodbine. He has a lot of speed, and he was very sharp out of the gate last time out, or I should say not the fastest out, and then hustling up to set the pace right away. So be interesting to see how he breaks, because he is very sharp, if anything, and he is coming off a bit of a freshening since June. He's trained here at Saratoga. I'd like to see him just a little bit more defined in his barrel, but I don't mind him on this surface. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. 5-1 on his time. Dirt debut coming up. And in the new barn, the debut for that one as well. Basso will kick things off. Blinkers on.
Yeah, blinkers on. This gray gelding by Cairo Prince might be able to show a little bit of speed with Junior Alvarado looking for back-to-back wins.
Even money on Under Oath. Things did not go well in that Saratoga debut.
Yeah, if he finds a way to run the races he ran in March and April, he's going to win by the length of the stretch, but the last race was just really bad.
Here's his time, the one Acacia was talking about. Dirt debut ahead.
Yeah, sort of an unknown. Comes in here from Woodbine. James Begg has had a couple horses run well. You get Ricardo Santana.
Overbore adds blinkers.
This horse 3-back was impressive. That performance can win this one. 2-back, I thought it had an excuse, broke a little bit slow, and then was wide all the way around there.
And then a horse who was entered for main track only. Jose Lezcano writes for Linda Rice, risk profile.
Well, dangerous horse in here, Greg, because if it turns into Overbore, his time, and the 3 Under Oath maybe going to the front end, look for risk profile late in this race. He's going to be coming from way out of it.
6 minutes away from Pauly, a pick 5 that starts here. How'd you play it?
Well, I used the 3 horse in here, 3, 11, 13. I honestly thought the 3 could be a single in here. I looked at some of the other speeds. So 3, 11, 13. I thought the 11 and 13 brought some value. 5, 6, 8, and 9 in the next race. I do think the 8 obviously is the one to beat and is getting hammered, but I like that Mark Hennig horse, the 5 in race 7. Race number 8, I think Tom Morley might have a nice day. I like the 2 and the 6 Crypto Cash. Last chance at Glory. 1, 2, 3 in race number 9. Good luck in the quick call. If you had some more money, just punch all. The last race, the 14, is 1 for 17. The horse is going to be the favorite. That's my worry. If I was going to add another horse in there, add the 9 Solib in there for Joe Sharp and Louis Saez, because I think that horse might have a lone lead, Greg.
Yeah, I'm with you, Paul. I thought the horse was dangerous in that last. There's a few main track onlys, but of those that remained in, Solib, that rate, it was in a muddy track, but got a number that fits with the rest of those dirt runners. Starts right here, and all eyes on Flavia Pratt and Todd Pletcher with Under Oath, the 3, getting this warm up right here. At a short price and a single for some. Let's go back to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by Todd Pletcher. Under Oath, Todd, he was very, very tough to handle last time. I noticed some equipment changes today. Can you tell me a little bit about the game plan and what you've seen from him in trying to get him to keep a straight course today?
Yeah, just really overreacted when the dirt hit him in the face going into the turn, and just he tried to get away from it. So we put a little more bit in his mouth and put some blinkers on him, and he seemed to work really well on him. It's been straight. I think that was a one-off thing. It's just a matter of circumstances that day.
Now this weekend, I should say, as we're here already on Run Happy Travers Day, you'll be running Malathot back in the personal ensign. Can you tell us what you've seen from her as she looks for another win here at the spa?
She's training super. She's really held her condition great this year. She looks awesome. We're really happy with the way she's coming into it.
And I'd be remiss not to ask, Charge It not going to the Run Happy Travers. Can you give us an update on him?
Yeah, we just had an abscess in his right front foot that just kind of came up at a very bad time. It did pop a few days ago, but we just kind of ran out of time to get a good work into him, which he needed. He hadn't run since the Dwyer, so it's unfortunate. Prior to that, he was training sensational, and we felt like we had a real chance. But we'll look to get this behind us, and maybe the Pennsylvania Derby if it works out timing wise.
Really appreciate the update, Todd. Thanks and best of luck here.
Thanks, Acacia.
Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. 4-5 favorite for Pletcher. There he is, son of Speightstown, that maiden win at Keeneland. 87 Beyer speed figure beats a horse by the name of Arturius, who has turned into a monster for Chad Brown. Here's that win.
Look, I'm a speed figure guy. When I look at speed figures, they let me know how fast a performance was. When there's one fast figure, sometimes you can question it a little bit. Well, is it the track? Was it a hard day to make the figures? Under Oath has done this twice. He's had fast numbers twice. And when he's beating quality like Arturius in a race like this, it makes you believe that this was really a fast race. But why did he run so poorly last time?
Yeah, it's confusing last time because here's a horse that took the lead first time out over a sloppy racetrack, and you probably thought he was gone. He got run down, and then maybe he needed a target. Now the blinkers go on after a race where he just completely lugged out most of the way, and you could say, you know, if you're going to listen to Todd, just draw a line through it. He'll probably run better today. He looks well on the racetrack.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to see what Gary has to say when a horse like Under Oath is getting out in his previous race, and then you see a Hall of Famer like Todd Pletcher put blinkers on. To me, it feels like that could be the solution to the problem.
What do you think?
Yeah, guys, I mean, you've got to be leery whenever you're a rider. I guarantee you that Flavien saw the race himself and has watched it, but I'd also bet money that Todd had Flavien come and work this horse to see if he wanted to ride it. That's what happens 90% of the time. If you one of the top trainers comes to you with the horse, may have a little bit of a issue, wants to lug out, do something else, make some changes with the exercise person, and the horse starts doing better, and then when the horse is ready to work, call in the rider and just say, hey, you can ride this horse if you want, breeze it. So I don't know for sure if he did, but my gut instinct would be yes, that he probably did work this horse prior to riding this afternoon.
Let's head back to Acacia.
I wanted to take a look at the outside runner, Greg, Risk Profile, who does make his second start off the layoff for Linda Rice. Last time out, we saw Peaceful Waters wire the field and just show a lot more improvement for Al Stahl, too, in his second start over the racetrack. I think we're going to see that from Risk Profile now that he has his second start off the bench and his second start over this demanding track. You can even see it there on your screen. He's just such a bigger bodied type of individual. And my guess is that it might take him a little bit more time than maybe some other horses to get fit, because he's carrying good condition once again today, but he does look a little bit more defined than he did last time too. And while we did have that rain over the last couple of days, we have seen horses that have a run over this track improve with that fitness under their belt, and I think that that's going to be a difference for Risk Profile too. He used to show some speed. I do wonder what happened to that speed, as he was really kind of urged along inside with not too much response, but he's been pretty sharp out there on the racetrack. So I would expect in this more compact field, more fit today, he's one that certainly could take a step forward, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Pick 5 pool, close to 370,000 and growing. That's up close and personal to the action. You can get closer here than just about any other racetrack in this sport. You know, Todd Pletcher, too, with Under Oath, obviously this race was meant for the turf. He'd been working this horse the last couple of works on the grass, so was inclined, you would think, to make the switch. Obviously leaves him in here because of that big maiden win, but makes you think if the future may be grass for this horse.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes going on here with the 2 works that you noted on the turf course. Now he enters him on the turf, gets blinkers on for the first time today to run in the afternoon, and a new jock. So 3 to 5. I'm going to tread lightly.
Not scaring the public away, despite getting out as bad as he did in that Saratoga debut back on July 23rd. 3 to 5 favorite. And you beat a horse like Arturius, who is being talked about like he could be any kind, as lightly raced and impressive he's been in his career with that Curlin victory. Onto the run, Happy Travers. And you can see why he is getting bet, but he's got some things certainly to try and figure out.
Yeah, and Arturius, remember, he stretched out after he was second to Under Oath after that first meeting at Keeneland. Route horse against obviously a horse that Todd concentrating on the sprint races with him. So it was a big race that day from Artois, but Arturius, but Under Oath, it was a huge effort, but when they come back second time off of a layoff, or first time off of a layoff, and do what he did last time, it throws up a warning flag to me.
Ukraine Day here at Saratoga Racecourse. So we stand in solidarity with that country on the beginning of Run Happy Travers Week. Our late pick 5 begins right here. 5.5 furlongs off the turf all day, including this race right here. And Under Oath, the 3, the odds-on favorite. Let's go to John Embrial.
And they're off. And it's a good start for Under Oath. Risk profile is right there on the outside. Under Oath is the leader. Getting away now to lead by 1.5 lengths. Risk profile runs in second. Basso is next in third. And then comes Overbore. And his time is the trailer in fifth. It's the heavy favorite, Under Oath, who now steps away. Opens up by 4 lengths here, going around the far turn. Risk profile in second. The quarter went in 21 4/5 seconds. Under Oath, the leader here by 4.5 lengths. Risk profile is second by 2.5. And then comes a Basso in third. And farther back it is Overbore. And then his time as they head into the stretch. It is Under Oath with the lead here. Under Oath by 4 lengths. Down on the inside is Overbore, who's moving into second. Under Oath in front by 3 lengths now. Overbore continuing to gain, but Under Oath is the leader and is the winner at 3-5. Overbore was second. Risk profile finished third.
Under Oath broke like a rocket ship, and the race was basically over a few steps in.
Yeah, and he wasn't leaning out at all today, straight and true. He was out off the fence coming out down into the stretch, but that was by choice of Flavien Prat. This horse ran a perfect race today. I don't know if we'll see him back on the turf or not after
this.
a
Yeah, this
performance
was
like this today.
impressive. And yeah, that win over Arturius, saw what he did. This horse can run a little bit. 103. Final time for the 5.5 furlongs. And a dominant performance. Flavien Prat, Todd Pletcher, no getting out at all today. There's the Hall of Famer. Todd Pletcher racking up his 24th winner of the meet, his second today. 3-5 here on Under Oath. Let's go paddock side. Guys, what do you think about the future of this horse?
I mean, I'm still excited to see him on the turf at some point. If Todd thought that was something that he would like to do or like to see, it'd be interesting to see how this horse can handle that. But we know he can handle the dirt.
Yeah.
He's run extremely fast on the dirt, and it seems like the problems were solved that he was having with getting out today.
Yeah, and, you know, he showed a lot of speed today and was able to just keep on going. I thought this was a very, very good race. And it just shows you. I say this all the time to a lot of young kids, Greg. Babe Ruth struck out an awful lot. So sometimes you got to draw a line through a race, and when you have a Hall of Fame trainer like Todd Pletcher just make just a little bit of a change, it made the difference, and Under Oath was just must the best.
No, good call. I mean, trust in a Hall of Famer, one of the best in the history of this sport, to correct things with a horse who'd shown that ability, and that man right there certainly one of the best ever. Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. And now he's got an interesting decision to make with this horse. Do I go turf or do I stay on dirt? Nice problem to have.
I would leave it with the Hall of Famer. Don't ask me.
He usually makes the right call. 3-11, 13, and 9 in the spot. Meanwhile, second place finisher Overbore here. Joel Rosario is going to wind up losing his riding crop.
I didn't note that. This horse ran.
Boom, there it goes.
He ran good as well. He's running plenty without it.
So when that happens, who do you send back out for it, Gary?
Well, the first thing you do is you tell one of the outriders, and it's a little bit embarrassing. Hey, you tell the tractor drivers that if I lost my whip at the 3/16 pole, or when you tell the outrider, they just sling down there, and it might cost you a cheeseburger to get your whip back.
You going to get razzed by the guys back in the room as well?
They'll hand him a couple of rubber bands. Attach it to his finger.
Joel doing just about everything you can right at this meet, except for that right there. 3-5 on your favorite. Under Oath, Speightstown Colt for Todd Pletcher, Windstar Farm. Flavien Prat kicks off the late pick 5 at odds on.
Jockey.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Program brought to you where you can play all the action at NYRABets.com. Download the app and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Underway in the late pick 5 with an odds-on favorite who seemed to really correct things after a tough go of things getting out in that Saratoga debut back earlier on in the meet, July 23rd, was straight and true this time around and picks up the second win of his career for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by winning rider Flavien Prat, who's now piloted this horse to both of his victories. And Flavien, as you and I were just talking about, definitely easier to handle today. Do you think being on the lead made the difference? Because you thought, too, that Under Oath reacted to being hit with the dirt last time.
Yeah, probably the fact that he was on the lead, but also, you know, he had blinkers on today, so it was all business.
What did Todd Pletcher told you about him coming into this? Because sometimes when you see a horse that maybe looks really tough to ride, maybe a little unnerving for a rider coming in?
Well, as you say, we thought it was the kickback, but we put the blinkers on. He warmed up good. He broke well, so took advantage of it. And today he was nice.
Now coming up this weekend in the Run Happy Travers, you'll be aboard Zandon. He drew the outside post. What are your thoughts on the draw for him?
Not ideal. I wish, for once, I wish I would have drawn inside. Usually it's better to be outside on dirt races, but it felt like I wish I would have been inside. But listen, we're going to break and get the best out of it and see how he runs.
And what did you take out of his race in the Jim Dandy, his first start since that Triple Crown try?
I thought he ran good. Obviously, you know, the pace, the scenario of the race, it was not expected to be like this, so I changed my plan. I got him a little closer than he didn't want to be. He made a good run turning for home and felt like he got a little tired probably, and as I said, probably not the way he wants to be a ride. But so we all try to adjust and try to get the best out of it.
Well, we look forward to it. Congratulations with Under Oath here.
Thank you very much.
Flavien Prat and Under Oath back to the winner's circle for their second visit there together, Greg.
That was impressive. And Zandon, 5-1 morning line with that post 8 all the way on the outside. And that Run Happy Travers coming up on Saturday. Under Oath, $3.30 to kick off the late pick 5. As we're just underway. And again, off the turf all afternoon. Just about everybody still alive after this opening leg here of the sequence. And feeling good if you decided to single there and not worry about that horse getting out last time. Let's move on to race 7. This starts the late pick 4. This was scheduled for grass as well. Moved off now at a mile, so we'll be out of the Wilson Chute. $75,000 maiden claiming race. And the 5 and the 8 taking the majority of the money. If it's the 8, the Princess Spur, that will be back-to-back here for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. And we'll get John Velazquez that much closer to 1,000.
And I'm sure he can't wait be able to not have to listen to us every day afternoon watching this countdown. He had said it's just a number. He'll get there.
He's got a very good chance to get there today. We'll see if he can get that much closer. 2 away here in the 7th race coming up. 1,000 career wins at Saratoga. What about this Hall of Famer, Todd Pletcher? What a career he has put together. Those who know him best, they believe he's doing exactly what he was meant to be doing in this world. We'll have the story of Todd Pletcher and how he's come up in this game when we return.
Here comes Taylor. Taylor in the center of the track with good-looking stride, squares off with Cyberknife. Cyberknife takes the lead. Tabor going with him. These two in a thriller. Cyberknife just in front, and Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tabor. Jack Christopher finished third. The running time 1 minute 46.24 seconds.
$2,300,000.
Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
It will be McCulloch, and an Italian wins the Diana domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. It will be State of Rest pulling off the upset in this $1 million Grade 1 Saratoga Derby.
Back on Saratoga Live, program brought to you in part by the one-of-a-kind sprinter. Run happy, never lost in his career while sprinting. Did it all while racing medication-free, now standing out of legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. We just saw Todd Pletcher win the 6th to kick off the late pick 5. He's got a big chance to go back-to-back, start the late pick 4 as well. His most loyal owner, Mike Rapoli, who's like family to him, may have said it best during his Hall of Fame induction speech. Todd Pletcher's worst year for many would be the best year of their careers. He's been that good. A 7-time Eclipse Award winner, 14-time leading trainer here at Saratoga. He'll continue to add to those incredible numbers over the course of his career, but now he'll do so as a Hall of Famer.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's going to give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claimant. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, "That's a good start on your college education right there."
I have never in my life been known except, "Oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother." I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the
He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, "I'm going to have a name for you." You know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and the assassin and this. I said, "You're El Duro." He said, "What does that mean?" I said, "El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro."
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The shuttle, touchdown! Uncle Mo, English Channel forward, stay thirsty! Alice Malice, quality run, left bank, cross traffic, lawyer Ron, wait a while, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont!
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. And he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work, and I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because it's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, his family's family and business is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
There he is. What a career that he is still adding to those record-setting numbers. And as successful as he's been, you got to have that singular focus. You got to have that support system behind you, and his family certainly has been that.
Yeah, and you know what? By standard trainer standings, he's still a young man. He's got a lot of great years ahead of him. What he's done in just this amount of time, it's overwhelming. It's just incredible.
He's got the 9-5 favorite coming up in this race. We just saw him win race 6, and that is the Princess Spur, the 8-horse who Todd Pletcher will send out. Of course, in that piece, you saw how crucial they were together, coming up basically at the same time. Him and fellow Hall of Famer rider John Velazquez, they will team up here on the Princess Spur to try and get Johnny V one away from 1,000 wins at this racetrack.
Yeah, and it'd be sweet if he happens to win his 1,000th for Todd Pletcher. So many of the wins up here of his 998 that he's got right now were for the man that he's ready to get legged up from right now.
Now with more on Pletcher's runner coming up here in the start of the Pick 4, let's go to Acacia.
The Princess Spur going back to the main track, which is the surface that he did contest his first race on, in an off-the-turf race much like this. And looking back at my notes from his debut, I wasn't in the paddock for his turf try last time out, but comparing to his debut, as this was a horse that day was just asleep back in the paddock, just one that just didn't really seem clued in at all. He just didn't really have much of a presence to him in the paddock, and got a really aggressive warm-up from John Velazquez that day. He's a lot more alert, a lot more kind of aware of what's going on and a better energy in the paddock today versus that debut, which I certainly appreciate. He was 3 wide. He lost second and looked like he was struggling in the stretch to sustain that mile bid on the muddy track at Belmont. But he's got a lot more foundation underneath of him. He is a lighter framed type. He doesn't carry a ton of condition, kind of a typical Cairo Prince build. And I think with that physicality, he's probably better suited to the turf. But he did run fine in his debut on the main track, and certainly don't mind him here, especially on the drop in class. The number 6 Gut Feeling has one dirt try as well. It was off the layoff and went with Al Stall, and he was wide throughout. He broke really sharp. He was pushed wide by another foe in the stretch there in that race, and I thought all things considered, he actually ran valiantly. He has some good size to him. I think a mile on the main track is absolutely well within his scope, as all of Joe Sharp's horses are. He's so well turned out, but he's really strong, particularly in those hindquarters, which when horses run on the main track, that's something I really look for because I want them to have a little bit more push behind when going on the dirt. The number 1 Freeze Pop, that's kind of my concern with him. He is a first-time starter. He's a fresh face, does debut with shortcut blinkers on, and there is actually a big dirt pedigree for this guy. The dam was a multiple graded stakes winner. She won the 8 bells, but she was more of a dirt sprinter, and 4 out of her 5 foals were winners all on the dirt. Last year sold at the OBS April sale for $77,000, working a slow 11 flat, and he was hard-assed. He was lugging in and out, and just, again, one that doesn't seem to have too much push behind. I like him on this surface. I do just wonder about the strength aspect of that first-time starter as we head over and check in with JK and Paul.
Acacia was looking at us while she did that. It was kind of weird because I heard her in my ear, but her mouth stopped moving. That was very bizarre. Paulie, I like the 8 in here, the Princess Spur. I just feel like based on that race that we saw 2 back on the dirt, facing off the turf types, if they run that race again, they're going to be hard to beat. And they're drawn outside of their main competition.
Yeah, big favorite in all the will pays. If you're going to have to get any kind of payout in the pick 5 or the pick 6, you're going to have to beat the 8 here, Greg.
Here they come. Post parade coming up. We'll begin with a first-time starters. A little pedigree there. The Dam was a multiple Grade 3 winner on dirt.
This is a dangerous combination, Norm Cassie and Tyler Gaffleone. So I wouldn't dismiss it 11-1.
Produced a first-out winner as well. The Dam. Here's Mad Magic. Charlie Baker off the claim.
Popular in the claim box. Claim for 20, claim for 40, now running for 75.
12 starts, has never hit the board. Island Man.
Yeah, they've tried maiden 40, 75. They've tried a little bit of everything, just a little outclassed.
Proven Hope faced a good one last start, who debuted with a 91 Buyer and then was second in the Amsterdam.
Yeah, behind a Crady for Chad Brown. Very nice runner. This one takes the blinkers off after 1 blinker race experience.
This horse ran a decent race on dirt, only try on dirt at Churchill.
He did, Wolfie. That was a nice race that day, and it seemed to be a productive race as well. When good trainers like Al Stall keep trying the turf, I think turf.
Here's Secret Cargo for Chad Brown. Did not do a lot in the debut and did not get bet.
Didn't get bet. Now goes to Monmouth and works at Bullet Joe. Might be better today.
Here's the favorite for Todd Pletcher with John Velazquez.
The horse to beat, and hopefully number 999 for Johnny V.
And Dracone should show speed outside.
Yeah, might be the speed of the speed. This is a horse that's tried dirt, and the last 2 efforts over turf were better, but the dirt efforts did show speed at age 2. Can he get faster on the dirt at age 3?
So that's our field in a race that kicks off to pick 4. You can bet Saratoga with Naira bets today and get a $20 bonus in your account. Wager at least $200 on the spa. You'll get that $20 bonus whether you win or lose. You do have to opt in, so do that on the main page and start earning your bonus today. Good luck to everybody getting involved in today's action. Late pick 4 next. Going to be out of that Wilson chute. Moved off the turf here. 1 mile, $75,000 maiden claiming race is coming up.
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the Women's Classic.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spitestown.
Who you betting on?
How about an app created specifically for horse racing?
Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Back on Saratoga Live here at this historic race course in upstate New York on Run Happy Travers Week. Look at that gorgeous 1863 club, one of the best views anywhere to catch the action here at Saratoga. Those decks, catch them coming down the stretch. It's beautiful. Our program, of course, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Special day as well. It is Ukraine Day, raising awareness, commemorating Ukrainian Independence Day back in 1991. And this also marks the 6-month anniversary of that Russian invasion and that unjust war that is going on. Do your part to try and stand with those who have been so many millions of Ukrainians displaced right now. Go to ucca.org and donate to the Ukraine Congress Committee of America. It's the largest nonprofit in the U.S. dedicated to offering aid to war-torn Ukraine and its displaced citizens. So 7th race coming up off the turf, and it is still the Todd Pletcher runner, 7-5 on the Prince's Spurs. Pletcher looks to go back-to-back. Let's go back to J.K. and Paulie.
Paul, you know, look, we got the 8 Prince's Spur is the favorite in here. Deserves to be the favorite, I think, off of that performance, 2-back.
Well, it warmed up beautifully, too, from what I could see. The gelding looked like he was in good order. Your worry is now on a fast track, and he'd be just as good. But it's Todd Pletcher dropping for the $75,000, and he's a 3-year-old gelding that they paid $60,000 for. So $75,000 drop. It makes complete sense with the 8 here.
Yeah, I mean, if they take the horses, you know, they're not going to be even, but they're not going to obviously be upset if the horse gets claimed. You know, you have to pay for the bills and all of that stuff, I understand, but it wouldn't be the worst thing that's ever happened to him. A couple of other ones I thought were interesting. The 6 Gut Feeling we talked about for a little bit. That Race for Al stall 3-back was pretty good on the dirt. The winner of that race came back, won again, and ran faster speed figure. So I think it's a legit race. I just worry that this horse probably wants to be on the turf.
You know, it's crazy because that was the Thursday before the Oaks Day, and I thought the horse ran tremendous. And I'm wondering if Al was just prepping that horse to get the horse on the turf and got surprised with a 3rd-place effort. Now he put blinkers on him, or at the time, Al did, and now Joe Sharp takes over. He's very interesting, the 6, because at 7-1, that's a great price with Louis size. I would think this horse is going to show more speed today.
I think the biggest issue I have is if you think about, you know, he ran for 75 at Churchill and ran well. And then as soon as he could get him back on the grass, put him back on the grass. Then put him on the grass again, dropped him for 40, didn't win that day. So if this horse was meant to be a turf horse, ran for 40 on the turf and didn't win, it's hard for me to wrap my brain around how this horse is going to then win for 75 at Saratoga on a surface that I don't think he prefers.
Yeah, and you know, the second choice right now, the 5, listen, I'm on the 6, but the 5, that race 3 races back at Aqueduct is not a bad effort. The blinkers come off. He lost to a monster horse in Accretive in his last start Yeah, was he 11 ranks behind him? Yes, he was, but still, that puts the 5 kind of in the mix.
Yeah, gets a chance to try the dirt again. The biggest obstacle, I think, for the 5 Proven Hope is the fact that he's got a horse in the 8, the Princess Spur, drawn outside of him.
And Greg, I'll leave this up to you. I know you think the one Freeze Pop is kind of interesting. Are you leaving on your pick 4 ticket or off?
I didn't use him in a pick 5. I'd throw him in a pick 4 just because there's some pedigree there. Workouts haven't shown a lot, but out of a dam, yeah, multiple grade 3 winner on dirt, produced a first out winner that produced an 86 buyer in the debut, actually won the first 2 starts, horse named Full Impact. There's some reasons to use the 1. I'm surprised. The 8, I'm surprised that this short of a price. And I'm with the guys here. I thought gut feeling, Gary, the 6, maybe a mile and a 16th, cutting back to a mile might be better for him. I thought the dirt start was pretty good from him.
Yeah, it was a good race, but look, the Princess Spur, if he runs anywhere like he ran in his first race, granted it was on a sloppy racetrack at Belmont, off the turf event that day, but he got a great Buyer speed figure that day. He got a 79. Nothing else in this race comes anywhere close to that. As far as the times that they have tried the dirt. So I actually like this horse getting back on dirt today. I think that, 6 to 5, I don't know about 6 to 5. I do believe that he deserves, by all rights, to be favorite.
Let's quickly go back to Acacia.
Just wanted to give a quick mention on the number 7, Secret Cargo, Greg, as he is just a second-time starter. Did get bumped pretty well at the break last time, but he was out a little sluggish, too. This is a horse that I had actually written first time out, looked a little bit like a turf horse. He also, I expected him to look a little bit more fit second time out, but this is a horse that I think I'm really going to want to see on the grass moving forward. One thing I do expect, though, with Manny Franco aboard in the warm-up he gave him, is that you should see him break a little bit better and get into the game a little bit more today, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Just about loaded up. Even money on the Princess Spur. That is a short number here on this horse who was beat by a horse who came back, ran an 84 buyer, Cousin Mayhem, and actually was third in the plate trial, ran in the Queen's Plate. Did not do too well on that occasion on synthetic. We're set. Pick 4 time. Let's go to John Embrial.
And they're off. From the outside, it is Dracon. And from the inside, it is a Freeze Pop. Now moving up is Island Man. From the extreme outside, Dracon is the leader here. Island Man has moved into second, then the favorite, the Princess Spur, in third. Gut feeling in the blue blinkers runs there in fourth. Secret Cargo on his outside, next in fifth. And then we come back to the first-time starter, Freeze Pop, who's in sixth. It's 5 lengths back to the 2 trailers, Proven Hope and Mad Magic, the 1/4 and 24 and 3/5 seconds as the field continues up the backstretch here. And it is Dracon who has the lead here. The Princess Spur is in second with a gut feeling down towards the rail, next in third. Secret Cargo runs in fourth, followed by Freeze Pop. Island Man has dropped out of it. And now they're going around the far turn. So it is Dracon and the Princess Spur. They are 1-2. Secret Cargo not far behind and gaining ground on the outside. Now the Princess Spur takes the lead with Secret Cargo moving up on the outside. Dracon is down at the rail. Gut feeling is in fourth. And Freeze Pop, who will be forced wide as the field turns into the stretch. 3/4 up and 1, 12 and 2. It is the Princess Spur who has the lead as they pass the 3/16 pole. The Princess Spur is in front. Gut feeling moves it to second. Freeze Pop on the outside in third. The Princess Spur and Johnny Velazquez on to victory here as the 6-5 favorite. Gut feeling a clear second. Freeze Pop got third over Secret Cargo.
Looks like 861, number 999 at this historic racetrack for Hall of Famer John Velazquez, teaming up with Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, and guys, this wasn't as easy as Johnny made it look. He earned his money here. This horse left there a little sluggish, and he went to pedaling hard the first 1/4 of a mile with intent to get this horse involved in the race. He had to start riding him a long ways out as well. You hear Richard Migliore speaking about riding a bicycle horse, and he was riding a bicycle horse right here. He had to encourage him all the way, kind of one pace, but man, he was reaching out at the end. Beautiful ride from Johnny and a good run from the Princess Spur.
Winds up being a dominant performance as we see the Hall of Famer back to the winner's circle. Pletcher logging a lot of miles these last 2 races.
Yeah, you know, these are these types of races when they're off the turf where I get what happens to us most of the time when you're looking at Saratoga. You see a bunch of evenly matched races with horses that are running similar figures, and you know, you can kind of get creative. Man, a lot of times these off the turf races, there's no creativity to be had here. This is the best horse facing a bunch of turf horses, and this is what you get.
You're right. And I'll give props to the one, Freeze Pop, who absolutely got left in this race. No chance of winning this race, but I thought for Norm Cassidy ran it really good third here, way behind. Gut feeling at the top of the stretch looked like Luis Saez had the inside route. You looked at me and said, who's coming up inside? I said the 6, but they just shrugged that horse off and just much the best at 6-5. But you do get some nice prices underneath, and right now, if you're looking at this pick 6, I hope you have this 50 times.
Well, maybe we do. Wolfie, gee, I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited for the next couple of Johnny V mounts, that exciting moment right before that 1,000th with 999 just won.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch this, and I'm sure he's going to be relieved once it's over, but incredible. Let's go back to the beginning of this race.
Yeah, just watch how intent Johnny is. The 9 horse is going to come out under Kinder Carmouche, outbreaking pretty good. But Johnny, he's getting after this horse, showing him, come on, let's stay involved here. And he's going to ride him hard like this. You see him shoving on him right now, and now he's got him in the position that he wants him. But every time he backs off of him a little bit, the horse wants to back off too. So once he gets him up on the leader's hip, then he pretty much takes him all the way down the backside the way he wants him to, and he's able to fill his air tanks up as well for the last 3/8 of a mile drive.
6-5 on the Princess Spur. The public was all over it. Back-to-back for Todd Pletcher, and back-to-back favorites to start this late pick 5. And in terms of the pick 6, as the guys were saying, it has been formful to this point. 3-5. I believe, what, even money, and now 6-5 at the halfway point as Todd Pletcher gets his 3rd winner of this Wednesday card. 25 wins and counting at the meet. That man, though, the story, 1 away from number 1,000 for the Hall of Famer John Velazquez. What a moment that will be. We're going to take a timeout. We have the prices coming up. Our feature still to come on this Wednesday edition of Saratoga Live on FS2. Stay with us.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2 Regional Networks out in Southern California. Big one for the Hall of Famer Johnny V, number 999 here at Saratoga Racecourse. The next one, he hits 1,000 at this racetrack alone. What an incredible career. What an incredible accomplishment. No doubt to happen at this meet. The Princess Spur getting him one step closer, $4.40, teaming up with Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher for Albert Freed. Let's go to Acacia.
And pleased to be joined by the Hall of Famer, Johnny 999 at Saratoga. You are so close to us being done talking about it and asking you about it. But what's the feeling like right now? Another terrific meet at Saratoga and so close to such a big milestone.
Yeah, very blessed, obviously. I have to say that, because with all the help that I've been given all these years, and still until today, to give me the opportunities that I've been given. And so, again, very blessed to be here and be part of it. I'm just really happy to be here and to do the things that I love to do.
Is there a particular winner over the years at Saratoga that really stands out for you, or maybe just something special about the track?
The track itself is special to all of us, and I think, being here in Saratoga and winning some races, to any jockey, any trainer, any owner, a winner is a winner, and it's special. Though, it's a place that you want to show that you have the ability to be here, or the horse have the ability to run in Saratoga. The owners having a winner here, or the trainers, it says a lot, to the place. So it's a lot of tradition with the track, and anyone's happy just to win a race, definitely.
You're winning another race today for Todd Pletcher, who you've won a lot of races for with I forgot the horse's name, the Princess Spur, excuse me, back on the main track today. Tell me about him, as he really seemed like from his first race to now, he has come along.
He did, last time we rode him in the grass, and I think he was a little dull, and I think it was a bit my fault, because the time before he ran in the dirt, and I gave him a good run up, and I put into the race. We were going really fast, so going to the grass, I know it was not speed, and so let me keep him calm, so that way he doesn't try to run up with me in the grass, and it backfired on me. He broke slow. He didn't really take me anywhere in a slow pace, and that's what happened. So I changed it up today, and Todd says, just give him a good warm up. And it's like, no, I'm going to give him a good warm up and put him to the race, so that way he doesn't do the same thing he did in the grass. So good warm up and put him to the race, and once he got into a good position, he was perfect. He was in a good rhythm, and I was very happy that he was doing things.
You figured him out, and he got a nice win. Congratulations, Johnny.
Thank you very much.
John Velazquez, win number 999 aboard the Princess Spur. Excuse me for that, Craig. The winner was claimed, but John Velazquez off to head home and regroup for the rest of this weekend as he looks to get to that big milestone.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Yeah, his work done, the Hall of Famer, for this afternoon. And we're all going to be rooting him for that historic number coming up. His first chance at it will be, as we look at the late pick 5 follow along tomorrow in race number 2. He'll be on playlist for trainer Wesley Ward in a 5.5 furlong turf sprint. So formful beginning to this late pick 5. 2 favorites begin it. We move on to race 8. And here in the 8th, 7 furlongs scheduled for the main track. $25,000 claiming race. Last chance at glory favored right now, Tom Morley. He's having a nice day already. This one he just claimed and was a winner last time. We'll try and get him back to the winner's circle first off to claim. So more on this field coming up in a moment. Obviously, everyone excited about what is to come this weekend. It is Run Happy Travers Saturday, and this division still completely wide open right now.
It really is. I would say that Epicenter and cyberknife, with his victory in the Haskell last time out, was a big step forward for him as well. He ran a huge buyer, the exact same buyer speed figure that Epicenter ran in the Jim Dandy last time.
Morning line favorite, Epicenter. He's been, obviously, he was brilliant in the Jim Dandy. Been so consistent as well. As we take a look at the Travers by the numbers, what an incredibly historic race. And despite all that history, back in 2016, Arrogate shattered it with the quickest time ever at 1.25 miles in the history of this racetrack. That 13.5 length win, Javier Castellano, including that keen ice upset over American Pharoah, one of his 6 wins. Most wins by an owner. 3 ownership groups have collected 5 victories in the Travers Stakes. And no, not Arrogate with the margin of victory record. That's Damascus, who won by 22 lengths. There was a dead heat. Alpha and the long shot Golden Ticket for Kenny McPeak back in 2012. Most dramatic upset, no question. Beating a Triple Crown winner who would go on to win the Classic later that year. Dale Romans and Keen Ice. Javier Castellano pulling that off. That's pretty amazing. Arrogate, the only Travers winner. As rich in history as this race is to win a classic, 12 3-year-old champions have come out of this race, including last year with Essential Quality, 2 and 3-year-old champion. Travers winners named Horse of the Year. Who's that second one, Gary? Point given.
Point given.
Pretty good one. Gary had the privilege to ride, had some big moments on. Travers winners in the Hall of Fame, 24 of them remembered for eternity across the street. As you take a look here at the Travers by the numbers, going to take a look at this year's field more in depth. It's our ABR race of the week, of course. Epicenter, the 7-5 morning line favorite. That draw was Tuesday night. And some interesting new faces are going to be coming in here to Saratoga Racecourse. Let's go through the field. We'll start with Cyberknife, who probably would not believe this, the only multiple Grade 1 winner as a 3-year-old this year.
Yeah, right. The one worry that you have, it's really tough to pull off the Haskell to Travers double, but this horse is getting in form, and it seems like Florent Giroux has really figured out how to ride him. He's a high-headed horse for Brad Cox.
Is he a one-hit wonder, or can he do it again? The Derby winner, Rich Strike.
I'm going to go one-hit wonder. Got a perfect pace to close into, a perfect trip, a perfect ride. Everything fell into his lap that day. He's going to have to get faster if he wants to beat these horses.
Could we see an Iowa bred upset everybody in the Travers Ain't Life Grand? Comes in off back-to-back wins.
Yeah, and this one for Kelly Von Hemmel. A lot of people don't know Kelly Von Hemmel. He's a great trainer in the Midwest, Remington Park, Oklahoma, and he's going to bring in Tyler Gaffleone as his jockey. Not this time. What a sire he's turned out to be, but hey, 20-1, that's why they run him. You never know.
Bill Mott, he's going to send out Gilded Age. He was chasing Arturius in the Curlin.
Yeah, they say you can't win it if you're not in it, but you also can't win it going the speed figures this horse has been running. We'll have to take a step forward, and some others will have to take a step back.
Horse he was chasing is trending in the right direction with his speed figures. That is a son of the Travers winner, Arrogate, for Chad Brown and Juddmonte.
Sort of the wild card horse in here, right? His father won this race in a record time. Arrogate, he's got the pedigree. Does he have the seasoning?
Incredibly consistent and coming off a great performance on this racetrack in the Travers Prep, the Jim Dandy Epicenter.
Without a doubt, the most consistent 3-year-old. There's no questions about him with the distance. And the other thing with Epicenter is I thought he had the worst trip last time in the Jim Dandy. How are those other ones going to turn the table on him?
Meanwhile, early voting. Going to take another shot at Epicenter. Of course, he beat him in the Preakness.
Yeah, and I would think Chad and Jose Ortiz are hoping that somebody goes to the front end, because I don't think early voting, I don't think it's an excuse, but I don't think he wants to be on the front end. I think he needs the target to run his best race.
And Zandon for Chad Brown as well, second in the Jim Dandy, third behind Epicenter in the Kentucky Derby.
I want to like Zandon so bad, but in the Derby, he couldn't get by Epicenter. He had dead aim on him. And he got a better trip last time in the Jim Dandy. The only argument, if you're a Zandon fan, I guess you can make, is maybe he was ridden a little bit too close, and maybe a little further back will be better for him this time around.
So, guys, we look back at the Jim Dandy, and JK, back to what you were talking about with that trip for Epicenter.
Yeah, this pace is not particularly fast. You're running down a Preakness winner. You're running down a bluegrass winner. It's not like he's chasing a bunch of tomato cans. Those are really talented horses he was trying to run down who had a lot left.
And Tawnyport, I ride Ortiz gave Tawnyport on the inside, an unbelievable ride, but Zandon to me just seems like he's always on the slow grind. You know, a lot of people think he can't get the distance. He runs like a horse that wants to run 2 miles. It's just that Epicenter has a wicked kick. And with his ears up like that, I'm kind of with you. When you circle a field like that, that's really, really tough to do. And like you said, you basically circled the horse that ran third in the Kentucky Derby in the Preakness winner, and Tawnyport, who has a decent resume. So Joel Rosario's got the ultimate confidence, and this is the horse to beat.
Well, he was tremendous in the Jim Dandy. We know he likes this racetrack with what he showed us there. Meanwhile, in the Haskell, Cyberknife, this has been a horse that Brad Cox had said after his Arkansas Derby win, mentally still trying to figure things out.
Yeah, that's kind of been his story all year, is that he's just kind of a goofy horse trying to figure it all out. Well, he figured it out down on the Jersey Shore when he won the Haskell. And he ran fast that day as well, Paulie.
Yeah, he did. You know, he's always been very talented. I've said this story about 20 times. When I watched him run at Churchill Downs, Florent Giroux told me, listen, sometimes he tries to put on the brakes when he hits the front end. He's got so much more to offer. And you saw his Arkansas Derby win when he won off, and you're wondering if he can do that. He did the same thing there in the Haskell down on the rail, but Flo told me, listen, he needs to be inside, because when he's outside horses, he gets to look around in the crowd. If he's down on the inside, he can make a legit run. And, you know, if Cyberknife happens to win this race, you can maybe vault him above Epicenter.
Wolfie, I can tell you one thing for sure. If Epicenter doesn't win, Ron Winchell and Steve Asmussen are rooting for Cyberknife in early voting, 2 gun runners.
And, you know, back to Paul's comment, too. Absolutely, if Cyberknife wins this race, I think he vaults to the head of the class. Only multiple Grade 1 winner, add the Travers. And who would have thought that when the horse really, in terms of the Triple Crown, was sort of a no-show?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't show up for the Kentucky Derby. Just also ran. They focused on the Haskell, got the job done in the Haskell with a terrific performance. So, yeah, he will shoot to the front if Cyberknife can pull off the victory.
Well, let's get back to Epicenter. He was training so good, leaning up to the Jim Dandy, and he obviously backed that up in what he showed us in that performance. This was 4 furlongs in 50 flat Monday on the Oklahoma training track, courtesy XBTV.
This is not unusual for Steve Asmussen, 5 days out from the race. Just a leg stretcher here. They're not looking for anything fast. 50, he's doing this in his sleep. Get a nice little gallop out afterwards, but look, all the heavy lifting's been done prior to 2 weeks ago. He had a serious workout in company by himself on this workout on Monday, so another good move by him.
Meanwhile, Cyberknife, maybe along with Arturius, the up-and-comer in here, is finally putting it all together. Back-to-back graded stakes wins. After the Matt win, you would have thought, wow, all out to try and get to Howling Time, and then he backs it up with a Haskell victory.
Yeah, no, this is a nice workout here. He broke off about 5 or 6 lengths behind his workmate here. This was actually on Saturday, this workout, and both horses finished the workout with equal energy here. Had a big gallop out all the way through the backside. Went out another 5/8 of a mile after he crossed the finish line here. So big, strong workout from him on Saturday.
A horse that, you know, Brad Cox had said, you know, once he gets by horses, sometimes he can idle a little bit. He looked like he kept going in that work.
Yeah, he was serious in the Haskell. They got through on the inside. Florent Giroux ran into some traffic at the head of the stretch. He squeezed through on the inside, narrow opening, and really accelerated through it. He acted like he enjoyed it being down inside amongst horses. So look for him to look for the same type of trip this weekend in the Travers.
So, yeah, inside draw may be a blessing for Cyberknife. Going to be a great edition of the Run Happy Travers. Again, live coverage this Saturday on Big Fox. You do not want to miss it. 4:30 Eastern start time. Going to get into race 8 when we return. 7/8 of a mile, $25,000 claiming race when we come back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
Maintaining a comfortable lead. Power Attack is second, but it is Sharp as Attack with another tremendous performance. He's much better than his debut today. Look at him roll in the Tyro by almost 10 lengths.
It's Sharp as Tekka, and he was sharp as can be today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
On Saratoga Live, here in upstate New York. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Thanks for being with us as we kick off Run Happy Travers Week. And we get the 8th coming up next here on a formful pick 6, pick 5, and pick 4 so far to this point here. We'll see if things change in this race coming up. 6-5 favorite, Last Chance at Glory. We will see momentarily as they come down Champions Way. Called a post in the background, and we're going to kick off our post parade here in just a moment with the biggest price on the board, Musical America, for Eduardo Jones.
8-year-old, that's 6 for 54 lifetime. Does have a win here at Saratoga.
Crypto Cash next door, been popular in the claim box, just claimed last out by Michelle Giangiulio.
Yeah, very popular. Been claimed 5 times this year. I expect this horse to take another step forward.
Boldish has faced some really tough runners the last 2 starts.
Yeah, he really has. His son dialed in, and he likes Saratoga. 1 win and a third from 2 starts. He's a danger here late.
6-1 Mount Travers. Eric Cancel rides.
Yeah, I really respect these connections, the Cantor Mossies, but this horse just doesn't seem fast enough from a speed figure standpoint.
Well, Commissioner, he just won at this distance. That was at Belmont back on July 9th.
He likes to win races, period. He's 10 for 35 lifetime. Now he switches barns, and you get Jose Gomez aboard.
And the 6-5 favorite, Tom Morley, off the claim, a horse who just won last start for $32,000.
Yeah, I would think that Tom Morley's got the plan to try to go wire to wire in this race and then to turn right back around in the 9th and go wire to wire again.
Got Javier Castellano, who's had some great success with at this meet. And the one to beat here coming up in this 8th on the card. Let's take a look at last time out when this horse was in the Gustavo Rodriguez barn. Was close to 6-1 on the odds board. This was for $32,000. It was at Saratoga, July 22nd, and it was gate to wire for the win.
It was gate to wire, and I imagine, yeah, that's exactly what they're going to try to do. The same today with Javier Castellano climbing aboard. Joel rode this horse last time out for those connections, but Tom won one earlier today with a race that was off the turf. Told his jockey to put the horse on the lead. They put it on the lead. Race was history. So he's got a chance of going 3 for 3 today.
So slight drop off a win. We'll see if it can go back to back, but it's never easy at Saratoga. You don't find easy spots even if you won against better last start. This comes up a difficult group like Low Commissioner, has some talent, Crypto Cash, Boldish as well. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll start with class dropper and layoff runner Boldish, who's been very sharp throughout the preliminaries. And he typically is a high energy type of individual. I am a little surprised to see Jose Lozcano as of yet keeping him with the pony on the racetrack, probably trying to get him to settle a little bit as he's gotten pretty hot as well. One thing I did notice, though, is that he's actually strengthened up when coming back here as he just took off for a big warm up there. And that's kind of what I was expecting. Get him loosened up off the layoff, give him a big gallop out on the track. So I like what I see from Boldish. I do think that he is a horse that looks ready off the bench and should be able to recapture some of that early speed that he did show. The number 5, Lil Commissioner, gets a barn switch today and is now with Phil Antonacci, who's done well here up at Saratoga with just a limited number of starters. And I have to say, Lil Commissioner has done well with Phil, too. He is a horse that has strengthened up. He's put on weight to my eye since his last last race in July. He looks terrific in here. I was really impressed with what I saw from this horse as he does step up in class off a win, which is never an easy thing, particularly, as Greg mentioned, with a lot of horses getting a class drop to come and try to get a win in Saratoga. But just physically, I really like what I see from this horse and how he's come out of that last win. Got a nice warm-up from Jose Gomez. The number 6 Last Chance at Glory. First off the claim for Tom Morley, and he has a lot of speed too, and he was one that once again was quite sharp, and he's your favorite, rightfully so. Tom Morley, another barn with a limited number of starters who has had a terrific meet. And this horse was pretty hot out there on track. And while I haven't seen him a ton of times, I do remember him being a horse that could get a little bit warm prior to his races. And it is a little bit humid out here today. It got a little washy on his neck, but Javier Castellano got a chance to settle him quite nicely on track. JK and Paul, are you sticking with the favorite in this race?
Look, I think the favorite is very likely, probably the most likely winner, but I'm not crazy about the price at 65.
Yeah, I'm not crazy either. You know, the horse to beat by far, and whether the 3 boldest decides to get, no pun intended, bold on the front end and then challenges the 6. I thought this horse on the screen, the 2, is very interesting, Jonathan, because if you look, the last, 7 efforts since they put the blinkers on, lost by a nose, won by a neck, won by a nose, second by a nose, third. This is a very consistent horse that's been in 5 different barns at all different kinds of levels. So at 5-1, I thought Crypto Cash had a really good look. This is his race back to June 3rd where he just missed the Kumar.
Just wouldn't stop coming. Just kept running and running and running. And I think it's interesting in a situation like this where you're going to get some pace today, the cutback for this horse, Crypto Cash, he's going to be rolling down the middle of the track. And if he gets a trip and works out a trip and gets a little pace to close into, I think 5-1 is extremely square on him. I look forward to seeing Kendrick riding. Kendrick loves riding for 10 Strike. They go way back to Parks when Kendrick was there and Marshall and 10 Strike were there. They get very excited to try to win races together. So looking forward to Kendrick giving a great ride here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought this race was 2-6. I know they're playing the 3. I think the 3 is the other horse in here, but let's see what Acacia thinks.
I landed on the 5 here. Paul took a little bit of a shot, but I have some very special guests joining me here. Yesterday, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation had their big summer event, the barbecue at the barn. So I'm pleased to be joined by TRF's Kim Weir, as well as a graduate of one of the TRF Second Chances program, Lauren Vanucci, a graduate of the program in Ocala. Lauren, let's start with you, as I know you and I have gotten to talk a lot about what this program has done for you. You are now Director of Client Relations for Niall Brennan in Ocala. Can you just tell us a little bit about the journey that this program sent you on?
Yeah, well, it definitely changed my whole life. You know, that's like the biggest thing. And it just really was able to help me, you know, grasp who I really was as a person and really like push my confidence to be able to, you know that I can do a lot once I get out of that program. And I did, and I've really overcome a lot of stuff, and it's been a really great journey so far.
Recently married too, and we're so happy for you. Talk a little bit about the skills that the program gave you to have a new career.
So you can actually really learn as much as you want in the program. You know, the sky's pretty much the limit. There's so many things from being a farrier to doing dental work to grooming to horse health, you know, assistant work, anything in the office. And, you know, you really can you can do anything, any of that once you get out, because technically all of those are jobs. So, you know, you can do all of it.
And so proud following your journey. And Kim, we just saw some pictures from last night's barbecue at the barn. Tell us a little bit about the event.
Well, it was a wonderful evening. We are so grateful to every guest that weathered the storm, and it was one heck of a storm. I don't know if our pictures have captured the hail, the sideways rain, and everyone who got out of their car. They came with so much love for the horses. They came to support our cause. It filled the cups of all of us who love the TRF, the staff, the volunteers, our board members. It was a great night. We raised a lot of money for our horses, but I think the beautiful thing is that we celebrated them and we celebrated our time together and had a wonderful night. So grateful to all involved.
Thank you, as always, for all that you do, and thank you, Lauren, for being such a wonderful example of the program. We're so happy to have you both here. And as always, Greg, check out the TRF, especially if you hit big today. Maybe consider giving it back to a second chance for both horses and humans.
Absolutely. Kim and her team do such a terrific job. Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation had a chance with my family to visit a few weeks ago. We saw a couple of the horses that are up for adoption. Professor Chaos, one of them. And again, any little bit really helps. So if you have a winning day at the track, do what you can.
Such a great cause. These racehorses do so much for us and did so much for me in my career. It's pretty cool that they're getting these careers after their career as a racehorse.
So much life still to give and so much good that they're still doing beyond their racing careers. We're set for this 8th. 25 claiming race, 7/8 of a mile, and last chance at glory, the 6. Going to be the last in line, down to the even money favorite now. Looking to go back-to-back. Javier Castellano for Tom Morley, first off to claim. Let's go upstairs. John and Brielle, the call.
We are set for race 8. And they're off. A good start for last chance at glory from the outside. Mount Travers is right there, and from the inside, Musical America. They are heading up the backstretch, and it's a 3-way battle. Musical America down at the rail. In between horses, Mount Travers, and on the outside it is Last Chance at Glory. So the 3 of them are right together. They've got 2.5 lengths on Crypto Cash, who runs in 4th. And then on the outside is Little Commissioner, and the trailer is Boldish in 6th. First quarter, 22-4. Musical America and Mount Travers, they are right together. Last Chance at Glory, the favorite sits just off of them in 3rd. Crypto Cash not far behind, down at the rail running in 4th. Then Little Commissioner and a Boldish at the back as they race around the far turn. The half one in 45-4. Now Musical America drops back as Last Chance at Glory goes on with it on the outside to take the lead from Mount Travers. They come into the stretch now. It is Last Chance at Glory. Boldish is coming on now. Mount Travers down towards the rail. And now there's a furlong to the finish. Last Chance at Glory. Mount Travers coming back again on the inside. Last Chance at Glory and Mount Travers, and the 2 of them will fight it to the finish. Mount Travers, Last Chance at Glory. Mount Travers. There's an appropriate winner for this week. Mount Travers narrowly over Last Chance at Glory.
Even money favorite in an all-out battle down the stretch, and that victory goes to Mount Travers at 6-1.
Yeah, and he came up and was doing all the dirty work early on. The one horse came out flying as well with Jalan Samuel aboard. Javier Castellano put him on the lead, but listen, Mount Travers was brave, fought all the way through the stretch, comes back on, and gets the job done by a long neck.
6-1 even money, and it goes to the bigger price down on the inside. 4th win of the 31 race career, guys, for Mount Travers.
Yeah, he was game. I thought for sure the 2 or the 3 were going to blow by both of them because the pace was just contested all the way around there. 3 across the track, and when you see horses sitting in behind, you think they're working out great trips, and Last Chance to Glory just didn't want to go by.
No, didn't want to go by. You know, Javier Castellano got the 6 to kind of switch leads, and I think what ended up happening is he ended up sort of getting close to the 4, and Mount Travers got competitive when that happened and then found another gear. I'm a little bit surprised that Javier, I think when the horse switched over to switch leads, when he hit the horse right-handed, the horse sort of came in towards the 4, and it got the 4 very, very competitive, and he outfinished the favorite right on the square. No excuses by the 6.
So there's Mount Travers. Picture time here for this 6-year-old son of Speightstown, and finally a price in this pick 6 sequence.
I'm going to make a comment just based on what Paulie was saying. Paulie, I feel like Javier actually moved the horse over on purpose, moved your favorite, just for the fact that he was hanging. He could sense it, and the other horse was running by him anyway, and I think that he brought him over next to Mount Travers to actually hope that he would re-engage, and he didn't re-engage when he started making that steady run back. Take a look here.
Gold Cap outside, the even money favorite, and at this point, Javier probably feeling some trouble. And this is where you think he comes in to try and get a little extra out of him?
Yeah, the gas light was flashing about this point right here, and I feel like he took him over on purpose, hoping that if he came over next to him, he would re-engage. And actually, Mount Travers, when it worked in his favor when he did come over next to him.
Able to respond and better that challenge from the 6-1 favorite, Eric Cancel for Mert Cantermasi, Krakow Racing. As Mount Travers able to outduel Last Chance at Glory for the victory. And our first upset of this pick six sequence. Well, the prices when we come back.
The Factor, a top 10 General Active sire in 2020. His progeny include Grade 1 winner Sistron, Grade 1 winner Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Factor This, and Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia. With dozens of 6-digit yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, a leader of his generation, standing at Lane's End.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Saratoga, the best place in New York. Let's go.
Back with you on Saratoga Live and some of the fun you can have around town after a terrific day at the races. Mount Travers with a 6-1 upset here in race 8. Out battling your even money favorite Eric Cancel, Mert Cantermasi, the winning trainer. Krakow Racing, and just the 4th win in 31 career starts. First win this year in 8 tries for Mount Travers. Returns $14.80 for the win. Let's go to Acacia.
A big price here in the sequence. Also pleased to be joined by winning trainer Matt Cantermasi. And Matt, Mount Travers is a horse that finally gets the win. I feel like we're often talking to you about horses that were recent claims, and this is one that you've had to be patient with. Talk about that.
I think he was waiting for Saratoga and important meet and good purse here, and it worked out better. He finished second in Belmont before we come here in the mile. We put him in the front. And today I talked the same way to Eric. I think he likes to be in the front, in the race. And clean, no dirt. Exactly what happened today. And he didn't give up. He fought also, which he never did before.
That was impressive, too. He did the dirty work with the speed on the front end, and then he dug in when the favorite came alongside. You said you lost your voice a little bit cheering him home.
I know, because I know he has it and he wasn't giving it. But in the front, when he gets his pace that he wants, I knew he's going to battle for the outside horse. And I was screaming, so I lost my... It's important to win here. Everything counts. So.
Well, obviously you helped rooting him home, getting to the winner's circle, but Mount Travers, the horse that, again, with the patience, and as you and I were talking about with claiming horses, sometimes it takes a little time to figure out exactly what they need.
Exactly. I actually always wanted him longer, but we ended up 6, 6.5, 7. And in the long, he showed me he needs to be in the front, and today 7, 8, and he did the same thing. So he could do exactly what we wanted, what he showed us in the long term.
Well, congratulations. Great to see you get the nice win.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mount Travers, the patience paying off and finding the perfect recipe. Greg?
It's a beautiful thing when everything comes together, and to be able to win at this meet is always very special. We have our feature coming up next. Taking off the turf for quite a few horses in here that don't have any dirt experience, but everybody with the exception of the 6 stayed in this race.
Yeah, I was looking this morning when I found out the race has been taken off the turf, and I said, man, the John's call. We'll be lucky if we have 2 starters in here, but only the 1 scratch, so glad they all stuck around. See what happens.
Who will be able to translate their form, or at least be the best of the bunch here, going 1.25 miles on the main track for really a bunch of turf horses. Tide of the Sea was on a race, sloppy racetrack here at the meet, July 28th. It was taken off the turf and did run 3rd, beat 5 lengths in a 7-horse field, and off that, right now is the 8-5 favorite. Tom Morley, Javier Castellano. This race named after, pretty good one, who won 16 times in his career, over $1.5 million, 2-time Grade 1 winner here in New York, the great John's Call.
John's Call is now second on the inside. Williams News on the far outside, and Single Empire at the hedge. Into the final furlong now, and it is John's Call who rolls through the stretch. John's Call opening up impressively here by 5, by a half a dozen, and it's going to be all John's Call. He's going to win by 8 lengths on the wire.
He was dominant in that Sword Dancer back in 2000. It was on a soft turf. Actually, the final margin of victory, 9.25 lengths. He'd had a Grade 1 in the Turf Classic at Belmont, and he was pretty good in the Breeders' Cup turf that year as well, missed by a half length.
Yeah, and look, it's not easy to accelerate on a soft turf course, and the move that he made inside the 16th pole was explosive.
$1.5 million plus in earnings, and we'll see who's going to be able to take this year's edition again, move to the main track. Scheduled to be 1 5/8 miles, now 1.25 miles on the dirt. We'll get a better look at the field coming up when we return. Stay with us. Run Happy Travers Week kicking off on this Wednesday afternoon, and that coveted trophy, who will take it home on Saturday after our Midsummer Derby. We'll be back.
And determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the field.
Life is good. Next go to the back. Good luck.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont
well named.
It will be McCulloch, and in Italian wins the Diana Ocean Road State of Rest to win it here by a length. Domestic Spending and Trevor McCarthy, and here is Domestic Spending to take the lead in deep stretch and win.
Initially known as the Kenilworth Cup, the Man of War Cup is a solid gold trophy awarded to the winner of the Travers Stakes or Midsummer Derby. Commissioned by Abe Orpin, co-owner and manager of Kenilworth Park in Windsor, Ontario, the trophy was created by Tiffany & Company in 1920 for the match race between Man of War and Triple Crown winner Sir Barton. Man of War won the contest by 7 lengths and drank from the cup in the winner's circle. In 1936, Samuel's wife, Elizabeth, donated the cup to Saratoga Racecourse. That year, Granville became the first Travers winner to receive what is now known as the Man of War Cup. Each year, the original trophy is presented by a member of the Riddle family or the governor or lieutenant governor of New York to the winner of the track's signature event. A smaller, gold-plated replica of the Man of War Cup or Travers Trophy, inscribed with the winner's name, is prepared for the winning connections to commemorate one of the most prestigious victories in the sport.
One of the most coveted trophies there is in this game, the Travers. It is a special race to win. And you'll have live coverage coming up this Saturday on Big Fox. Run Happy Travers, winners' colors painted on that infield canoe each and every year. One of the great traditions at this historic racetrack. And a terrific field assembled for this year's edition, including your Jim Dandy winner, Epicenter. And it's not just about the Travers, loaded undercard as well with all these grade ones. Sword Dancer on the grass worth $750,000. Champion Jackie's Warrior we'll see in the forego. Jack Christopher, so much intrigue about him as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country. He's going to be cutting back in distance in that Alan Jerkins, with more on some of the stars we'll see on the undercard. Guys, who are you most excited about?
I can't wait to see Jack.
Yeah, I'm with you.
See what I did there?
Yeah, I know, right? But I'm with you, too, because the buzz was behind Jack Christopher, right? And so he goes over to the Haskell, and we can give him an excuse. He's never gone around 2 turns, so he didn't really handle it. He got beat by Cyberknife, who obviously is probably going to be your second choice in the Haskell, in the Travers. So I'm looking forward to see how he comes back. Does he put himself back on the map of one of the better sprinters, JK?
I like this Jack, too. Jackie's Warrior, undefeated at Saratoga, wins a lot of grade 1 races here. And my favorite part about him is he does it like this. Watch Joel Rosario's hands. They're not doing anything.
Well, that'd be like if you and I were on a trail ride, that would be the trail ride guy telling us how to ride the horse. Don't do anything special, he'll run off on you. But Jackie's Warrior he stopped to a walk. I mean, he's turned into a different kind of animal. And like you said, I can agree with you too on this one too. When horses are this good and they can do something so special on a certain day, I'm really looking forward to actually when Joel really lets them loose.
Well, the exciting part about it, too, is that, there's going to be 2 7-furlong races run on Saturday between Jackie's Warrior and Jack Christopher. So we'll be able to know who actually ran faster on the day, which could be a great preview to hopefully what we'll see, maybe Jackie's Warrior and Jack Christopher hooking up in the Breeders' Cup sprint.
Yeah, look at this resume at Saratoga. It does not get much better than that. And he's a 4-year-old that it seems like he's just getting better and better. And, his lone bad race on the form, listen, he went around 2 turns. You could throw those out. His lone bad race around 1 turn was the Breeders' Cup dirt of last year. So he's going to have to frank himself this year, but he's got to get past this field first.
Think about how many years we've been racing at Saratoga. Look at that sign, 1864. Jackie's Warrior, the only horse to ever win 3 grade 1s in consecutive years. It's pretty impressive.
It really is.
history made when we saw him earlier in the meet. Now try and add, just for good measure, an extra grade 1 along the way. Meanwhile, Jack Christopher, for a while, many thought this might be the best 3-year-old in the loaded Chad Brown barn of his talented 3-year-olds. That includes the Preakness winner. Tried the Haskell. That distance, Gary, seems like he doesn't want to do. So now it's cutting back. He looks very dangerous.
Yeah, he is serious dangerous. Coming out of that Haskell. Look, I don't blame him for trying it, experimenting with him to see if he would be able to get that extended distance, going 2 turns. Hey, do what he does best, and that's sprinting right now.
Special talent who, yeah, if not for injury, probably would have been your favorite going into that Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Took a long time to come back, and yeah, his race is around 1 turn. He has been exceptional. It looks like he's going to be the horse to beat in that spot. We'll see if he can deliver on what is going to be a star-studded Saturday. No question. Not just that Run Happy Travers, but we got big-time talent here up and down the card.
Yeah, I think I'm looking forward to seeing what Jackie's Warrior does coming back. See if he stays undefeated, which I believe he will. That performance in his last race was something to really behold.
Have you ever seen a grade 1 easier than that win?
No, but look, he's staying out of his way. I don't know how much more is there when he does push the button. He's ridden this horse enough times now that he knows what his cruising speed is. Encouragement is not what he has needed in his last couple of races, to just say it bluntly. He's come out ready to roll, and Joel literally is just being a good passenger. He hasn't had to go to the well with him, but I'm not really sure how much more is actually there when he does squeeze it.
You got a brief look there at the meet's leading rider, and there he is again. He has a lot to be smiling about. Arad Ortiz Jr. leading the way coming in today with 41 wins. He's added another. He's going to team up here with a jump trainer, Kerry Bryan. He's taking over for the Hall of Famer Jonathan Shepard, sending out a horse in a flat race here. Now, Arad added, as we mentioned, another win today, leading the way. So 9 up on his next closest pursuer.
Yeah, not a lot of time left. What have we got? I think counting tomorrow.
6 days next week, plus 4 more days this week.
10 days. Yeah, it's going to be tough to overhaul
But
Irad.
We did hear facing potentially a 3-day suspension, but he may wind up postponing that, correct?
Well,
Or
you have the right
appealing.
to appeal. Whether that's going to happen or not, we'll find out. I haven't heard anything, and I don't think anybody's heard anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did try and appeal those days so he can get through the end of the meet.
With more on this field for the John's Car Wednesday feature coming up, let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start with the number 3, Tide of the Sea. I know that Tom Morley did scratch this horse out of the 2 other than on Sunday, and in favor of running here in this stake instead, as that allowance race Sunday came up very competitive. Unfortunately, Tide of the Sea gets rained off again, but he did run well last time, going the 1.25 miles on the wet track. That was his first race with Tom. It was also his first race as a gelding too, and especially sometimes when you geld horses at an older age. He's a 6-year-old now. It doesn't really kind of help with the hormones and getting them to relax right away. I do see him forward once again, but he's much more calm, professional here in the paddock. He also looks even a little bit more tucked up. He is the type of horse that's very energetic, and he has that early speed, which I think is his best weapon in here. But I like the way that he's come along in making his second start for Tom here. The number 1, Girl Dad, is one of 2 for Mike Maker, and my assumption would be that he claimed this horse with the intention of stretching him out to run long. The Dam was actually a very good dirt sprinter, so there is dirt in the pedigree. Physically, he looks like he wants to go a distance of ground. He does look like a horse that would prefer the turf, though. He is one that last time out just took him, did have a lot of trouble, that took him really far out of the race. He doesn't want to be that far back. He looks like he is rounding into form a little bit now, 3rd off the bench. I do wonder about the surface for him, but I do think that it is intriguing that he gets to stretch out. The number 2, Bluegrass Parkway, my notes on him have always been the longer the better. He had a similar situation a couple years ago here at Saratoga, running 3rd in an allowance instead of 1.25 miles on the main track. But this is a horse that I do think will be fine running on the dirt here. I like him getting a chance to go the 1.25 miles on the main track. If anything, he got a little bit hot in here today, not something that I've seen from him a lot before, so that's a little bit of a concern, but I'll keep my eye on him and how he warms up on track. Of the two maker horses, this was the one I was more intrigued by. Greg?
All right, Keisha, thank you. Look at Luis Saez. Saez on Girl Dad, who Mike Maker said decided to put just in this race really to help the race go. Taking a shot in here. He's also, of course, sending out Bluegrass Parkway, but both of them around the same number, 4-1, 5-1. Obviously, the surface switch changing things with that a little bit. Wow, Tide of the Sea taking a ton of the money right now off that sloppy racetrack effort taken off the turf.
Yeah, and Tom Morley said earlier on the card and off the turf race, Javier was on that horse. He told him to put him on the lead. He says he's going to do the same thing with Tide of the Sea.
See if it works out. We begin with one of two here for the Maker barn. Here's Girl Dad.
Yeah, this is a horse from Mike Maker off the claim from the George Weaver barn. Like you said, 0 for 3 here at Saratoga, but never raced on a dirt track.
Bluegrass Parkway has only been on the dirt once. It was in the slop, and it was a distant third.
Deep closers that are turf horses that are trying to run on the dirt, to me, are some of the worst wagers you can make.
Horse showed speed and backed up in that one dirt start, as did this horse, although he didn't back up as much, and it was more recent.
Yeah, Tide of the Sea, listen, probably the horse to catch and does have the best, at least, dirt race on the form.
Ocean's Map some ability on dirt.
Yeah, just ran okay. It showed up on the dirt. I just feel like this is another one. Turf horse going to be far back, a lot of kickback.
And Sayad for Kerry Bryan will have a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, Kerry Bryan, a tremendous jump trainer. You can see this horse is coming out of maiden special weight races. He's actually a maiden as a jumper, but he is not a maiden as a flat horse. That's why he was in maiden races over hurdles. He won a 1.5 mile race for a $50,000 on a flat course. I'm surprised this horse is 2-1.
A lot of money from this horse. Yeah, you probably would have thought, had it stayed on grass and was the original 1 5/8, you probably would have thought coming out of that barn, no question, who's going to be the most fit going the longest, but that's not the case anymore. Special day, Ukraine Day, as we stand in solidarity with that country, with that invasion from Russia that started 6 months ago. The U.S. unveiled a new $3 billion aid package to try and help them. Millions of displaced Ukrainians across the world that need your help. You can go to ucca.org for more information. Let's go back to Acacia.
Very pleased to be joined by trainer Kerry Bryan, who does send out Sayad. And Kerry, this is a horse that's been going over the jumps. Can you tell us a little bit about the thought process in running him here?
Yeah, well, he was bought to be a jumper, and I'm sure he will be in time. I ran him twice. He was just too keen, and he just wasn't finishing. I ran him in a 1.5 mile flat race when he got here as stake, and he was really, really impressive that day. The ground was super soft. He was going through a bog, and he won very easily as he wanted. So on the turf here, going to 1.5 miles, I really thought, I would have told you, I thought I had the winner on the grass. He's a really, really nice horse, came from France, Group 2 placed. This is a question mark. He trains well on the dirt, but you never really know until you send them out. So, look, we were here, take a chance and see what happens.
You do have the leading rider, too. I read Ortiz going to climb aboard. What kind of instructions did you give him about this horse?
Yeah, it always helps to have IRAD. I just told him, get him out of there. He shows speed on the grass, so hopefully he can just kind of sit off. Probably the favorite will go, and hopefully he can just sit off that, and he probably won't have his turn of foot on the dirt, but hopefully his stamina will just keep him galloping. He's definitely fit. He's been running 2 miles, so that helps.
No questions about that, Kerry. Thanks so much for your time. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
And some interesting insight on Sayad, a fresh face in this group, Jonathan and Paul.
Yeah, I mean, I understand when you're looking at these kind of longer distance races, you're trying to identify some horses that are going to be fine with the distance. And with the 5, you're going to get a horse that is not going to have any problem with the distance. This is just a turf horse, turf pedigree, turf everything, turf horse.
Yeah, I'm with you. And when we go back down that case, she'll explain a little more. This horse looks washed out, but a lot of jumpers and a lot of Kerry's horses, they do exude a lot of, when they warm up, most of her jumpers do look like that. So don't be alarmed. This horse is not washed out. But you make a great point. Stamina's not going to be an issue. It's just whether this horse is going to take to the dirt at all.
I mean, at a short, if this horse was 6-1, I would be like, oh, okay, you know, from a stamina standpoint, let's see what happens. But at a short price, you know, if I'm going to pick between a couple of short price horses, I'm going to go with the 3 Tide of the Sea. This horse ran well on the dirt last time, was attending an honest pace, a pretty quick pace, to be fair, for the distance. And, you know, this horse has some back class, ran in some really nice races for Mike Maker. And this is the horse that's shown the most ability on the dirt. But the most thing I like about that is that ability is in forward position on the dirt, which I think is huge when you're facing a bunch of turf horses.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, when you have Brian telling Acacia, the trainer of the 5, who's a jump horse, that hopefully they can lay outside of this horse, that just shows you Tide of the Sea should have a pretty easy pace. Now, I do think Girl Dad, the 1, is getting bet, because that horse broke dead last time and got crunched at the start. Has shown speed in the past where he can lay close, but he's never run on the dirt. So I think people are just, I guess, prospecting that maybe the 1 can stay close and like the dirt and maybe run down the 3. But again, the 5 continuing to take money into your favorite.
Acacia, we need a little bit of help here. I only see 1 dirt horse. Do you see any more?
Unfortunately, I'm going to be a chalk-eating weasel in here, JK. But going back to what Paul said about the 5 Syed, and as far as jumps horses do go, yes, typically you will see them get a little bit more washed out, get a little bit more of an exuberant type of warm-up. And looking at this horse's previous races, I did notice that he did seem to be a little bit warm in his prior running. So I'm not taking it as a negative, and especially to go that distance of ground, it's almost counterintuitive. You want them to be really into the bridle. They're going to be a little bit sharper. It's just overall a much different type of training. Not to mention, too, coming in here to Saratoga from Fair Hill, it's going to be more of a different climate too. Sometimes just an opportunity for them to kind of settle and adapt physically too. Just a little bit maybe of a shock to their system a bit, and you'll see them get a little bit warm. But he doesn't look agitated at all. There's a difference between a horse being hot and really agitated, expending a lot of energy. That I'm not seeing from Syed. He's handled himself really well. He just looks like a distance turf horse. So we'll see how he handles it in here today. Certainly respect Carrie Bryan and respect her keeping this horse in, taking the shot, and we'll see what kind of trip he gets from Irad Ortiz. Greg?
It's a little amazing this horse is at 5-2. I think that's the big surprise here with the 5. As we take a look at the favorite, Tide of the Sea, and Gary just a nose behind Pioneer Spirit in that race taken off the turf last start. Pioneer Spirit would be in this group 1-5.
Yeah, it would be. But look, J.K. said that, you know, the 2 horse would be a horrible gamble here. No speed. I'm not disagreeing with him. I basically, when I looked at this race, you're playing pin the tail on the donkey here.
We don't know what we're going to get.
We have no idea what we're going to get with Saeed and Bluegrass Parkway. I don't know. I guess Tide of the Sea, he's, you know, obvious even money shot here because of what he did last time on the sloppy racetrack. But sloppy is not Saratoga right now. This is a trying kind of a racetrack, still a lot of moisture in it from last night's rains, and a
little bit different surface is going to try and get over today than in that last start, which was his first try over any kind of dirt surface to make this horse even money. Tough proposition. Head scratcher here in a race that was meant for the grass, now at 1.25 miles on the main track as they load up. So we'll see if Javier Castellano can control on the front end with the 3. You got to think that's the game plan here and try and finish against a group that so far has only really shown ability on the turf. It's the John's Call feature on our Wednesday card here on Run Happy Travers Week. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
Set for race 9. And they're off. Slight bobble at the start for number 4, Ocean's Map, but still up with the front runners here. Ocean's Map, Tide of the Sea. Down at the rail, it's Girl Dad. And then we come back to Sayad, the early trailer, Bluegrass Parkway. Tide of the Sea has taken over the lead here going into the clubhouse turn with Ocean's Map on the outside in second. It is Tide of the Sea, Ocean's Map running in second, and Girl Dad down at the rail, followed by Sayad, and the trailer is Bluegrass Parkway. Opening quarter mile, 24 and 2/5 seconds, and now Tide of the Sea steps away here. Tide of the Sea has opened up a 5-length lead. And then it is Ocean's Map and a Girl Dad right together, second and third. They've reached the backstretch now. At the back of the pack are Sayad and Bluegrass Parkway. Tide of the Sea leading here by almost 5. Ocean's Map is racing in second with Girl Dad down at the rail in third, then Sayad and Bluegrass Parkway. So positions are unchanged after a half mile in 50 and 4/5 seconds. It is the favorite, Tide of the Sea, who continues to lead here, and the lead is still 5 lengths. Girl Dad is running in second. Ocean's Map now back in third. Bluegrass Parkway now begins to pick it up, and Sayad is the trailer. 3/4 went in 1:16. It is Tide of the Sea by 2.5 lengths as they start to get closer. Bluegrass Parkway now moving into second with Girl Dad gaining ground down at the rail. Girl Dad makes a move on the inside. Bluegrass Parkway on the outside. And now those two are together with Tide of the Sea back running in third. And they are in the stretch. It is Girl Dad, and on the outside, Bluegrass Parkway. And the two of them hook up inside the 8th pole. Girl Dad and Bluegrass Parkway. Bluegrass Parkway on the outside, puts a nose in front. Girl Dad battles back on the inside. Girl Dad and Bluegrass Parkway. Girl Dad by a head. Bluegrass Parkway was second. Farther back, Tide of the Sea finished third.
Not today for Tide of the Sea. It's the Mike Maker Exacta. Girl Dad, Bluegrass Parkway battling Gary. Bluegrass Parkway took the lead at one point, but Girl Dad battles back.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Bluegrass Parkway, he was already covered with mud going into the first turn, and I thought, man, this is going to be a long haul for him. And he made this big move going into the far turn, passing horses and making up great ground. And actually, Tyler Gaffleone on Bluegrass Parkway, he kind of held Girl Dad in, and Louis Saez around the turn, coming out of the turn, and forced Louis to cut the corner, and it might have been the game changer, that little bit of extra ground he saved coming off the turn. Louis Saez willed this horse to the wire.
Girl Dad, Paulie, JK, 5-1 as we get a look at Mike Maker. Just completes the exacta here.
Wow, what a game win by Girl Dad. And this, we said it right before the race. Her last race, his last race, he got eliminated. And he's the kind of horse that had shown speed. And if he could stay close enough to the 3 Tide of the Sea, and he staved off Bluegrass Parkway. And you made a great point, JK. He had every chance to go by.
Oh, yeah, he just wasn't going to do that. That's what happens, I think, when you have a turf horse. The horse ran extremely well. I don't want to knock the horse, right? Bluegrass Parkway. He ran much better than I thought he would. And if you watch the show, you guys know I'm not one that usually tries to jump on a ride or say that I just don't understand why Javier went so slow. He took away the horse's biggest weapon. And it felt like, to me, and I'll defer to G on this, but it felt like to me on the turn, kind of invited the closers into the race. Instead of just kind of stepping on the gas a little bit, opening up, getting those horses that are chasing behind a little bit more uncomfortable, because Tide of the Sea actually kind of to run a little bit in the stretch. I think maybe he had a little bit more to offer, but was probably ridden a little bit conservatively for my handicapping opinion.
Gary, what do you think?
It's awful hard to pull the trigger on one going 1.25 miles when you're off the turf. I think Javier, he had about a 5-6 length lead down the backside, turning into the backside. You ride where you're comfortable. If a horse is dragging you and stuff, let them roll. Don't take them out of their game. But I thought he was fine with those fractions. I don't think it would have mattered, to be honest with you.
1, 2, 3, 4 in the John's Call. Girl Dad, Bluegrass Parkway, a Mike Maker Exacta. Louis Saez aboard for 3 Diamonds Farm. Another upset, 5-1. Well, the prices and the nightcap when we come back on Saratoga Live.
Catholic Boy. This dual-surface star defeated a strong field in the Travers Stakes at Saratoga and became one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4 and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. One of the most accomplished sons of More Than Ready, he earned over $2 million on the track. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Charlatan.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back on Saratoga Live, our program brought to you in part where you can play all the action. Go to NyraBets.com, download the app, and play with us all summer long and beyond. Winter Circle Lead-In brought to you by the Facing Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event to be held on November 6th. After the Breeders' Cup, nominate your star today. Girl Dad, this was a game effort to outduel her stablemate, Bluegrass Parkway, who headed her in the stretch.
That was a huge run from him. Mike Maker saying that he actually only entered this horse to make sure that the race went for his other horse. So good call by him. Backed into one.
How about that at 5-1? Let's go to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning owner Kirk Wyckoff of 3 Diamonds as I think you're stuck doing the interview solo here. But Kirk, you claimed this horse, Girl Gad, last time out. Obviously, the race shape changed completely with it coming off the turf today, but the pedigree was there for him to handle the main track.
Yeah, no doubt. To be honest with you, if they just stayed on the turf, we were going to scratch and go into one other than on the dirt, going a mile and 1/8. Because when we looked at his pedigree, we felt Malibu Moons are better on the dirt. He's a big, strong horse, and he certainly proved he handled it today. He's been wanting more distance, and that's what we like. We claim horses to go 1.25 miles and 1.5 miles, and I'm sure his next few races will be 1.25 miles and 1.5 miles.
Well, that's what I was thinking, that maybe the distance was what had intrigued you about him. But how about the gameness from him today?
Well, you can't ever predict that until they get in a fight. We saw it on Sunday with Luis getting Tiberius home and again today. So to come to Saratoga and win 1 or 2 by a head we've lost plenty of those, so it feels pretty good.
I know Mike Maker was probably pretty comfortable whichever way the photo went, but for you to have your horse down on the inside and the strength of Luis Saez on display, talk about that feeling cheering your horse home down to the wire.
Well, the feeling from the 8th pole home was if Bluegrass Parkway wins, Mike and I are going to have a chat. But neither of us thought he was a good dirt horse, but he clearly is and put up a good fight. But Louis said it was a little deep inside, so he wanted to get off the inside, coming off the turn. And, obviously the difference in the race is Bluegrass Parkway had to make a big outside move. It could have gone either way, so we're very fortunate.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy the win. I know you and the family excited about going to get that champagne to celebrate.
Yeah, we've been drinking lemonade all day. It's time to change. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Kirk, as when you win a stake, Greg, it means it's time to celebrate at Saratoga.
As they should. Well done, Three Diamonds Farm. Mike Maker off the claim, by the way. Just claim this horse, put the horse in, so the race would go. It winds up coming off and they get a W and returning $13.40 for the win. And as a result of these back-to-back races now at these prices, it's pick 5 all of a sudden. Pretty decent returns with an odds-on start and then a heavy favorite in leg 2. Going to close things out on another race that was scheduled for the grass, move to the main track. We'll be out of the Wilson chute again. 50,000 starter allowance and main track onlys, including the 14 especially, taking a lot of attention here, maybe later.
Yeah, and coming off of the 3rd place finish last time out, going 7/8 of a mile.
So more on this field coming up in a bit. Run Happy Travers, you'll see live coverage this Saturday. Coverage begins 4:30 Eastern time. You don't want to miss it. One of the biggest races there is in this sport outside of the Triple Crown for 3-year-olds. Midsummer Derby. And this is a look at the field that's going to line up this year in a race worth $1.25 million, and likely the winner of this race is vaulted to the head of the class for divisional honors at the end of the year. For more on this year's edition, we'll check in with Acacia Clement.
Well,
Acacia.
As far as Rich Strike is concerned, Greg, he is once again the wild card coming into this race. Of course, the Kentucky Derby winner, and we've seen him ship in here early to get acclimated and prepare for that Run Happy Travers. We last saw him work on Friday, going 59-4, and he couldn't have done it any easier. He was very energetic early on, as he always is in his training. I liked how he responded to his rider. He switched leads seamlessly. He had a big gallop out in there as well, as we saw a disappointing effort in the Belmont Stakes, and jockey Sonny Leon that day saying that he thought that he just wasn't really gripping the track very well, that he wasn't handling the surface at Belmont Park. He also, I think, really lost his race in the post parade prior to that too. He was all over the place, really reacting to the crowds.
Apologies there, some technical difficulties. We'll try and get Acacia back as soon as we can. Rich Strike, though, we know he loves it at Churchill Downs. Is he just a different horse, Gary, at that racetrack, or can he make an impression here in the Travers on Saturday?
Well, when he broke his maiden at Churchill Downs, it was a huge performance. Then he came back and ran like he did in the Kentucky Derby. It makes you wonder, is it the racetrack? Is it shipping? Is it traveling that he dislikes? They skipped the Preakness. They took a lot of heat from the public for doing that. I understand why he did it. He said that he's a horse that needs time in between races. And then he had the big workout at Churchill Downs prior to heading to New York for the Belmont Stakes. It was a good work that day, but was it too fast? He worked during the afternoon, and that's just me sitting up here as a pundit wondering if I'm not going to rule him out.
That was him schooling today in the paddock. I mean, he is a pretty looking specimen. Can he reproduce that magic from the first Saturday in May? Derby winners in the Travers of late have not fared too good. The last to win it back in 2007, Street Sense. So it has been a while. Got to beat Epicenter. Got to beat the emerging Arturius. Cyberknife coming along. Pretty good one on the list named Thunder Gulch.
He did it, man. After he ran all 3 races in the Triple Crown, came back and ran in the affirmed, it used to be called the Swaps, 3 weeks after the Belmont Stakes. Then from the Belmont Stakes, went and won the Haskell, comes up here and won the Travers. And his last race happened to be the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and he injured an ankle, and that was off to the stud barn he went.
Some big moments in his career before that happened, though, including that Derby victory. Filly Mare division, Distaff division, big race coming up as well this weekend, and it's a rematch, guys, with Clariere, last year's Oaks winner, Malathot. Got the champ showing up also.
Yeah, this is a very exciting race. You know, it might not be the largest field.
Yeah.
But when I looked at it, man, there's some real runners in here.
No, there is some real runners in here. I mean, listen, the two horses in Malathot and Clariere obviously have had two just giant battles. And now you throw in search results. Do you want to draw a line through Latruska's last race? And Crazy Beautiful, probably going to be your longest shot. Still has a pretty good resume, but JK, Clariere and Malathot, the last two times they've ran, they've thrown it down.
Yeah, you know, and if you look at this race, I thought Clariere ran the better race. I didn't see an overwhelming excuse for Malathot. Now, maybe Malathot needed the race a little shorter break. I just, maybe she needs a more truly run race for Malathot to kind of show her best with a real pace in front of her. She'll get that, I would think, with search results and with Latruska in there. But I don't really see any excuses for Clariere. I mean, excuse me, for Malathot when she faced Clariere in the Chevy.
No, you can argue that maybe Clariere has just gotten a little bit better than her. Malathot was better than her last year. Clariere's gotten the best of her twice in a row. Now, with a little bit better trips, we'll see what happens, because search results ran giant the last time Clariere beat Malathot before that. So search results does throw a monkey wrench into this field.
Well, I think the other horse you got to consider, too, is Latruska. Like,
yeah.
Does the real Latruska show up? Because if the real Latruska shows up, they could all be running for second.
No, they all could be. This is the best of Latruska, winning the Apple Blossom. And you got to understand, this horse actually came back and beat Monomoy Girl. So there's obviously a ton of talent with Latruska. Now, search results in her went just absolutely insane on the front end last time, and Latruska was eased. I would think she's be okay if she's going to come back into this race, but search results in her cannot do the same thing, or their race is going to end early.
Well, if it's a small field, but you got everything you need. You got the superstars, you've got pace, you've got come from behind horses. I think it's going to be a very fun edition of the Purcell-Linson.
No, it's going to be tremendous. We'll see. Malathot, too, according to Todd Pletcher, was not herself in the paddock leading up to that Grade 2 Chevy. So we'll see if she can get kind of recomposed and can turn the tables on Clariere. But that is a monster showdown of major players we expect to see in the Breeders' Cup Distaff at the end of the year. Just one of several Grade 1s that are going to help decide championships later this year. And you're going to see it all on Saturday on Run Happy Travers Saturday afternoon. It's going to be a very fun Saturday of this meet, and it's going to be a packed house here as well. We're going to take a timeout. We have the Wednesday finale. When we come back, we'll talk more about this field when we return.
Malathot gets up to win it in the Central Bank Ashland.
And Clariere will win the cotillion. Here comes Malathot. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Clariere and Malathot on the outside. It's a showdown in the Chevy. That's going to go to Clariere.
Curling, the classic Sire.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer. ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
It's
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Big, impressive horse. Very masculine, lots of bone, big white blaze on his face, really catches your eye. Really good horse, gets grade 1 winning sprinters, gets turf horses, gets dirt horses. They can be 1 turn, 2 turns, long, short, in between. Great commercial horse.
A leggy 2-year-old that surprised me at how quick he was, and he had a particularly strong gait workout prior to his debut, and we felt like, based on that he would run competitively in his first start, which obviously did.
Violence full out second, still getting closer, and Orb is now third, Titleton 5, and Violence getting up in the final yards.
Then was able to come back in the Nashua and win that.
And it's Violence, a 2-length winner.
Close out his 2-year-old campaign with a grade 1 win in the Hollywood Futurity.
Violence had his very promising racing career cut short, suffering an injury in the Fountain of Youth Stakes.
Horse is just really good-minded horse, very easy to train, kind of the professional type that the trainers love to get. And I think he's shown his true quality as a stallion now, and it was unfortunate we felt like he was a serious Derby contender for us that year.
No other sire has had more grade 1 winners in 2020 and #1 ranked 4th crop sire by lifetime earnings. The belief in Violence remains high.
We sold him as a yearling, bought him back as a stallion prospect, really respected horse. So again, we're hoping that he can continue to climb upward the ladder and go from a top 20 horse to top 10 horse.
Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Incredible facility there. With a 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin, probably had an outstanding stallion roster. Going to close out our Wednesday card on a race meant for the grass, taken off the turf, and we'll be out of the Wilson chute yet again here at a mile. 50,000 starter allowance coming up, and a look at the main track only, who's taking all the attention. Maybe later. 9 to 5 on the board. Linda Rice, Arad Ortiz Jr. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there, Greg, with maybe later, as we have seen with the few off-the-turf races that we've had this meet at Saratoga. Linda Rice has been sharp in entering main track onlys that would be eligible for that, and this guy fits the billing. And it's funny because maybe later has actually run on both surfaces, and he's one that I actually really liked when he ran on the turf. However, he is a horse that has shown he's much better on the main track. She is a very big, robust filly, and that's part of why I called her a he, because she's actually built more like a colt would be. But that being said, she is definitely a horse that will appreciate the extra furlong in here today. After finishing 3rd last time out, she does have some tactical speed, which I appreciate, and just again a filly that makes a lot of sense in this spot. She does also keep Arad Ortiz, which is also, I think, a big reason why we see a lot of the money coming for her. The number 9, Solib, is not a main track only, but she did run 2nd in a New York bred allowance race on the main track at Aqueduct back in March, and she is one that has quite a bit of early speed. I would say she has more of a turf hoof. She's a little bit, has a flatter type of pancake-like hoof on her, but she's incredibly fit in here. She's really well built, well muscled out behind the saddle, and that's once again something that I look for with horses that could potentially run on the main track. She's also out of a mare that was a good dirt sprinter. She was a 2-time winner on the main track, so she has pedigree to be able to handle either surface. I do like what I see from her from a fitness standpoint and from a mental standpoint. point. She's one that can get very nervous prior to her races, and she's been so relaxed and professional in here today. The entry is a good price right now, as the 1A, Mariah's Fortune, will break to the far outside. She and her stablemate, the plain one Temperamental, in here, both were saddled by the pony, but Mariah's Fortune, the one that I'm most intrigued by first off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez. Greg, I think that she fits these conditions quite well.
Thank you, Acacia. 7-1 on the entry in here. And yeah, Mariah's Fortune, the form as well. Coming off a win on the dirt on this track at 7/8 of a mile. Going from Brad Cox to Rudy Rodriguez. Rudy's still that tough meet continuing, although he finally did get a win. So 9-5 favorite.
You got them bugs after you again.
I'm getting attacked out here. It's still on me. Get signed up, started with Naira Bet. You can afford a fly swatter if needed. I've never seen this species. Go to nairabets.com.
He won't be seen again either.
Get signed up, started Toga 200, that code to use at sign up, and take advantage of that $200 deposit match sign up bonus, as we're nestled in this beautiful, historic little racetrack in upstate New York. In the final 2 weeks of the meet, Travers weekend, and then closing weekend coming up after that. We're going to enjoy each and every final day of these final 2 weeks. Here is part of the entry to kick things off in our finale. This is Temperamental.
Holy cow, we need a fly catcher. What's going on there? The entry here, and here's Maria's Fortune as well. 7-1 on the entry. Tyler Gaffleone on the 1A.
It's like the Indians-Yankees playoff game with the Cicadas.
Yeah, Joba Chamberlain, where's he at?
Mia at midnight. Jose Ortiz will ride.
Yeah, feels like a turf horse, but does have a little bit more tactical speed. Those are the kinds you need if you're going to try the dirt.
Lady of Throton, Chris Engelhart trains.
Yeah, it comes from way out of it and has won on the dirt a couple of times.
Mandy Green actually did win on a race taken off the turf, but it was synthetic at Gulfstream.
Yeah, it hasn't run on the dirt yet. It feels like a turf horse stretching out a little bit as well.
So Lee, Paulie, you mentioned this one earlier, that race in the mud that was decent.
Yeah, I like this horse to go to the front end. And Mr. Wyckoff at Three Diamonds Farm, this one owned by Jordan Wyckoff, going to try to go back-to-back.
First of the main track onlys, here's Carrick.
Yeah, this horse just feels a little bit slow on figures, although this one is a dirt horse.
Merkin Cantermasi, saw him win earlier on the card, has the 13 here.
Yeah, you make a good point, looking for a double. This horse is 4 for 7 in the exact at the distance.
9-5 warranted here, JK?
You know, I didn't really love anyone else in this race. I singled in my personal pick 6 that's no longer with us, but this is a horse that has some tactical speed, is drawn outside, has run well on the dirt. All the things I like to see in these off-the-turf races.
So 9-5 there as we go back to the 13 here, Jason Bryn. For Merkin Cantermasi, 5-1 comes off that win. That was for $32,000 at Belmont, and here it is back on June 2nd, a race taken off the turf in the mud.
Yeah, you know, looking at Jason Bryn's form here, has run well on the wet tracks, but also has won 3 out of 11 starts on a fast dirt track as well. And if you get to looking at maybe later, the dirt races that maybe later has won, all of the good races came on a wet racetrack, not a fast racetrack. So if you want to lean a little bit to Jason Bryn, I wouldn't blame you.
Yeah, good to point that out there. And you're getting a much better 6-1 as well on a horse that comes in fresh for a barn that's already won today. Trevor McCarthy will be aboard.
Looks great out there on the racetrack.
Sure. And more of a mid-pack runner, at least in this group. It looks like that's where she'll be lined up. Maybe later, potentially could be a little bit more tactical.
And looks super sharp out there on the racetrack, wanting to do a whole lot more. Just going to break away from the pony and maybe get a little bit of that edge off there prior to loading in the starting gate.
6-5. Public is squarely on this 4-year-old filly for Linda Rice, who owns part of her as well. If it is a win here for this one, that would be number 43 at the meet for Rad Ortiz Jr. And we go back to the 9 in here. This one Paulie had been talking about, Solib. Just it's that sprint. Paulie again showed speed in a New York bred other than allowance that was meant for the dirt. It was a muddy track that day, but was forward sprinting, so makes you think, especially with aggressive Luis Saez aboard, could be the one leading the way.
Yeah, and Rudy Rodriguez had this horse, and Joe Sharp took this horse, and obviously out of the $50,000 claim, put this horse in a stakes race. So he obviously thought a lot. They put the horse on the front end, and she just stopped. Now back to the dirt. There's no pace in this race, JK, because you have a lot of turf runners. She's shown pace on the dirt. The one horse with the monkey wrench that can maybe give her a hiccup early is the 2 in here, Me at Midnight, who we have not talked about for Peter Walder, who has shown speed on synthetic, has had 2 dirt starts. It hasn't been much.
Yeah, and the other part about the 2 horse Me at Midnight is Peter Walder in his career, 24% the first time a horse is making a start with him. So it's a horse that hasn't been with him and is with him now. So in his career, he's 24% with those types. So I think that makes a little bit of sense if you're interested in trying to find an alternative. I just felt like the 14 kind of checked all the boxes for an off-the-turf type of race. Drawn to the outside, has the, a fast dirt speed figure, can be forwardly placed. Just kind of checks them all off, and there's nothing wrong with getting IRAD in this situation.
No, you're right. And, this is, you're seeing 14, but the 1A Maria's Fortune is going to be outside the 14, so the 14 is actually going to break from the 8 hole in here, so he's not going to be that far. Before we send it to Acacia, where do you want maybe later sitting?
Just that kind of second or third stalking trip. Doesn't have to make the lead. If they make the lead, great, whatever. But just sitting in the clear while the other horses who probably don't want kickback are getting it. Acacia?
Yeah, I think that's exactly where Irad Ortiz will have your favorite. She's been sharp, but I think Mariah's Fortune and a couple others were actually a lot sharper out on the track. But talking about a couple other main track onlys, the 13, Chase and Bryn, who did have that win last time out. And as I think it was Gary mentioned, this mare can certainly handle a wet track or a fast track too. She looks terrific. And as we've often talked about, the horses from the Cantermassey barn all look so good, as we'll see if Matt will lose his voice once again cheering this one home, who did have a nice effort last time out. This is a horse that once she starts to warm up, she really gets into her stride nicely, and that's exactly what Trevor McCarthy did with her, and she framed up beautifully on track. One of the better warm-ups that I've seen from her, actually. The number 12, Carrick, she's one that just was taking a while to warm up. Manny Franco took her away from the pony, kind of gave her a good gallop out there. It took her a long time to kind of get into her stride. That being said, she was second behind Chase and Bryn last time out. She did win on a fast track at Belmont prior to that. She looks like a dirt horse, and I do think that with the double-digit odds reflecting that on her, I know she's a main track only, and she certainly has credentials. I just feel that there are some other more interesting horses that will suit the conditions in here, Greg, and be able to handle the surface just fine.
Wow, thank you, Acacia. Even money on the 14. Getting awfully short on the board here. Definitely the one to beat. That is getting a little over bet here.
Yeah, I think Chase and Bren, the 13 at 5-1. Even money, I don't know. It's too short.
And, again, back to the 9. Sprint speed. Shown ability to be competitive on turf going longer. So hopefully you would think distance-wise can handle a little bit extra ground. As you look at Solib, we know Saez will take advantage of a mount that has the ability to be in front. And we'll see if he can do that with Solib, as again, we have taken full advantage of this Wilson shoot today with these races coming off the turf.
Yeah, and this was one of the main reasons that they put this back into service at the beginning of the meet is for this specific reason. The route races, they were either relegated to going 7 furlongs or a mile and an eighth, and this is exactly one of the reasons why they put the Wilson shoot in.
And for the most part, no one knew really what to expect with this new shoot. Just get a look at Jose Lizcano. It's been a success.
Really has. They've been very clean races. They've got a nice run out of that chute before they actually get into the latter part. the second half of what would be the first turn, clubhouse turn here. And the turn is not sharp when they get into it, so it's been a fun race to watch.
And if you're watching from there, it's always fun. That's the 1863 Club, one of the best views of the action anywhere at this historic racetrack. Our nightcap coming up. Even money on the 14. Maybe later, Arad Ortiz Jr. looking to add to his meet leading total. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
There in the gate.
They have cameras that go through Wi-Fi, though.
And they're off. Several horses bumped there at the start from those inside post position. Affected was Temperamental along with Mia at midnight. With the lead here is Solib, and on the outside is Mariah's Fortune, as Maybe Later now quickly moves up. Maybe Later up to challenge Solib for the lead, and Mariah's Fortune is in between those two, so it's three of them across. Chasin' Bryn is next in fourth. To her inside is Mandy Green in fifth, and a break of 3.5 lengths back to Temperamental in sixth. Another 4 to Lady of Thoroton, followed at the back by Carrick, and then Mia at midnight, the quarter 24 and 2/5 seconds. So it is Solib by a neck. Mariah's Fortune running in second, and the favorite Maybe Later on the outside in third, the half in 47 seconds. And now the field is going around the far turn. It is still Solib with the lead here, but challenged on the outside by Mariah's Fortune. And Maybe Later just in behind in third, farther back Chasin' Bryn, and Mandy Green down at the rail. Temperamental begins to gain some ground. Then Lady of Thoroton, they are at the top of the stretch. And here is Mariah's Fortune now to grab the lead. Solib has dropped back. Temperamental is moving up. Lady of Thoroton looks her way through down at the rail. Far outside it is a Chasin' Bryn, and they are all chasing Mariah's Fortune, who leads with a 16th to the finish. It is Mariah's Fortune, and she's going to win the nightcap here. Mariah's Fortune at 10-1. Chasin' Bryn was second. And then Maybe Later and Lady of Thoroton.
Tyler Gaffleon on Mariah's Fortune. Rudy Rodriguez off the claim. Good for him.
Yeah, and a good ride by Tyler Gaffleon. He was aggressive leaving there. Had Mariah's Fortune right in a great spot from the word go. Fast pace for this mile race here as compared to some of the other, at least the internal fractions where they went the half mile in 47. That's rolling over this racetrack, and Mariah's Fortune just basically ran them off their feet.
Big effort here, and wow, surprised that she was 10-1 in this spot. Coming off a win on dirt at the meet, guys, when she was 3-5 back on July 20th.
Yeah, she was much the best. I mean, she was getting pressure all the way around there. From the favorite, also from the horse that Paul liked, that found the front end, the 9, Solib. I think that this is a real race, and I'm glad Rudy got another win. You know, he wins too many races in New York to have the meet that he's been having, so always happy to see him, and you guys obviously noticed he had his AirPod in.
Yeah, right? Yeah, you got to give this horse credit. I mean, she ran giant. She put the 14 to bed. She put the 9 to bed. She was in between those two horses, staved those off, and nobody was coming at her. And when you look back in the end of the pack, the 14 and the 9 are like 7th and 8th. They basically, look at the 9 on the rails, basically was just collapsing. This 1A was giant here. Good job by Tyler Gaffleon. And congratulations to Rudy Rod. He needed this one too. And how about this? You get 3-5, 4-5, and 3-5 to start the pick 6. Wolf, you get price, and you're going to get paid.
It's going to be nice. It's going to be over $1,500 for the pick 5. We'll have that payoff coming up in just a moment. Mariah's Fortune, Tyler Gaffleon, Rudy Rodriguez, who owns this one as well. First off to claim victory. To close out this Wednesday card, prices, pick 5 payoffs when we come back on Saratoga Live. Stay with us.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare,
He's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Nightcap in the books. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 10-1 end to our program on this Wednesday card. Mariah's Fortune is coming off a win at the meet on dirt at 7/8 of a mile. Claimed off of Brad Cox, Rudy Rodriguez, Tyler Gaffalione team up. Let's go to Acacia.
Rudy Rodriguez joins me here in the winner's circle. Mariah's Fortune, Rudy, as you and I were saying, such a pretty filly, and you claimed her and putting her back in the main track only spot. Talk a little bit about looking through the condition book and finding opportunities like this to run.
You know, we was trying a couple races up, and the races don't go, and we just keep putting up main track only, and we got lucky today.
It worked out. She really just ran everybody off her feet today, and Tyler Gaffalione being aggressive with her. Talk a little bit about that, as she was sharp today.
You know, Tyler is a very good rider, and I just tell him, you know, one minute the way you want it, and right the way you want it. So, you know, and she showed up the right way, thank God. So she looked like she likes Saratoga.
She does, as do all of us, as we have just a couple of weeks left to go. But Rudy, I watch you watch the races here in the winner's circle, and as you were saying, it's tough winning up here. How fruitful and gratifying are these wins, especially when it's a horse that you've picked out and claimed and put in the right spot?
You know, it's Saratoga, you know, it's the cream of the cream, and we're just happy to be here, and we come to play, but sometimes the playground is hard.
The playground can be brutal sometimes. Rudy,
we keep trying, you know, keep pushing along and keep working hard, and eventually something is going to come up.
It's always great to see you in the winner's circle. Congratulations.
Thank you, Kasia. Thank you, guys.
Rudy Rodriguez with the win, taking the nightcap home and picking up another victory at this very tough playground. Greg?
Good for him to have such a positive attitude with as tough a meet as it's been for him. He's a very good trainer, wins a lot of races in New York, and he was a big story for the fact he started 0 for 40 plus at the meet. Just his second winner of the meet.
Yeah, I'm happy for Rudy. He's a great guy. He's always fun to be around. Spirits are always good, and Yeah, I mean, you can't start changing things up. You just have to know you'll get through the bad streak that you're on, and sometimes the kids don't want to play out in the neighborhood.
Late pick 5, odds on start, close to an even money favorite, and then price. The next 3 legs get you over $1,500. Well, to be exact, $1,558. That is a tremendous payoff. Saratoga Showdown contest, $235 bankroll created by our winner. Well done. You can enter for free each and every day at SaratogaShowdown.com. Hopefully see your name atop that leaderboard at the end of the program. You're competing for real prizes as well. And it's free to enter. No excuse not to put in your selections each and every day in the program. Our big one coming up on Saturday, ABR Race of the Week. Run Happy Travers Saturday. And not just this prestigious event on the line, but really leadership of this 3-year-old division and probably favoritism for year-end divisional honors with a win.
Yeah, and Epicenter 7-5, cyberknife second favorite 7-2. John down on the inside, Epicenter out in the 6 hole. He's going to be a short price for sure.
Obviously had to be heartbreaking for Steve Asmussen to not get that first ever Derby when it looked like he had it. And then an 80-1 shot comes up and gets him, in the final strides of that Kentucky Derby. Misses in the Preakness with a trip that he was not happy about. But now it looks like the second half of the year, we'll see. But if the Jim Dandy was the starting point for the second half of the year, it looks like he has some big ones still to come. As good as he's been, it's amazing that he's not a Grade 1 winner.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a ease with which he won the Jim Dandy last time out. Ears were up, did it on cruise control, was really never asked for his best.
This horse here for Brad Cox, maybe just coming in at the top of his game. Back-to-back wins. Grade 1 Haskell was the second Grade 1 win on his resume as well, but a horse who Brad Cox had said still mentally needed some time to figure things out. But it looks like he's starting to figure it out now.
It sure looked like it in the Haskell, in the Grade 1 Haskell. He was in tight quarters coming into the stretch, and Florent Giroux was able to find a gap down on the fence. And a lot of these 3-year-olds, young 3-year-olds, especially one like him that hasn't been completely focused in many of his races. Brad has said that he's been his own worst enemy. This colt, he was difficult to deal with a little bit, hard on himself, and maybe he's finally grown up because he was so professional in the Haskell with that trip that he got.
He won from the rail that day, so you wouldn't think the inside post a big problem. Usually, would you be concerned with the inside at a race like that, or not an issue?
Not with him showing what he showed in the Haskell. I mean, he came through tight quarters. He showed me a whole different dimension that he hadn't shown in the past.
Look at that loaded lineup on Saturday. Obviously, the Travers could be the focus. We got a champion coming back at the Forego, Jackie's Warrior. You got the reigning champ, Latruska, which, maybe that race there's a lot of intrigue in a lot of these races, but that Distaff division, to see if Latruska can rebound and get back to her winning way. She was so brilliant here last year. That personal ensign, she took shot after shot from horse after horse and still was able to win.
Well, I think that you got to be a little bit concerned of what we saw in last year's Breeders' Cup Distaff, where she went way too fast early, and then she came back and did it again in her last race. It's pretty easy for her to get set off, and when she does get set off early on, she runs entirely way too fast up front to be able to carry on, and she wasn't doing that in the early part of last year.
It's a day for superstars in this sport, one of the great days in racing all year long. We're going to have it for you on Saturday. Run Happy Travers Saturday. Of course, the big one you'll see on Big Fox, 4:30 Eastern start time. We're back with you tomorrow, 1 Eastern on FS2. We will see you then. It was Girl Dad in a Mike Maker Exacta in a race taken off the turf in the Johns Car Wednesday feature. Who will take home that Travers hardware and get those silks painted on the infield canoe on Saturday? We'll find out in just a couple days. We'll be back tomorrow at 1.
For more
momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and